the wildlife, on the sea life, and the fish.
Can I take a peek at your caption?
Oh yeah. And so yes, the sea life and the plants, their names in Hawaii are like 15 letters long, right?
Yeah.
With 2 consonants.
Right.
Like, holy what the heck did you just say? That was really hard. I mean, they were very cool and got me all sorts of spellings, but like, I don't want like special.
Hello.
Good morning.
And I'm Yvonne. I guess I'm Becca.
Hi, how are you?
Good to meet you.
It's kind of an odd situation having 2 court reporters. It is. I was telling Yvonne, I've never had another court reporter in a death with me before.
Yeah, I've never done it in death, only in like court before.
You've had 2 in court before?
Yeah.
Yeah? So you can spell each other, or are you both doing the same thing all the time?
Just doing the same thing, I guess.
Oh, that's unusual. What kind of case was that?
It was something where they wanted
you were providing rough.
Yeah, it was something where they wanted a daily rough draft.
Oh, okay.
And the official wouldn't do that, I guess.
I see, yeah. Well, it's getting a lot easier to do that now, isn't it, with all the technology to do a daily rough draft?
There's a lot of reporters that won't do it, though.
That will not?
Yeah.
I do a lot of captioning for hearing impaired people, and when I first started, a lot of reporters, nobody in my office would do it.
I don't do it.
Just because, it started not for hearing impaired people. I started taking meeting notes for their focus groups for human relations at Microsoft.
I've done those types of things before.
And they were absolutely, we want the daily rough draft, and we just want it when it's done. Right then. And don't care if you paraphrase, you're not allowed to interrupt. Just, we want these notes. And it was really kind of a weird deal. I mean, I've never done anything like that. Nobody else felt comfortable doing anything like that. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went on to, I started working for their accessibility group, I guess.
Interesting. Art choices.
I know.
Is that John Wayne over there?
Yep.
Yeah.
So Linda, there's coffee and there's water.
Oh, wonderful. Could use both.
Yeah.
Water.
Sure.
I can copy this if you need it.
I just put it in.
You just gave her the caption.
Yes.
Can I pour you one? You need to fix it up?
Nope.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
They've already slurped. Do you have napkins?
Oh, I just moved them
tissue.
over there.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like a cup of
No, thank you, I'm good.
Because I haven't been up here for a while, so I Googled it. And they gave me really weird directions.
Did it take you to the front of the building?
No. I mean, it had me getting off like 3 exits before.
Oh. And then
The
did you just
Kincaid
come
Street
up?
exit. No, I mean, I decided not to do it because it looked too goofy, and I thought, well, you know, once I get here, I can find it, which is not that hard. But.
I know some directions, because, you know, the entrance, like, to our office is kind of back here, but it takes them in front of the building, which you can come up and then just come upstairs. So a lot of people, they'll miss it, and
Yeah,
it takes a
yeah.
while. But, yeah, I did not know that it got you off early.
Actually, maybe we could go ahead and mark a couple things.
Sure.
Waiting. Let me just make sure I'm right on that, because I meant for the stapled ones to be mine. But I don't think I wrote on that one anyway. That was right. In the wrong place. No,
water.
I think that'll do it. Let's do one more. You'll be greedy to take a water too. Do you know Miss Hunt?
Oh,
No.
sorry.
Is it
walking
are
around?
you at Hunt?
Yeah, so I'm like,
Oh, well.
which I'm guessing you're here for me?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Yvonne. Good to meet you.
Hi. Heidi.
Hi, I'm Tony.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Linda Idy. Good
Hi.
morning.
I'm all right.
Here's a card for you.
Yeah.
Do you need to take a
have you
minute
been
to
here
get
a while?
settled and get some coffee or use the restroom or anything?
I would love coffee, and I would love to use the restroom, and I'm right where I actually thought it was up here. My nav took me to up there.
That's what I said.
I had a weird Google experience too. You know?
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, I actually was early, but I have a little Yorkie out there that I will, every 2 hours, need to do the...
Yeah, hopefully, I don't think this will take that long. I mean, it might take 2 hours, but I don't think it'll be much
Excellent.
longer than that.
Okay. Then yes, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Thank you. How long have you been here?
15 minutes or so.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Popped right on by.
Well, and I was wondering, I don't know the people in this office, when I saw someone go by, I'm like, oh, I wonder.
Well, by then I was late. It's like, all right, I did so good to be early.
Yeah.
I hardly got any sleep. Made sure I hit my lug. Was like a trial day. It's been a while.
So while you're getting your coffee, this is off the record. I just kind of give you the general contours. I have an introduction that I'm going to just read into the record that references various rules. Then we'll talk about subpoena, some background information, and then Stacy Carter. So that
works for me.
The whole thing. Okay.
I got not one thing to hide, so I got no problem having you look through all of that.
Okay.
And in fact, at this point,
and then you brought some documents with you?
I brought what I was supposed to and what I told you I would.
Because I was a little confused by the response to the subpoena, whether you were mailing stuff to my office or whether you were bringing it with you, and then I figured I think she's bringing it with her.
You know what? At this point, I actually have copies all over the place, and so because I have stuff in different stacks, I had my office yesterday print out what I've got here for you, and then some stuff that I was working on we can go through as well.
Okay.
But I had them just print out the whole file as they would have it in the normal course, as they would normally keep it. So they did that. They put them in binders. I glanced through those two last night just to see what was there. But we'll look at them pretty much together.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do that part on the record.
And no coasters?
Oh, it's okay.
It's not a super fancy table.
How long
Everybody ready?
Have you been together?
8 years?
Oh, right on. All right. Yes.
Okay. So we are on the record about 9:40 on Thursday, March 28th, 2013. And the Bar Association's court reporter is Tony Ziomas, who will swear the witness. And in addition, Ms. Hunt brought her own reporter, Yvonne Gillette, from Seattle Deposition Reporter. So I'm going to ask Ms. Ziomas to swear the witness.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, absolutely.
Thank you.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Heidi Hunt, H-E-I-D-I-H-U-N-T.
I am Linda Eide, a lawyer with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel of the Washington State Bar Association. This is a deposition by the State Bar Association in the matter of Heidi Hunt to determine whether lawyer discipline may be appropriate under the rules of professional conduct and rules for enforcement of lawyer conduct. However, the facts developed in this investigation might constitute violations of other state or federal laws. Although these proceedings are confidential, the information you give us may be made public under the rules for enforcement of lawyer conduct. You should also be aware that we may refer information you give us to other administrative agencies and law enforcement authorities. Do you understand this, Ms. Hunt?
I do.
This will be a question and answer session. If you do not understand a question, will you tell me so I can rephrase the question?
Yes. I'll speak clearly. I won't nod. I'll do all of that stuff.
And I very much appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
The court reporter has been instructed to record your responses, therefore your responses must be audible. If you need a break from the proceedings or you wish to go off the record, please let me know and I will instruct the reporter to go off the record. The court reporter has been directed not to go off the record without my instruction. Are you represented by counsel, Ms. Hunt?
Myself.
Okay.
I don't need counsel.
If at any point in the questioning you decide that you would like to consult with another lawyer, please let me know and we'll go off the record. Do you understand that Rule 2.13a of the Rules for Enforcement of Lawyer Conduct provides that you may be represented by counsel at these proceedings?
Mm-hmm. Only guilty people need them.
That was a yes, right?
Yes.
Do you understand that failure of a lawyer to cooperate fully and promptly with an investigation as required by Rule 5.3e may also constitute grounds for discipline under Rule 5.3f of the Rules for Enforcement of Lawyer Conduct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you understand that you may not assert the attorney-client privilege or other prohibitions on revealing your client's confidences or secrets as a ground for refusing to provide information during the course of an investigation under Rule 5.4b?
Yes.
I am not authorized to compel you to give evidence or testimony if you assert your privilege against self-incrimination. In addition, I cannot compel your testimony by granting you immunity from prosecution. Any question that I ask will be with the understanding that if you believe a truthful answer to the question would tend to show that you committed a crime, you can refuse to answer by stating that you are asserting your privilege against self-incrimination. If you answer any questions, you will be doing so voluntarily. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Are you on any medication today that would interfere with your memory?
No.
Are you on any other medication?
Yes.
What are those?
Let's see, I'm on prednisone.
Can you spell those?
I can guess. My spell check always does it for me.
Okay.
P-R-E-D. I can put it on my phone to find out. P-R-E-D-N-I-S-O-N-E, I think. Hold on. P-R-E-D-N-I-S-O-N-E. And I've been on that since December 17th.
2012?
Yes. That's just from memory, but I believe that's today. We'll get my medical records, all of them, and
okay.
know for sure.
Do you know what that's for?
Yeah, this thing almost killed me. I almost died on December 13th.
So what's the medication for?
That is, it's steroids. It's massive for inflammation. It masks my pain. It does all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be on it more than 7 days. I've been on it for 3.5 months.
Any other medication that you're currently taking?
Something for my heart, and I think it's like Metaprol or something like that. You guys had my heart rate up to 174 over, I think it was 115. And they were worried about it, so I don't know if that's forever or a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And then fluoxetine, which is a generic Prozac.
Okay.
And I was on that after my first client killed himself, and it seemed to help. So they tried that again.
And how long have you been on that?
Not very long. It takes 2 weeks to kick in, so I don't even know if it's kicked in at this point. Before you start feeling the actual, because you got to get a build up. That's in my medical.
So that would have been started in March this month then?
I believe so. I don't know. If you saw that subpoena you saw, I had a whole lot of medical between that day and now.
Right. So let the record reflect that Ms. Hunt is appearing today pursuant to a subpoena ducis tecum dated February 27, 2013, and we have marked that as Exhibit 1 to your deposition. And we have an extra copy there, so you can mark that up if you like, and I'll just put the originals over here.
I have some marked up already. Thank you.
And then I'm also going to hand you what we've marked Exhibit 2, which is your response to the subpoena.
Yep. Thank you.
So why don't we just go through the subpoena item by item.
Absolutely.
The first request was for your complete file and documents relating to your representation of Ellery, E-L-R-E-E, Carter, including financial trust account records relating to your representation of Mr. Carter. And then item 2 is copies of any fee agreements for the Carter matter.
Yep.
And I'm looking at your response to the subpoena, which is Exhibit 2, and I see you have no objection to the complete file, so
No, here you go.
can you show me what you have for that?
Absolutely. What the office gave me yesterday. As they would have kept it in the normal course, and I told them to put everything in there, so I'm sure it's a little extra than the normal course, but...
So these 2 notebooks constitute the file?
Yes. And whatever correspondence the office had that was attached to the file, and all of that.
Okay. And I see that by the tab there are emails included as well.
Yes.
And you've got fee and billing information. So this is the fee agreement that's responsive to item 2.
Yep.
And by the heading, I see that was a flat fee agreement.
It was.
And the flat fee was $7,000.
It's what? Yep. It's apparently what Mr. Marriott and Mr. Carter agreed to.
Okay.
I wasn't there.
You were not there when this was...
Nope. I haven't been at the office since I told them I was too sick. I've only checked in. They took over managerial stuff between June and July of 2012.
So that would be the last time you were in the office?
No, I've been in the office plenty of times since then, especially due to this. I've been overseeing stuff, but I've had the same crew. My office manager has been there 9 years, got 20-some years in the business. Everybody there doesn't need a ton of supervision, I thought. Turns out they did. But I got very, very sick. Knew I was getting sick. Didn't have insurance. Was pissed I didn't have insurance. I worked my way off of welfare to do this. And if I'd have stayed on welfare, I'd have got insurance. If I'd have been one of my felony clients, I would have got insurance. But because I worked and paid for all of the insurance of my office, 100%, even their families, I didn't get it. I was pissed. I sold my brand's name, just my brand name, to Bradley Johnson, and I went and did my bucket list. I apologized to everybody that I had wronged. I went and saw everything I wanted to see. That was the day.
Do you need a minute, or you okay?
Oh no, this is going to get emotional all the way through. This is bullshit, and I can't wait until everybody sees what happened. Please
Okay.
go on.
All right. You said you sold your name to Bradley Johnson. What did you
Just
do?
1-800 DUI away. It was a brand. He's had it for, I think, almost 2 years now.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part. DUI what?
DUI away.
Away?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Like I said, that's when I knew, well, I felt I was sick, so sick that it was going to get bad and I needed to just live. So that had to have been, well, it was a year or two ago. I have the contract somewhere.
Okay.
Well, hopefully. It was hacked twice last night and been broken into a couple times, so who knows? It's actually at my place.
Yeah, you mentioned that, I think, in your
Uh-huh.
response. Can you tell me about that? You said your place was broken into?
Twice, yes.
When
That
did,
I know of.
When did that occur?
I'd have to look on state lines, but within the last, well, since I've filed this and my response, and then all of that stuff came out, and I'm sure that's why it's gotten so crazy about Reardon, like 2 days later, the Snohomish County executive who's been fighting with the prosecutor's office for years, doing all kinds of ugly stuff. So it was between that time, whatever that date was, that happened.
I'm sorry, what was the that happened that you referred to?
That I responded with my, I will go to the public with all of this stuff.
So you're talking about the date of your response to the subpoena?
No, the date that I wrote the letter back, my initial response that got you involved before the deadline was even up.
Okay, so let me just, I think I have that too. Let me just find that.
If not, I do somewhere.
Okay. So, we already marked that as Exhibit 6 to your deposition.
Good.
So is this what you're referring to, your grievance response as dated February 5,
Absolutely.
2013?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're telling me that your home was broken into twice after you wrote this response?
Yep.
And
once got me to get a security dog from Jen Cadden, my sis, that's what I call her, from back in the day with soccer. Was a German Shepherd named Shy that had been shot, I believe. Sis was living in that. She's somewhere in the Yakima Valley. And I took the dog, and I'd have to actually find, I can go through and figure that out too as well, but I've been busy doing a lot of investigating. The second time they came in, I was working that day, and I'm a couple hours away from my actual office. and so I think it's probably gone 8-10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an officer, my neighbor said, oh, that's how I can find out on my text, hold on. My neighbor said, are you okay? And I said, what are you talking about? Am I okay? Because there was no reason not to be okay. I told him I was on my way home, and he said, well, and I said, why? Because all of this stuff has been happening. And he said, well, because there was just an officer at your house. And
so this neighbor had called you on the phone?
No, texted me.
Oh,
Hold on.
texted you.
Yep, I can get it right here for you. Those earlier messages. Matter of fact, we can just make this all. Okay, March 7th. So that was the other day. And the first one happened before that because it's what made me get a security dog. Got a security dog to protect me from the authorities, and it got stolen in one day.
The dog?
Yep. Left one day, it was gone.
And how did you know that your place had been broken into?
How did I know? Well,
I mean, were things missing or disarranged or how?
No, the first time there was a little, my internet isn't on auto pay, and I haven't got it set up on auto pay. I've been busy living like I'm dying, and defending all kinds of crap in the process, people I trust. There was a broadband, there's the box that I've dealt with so many times because people come over, they need the security pass off of it and all of that stuff. And just out of fate, the internet had got shut off because it's not on auto pay, and I have a wireless hub, this thing, so I started using it because it's part of my contract anyways. I got it when I was not in the office as much. It made sense to actually have a mobile spot. So I used that instead of hook this back up. And sometime during that time period, because I don't know when, after I started moving all of my furniture and stuff for the last year and a half, cleaning and rearranging and crap like that hasn't been a priority. And that's the point. And so now that I have medical and it looks like we're going in the other direction, and we are, I started arranging my place and stuff like that. And on the broadband, there was a mobile hotspot as well that was a much smaller unit that looked like it probably didn't carry as far. I pulled it out because at this point I wasn't quite sure if it was just coincidence of all the things that had started happening from this date on.
This date being the
date that
the letter, the
yeah.
February 5.
Yep, whenever, yep. Wow, you received it on February 7th? Because February 7th, no, March 7th, okay. I've got timelines that show a whole lot of stuff, and I don't think I actually brought, I might have brought some of them. Last night about 2 o'clock, after I'd been hacked twice and things missing, it became very clear that they probably trial materials. Okay, 524, you okay? March 7th. And I wrote back, driving home, question mark. The cops just pulled out of your driveway.
So you're reading the text message from your neighbor
Yep.
that you got on March 7th of
yes,
this year.
you're asking me about the break-ins.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy to tell you about them. You okay driving home? The cops just pulled out of your driveway. What? How long were they there? There's a white car in your driveway earlier. Said, yes, my friend should still be there. Which, thank God she was there for most of it, because she can verify this break-in. She can verify a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about. So, thank God. Not long. Thought your alarm went off. Question mark, question mark. No calls from ADT. And then he wrote, want me to check. I wrote, yeah, I'm on my way, thank you. He wrote, I'm putting my shoes on now. I wrote, thank you. He wrote, what's your time of arrival? I wrote, depends on traffic on I-5. Cops here too. Not speeding. Okay. Knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Looked normal. He wrote, question mark. And I wrote, okay, I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. And he wrote, looking out for you, LOL. I wrote, you rock. He wrote, you roll. And then later that night, everything okay? No. How many cops? Were they sheriffs? I say one sheriff. I need to blow my nose.
Oh, over your shoulder.
Sorry, I have not been feeling good at all. I say one sheriff. I said, had another dog here, it's gone. Looks like was pushed out the window upstairs. Turns out at this point, we thought that, but we did the physical of the dog. There's no way that dog, I've read enough police reports to know what happened there. Anyway, had another dog here, gone. Looks like pushed out the window upstairs. And then he wrote, "You mean Moxie," which is a dog that I was so sick, I got rid of at Christmas, gave back to my sister because I couldn't take care of her anymore. Dookie barks at me. I wrote, "No, a bigger dog," gave Moxie back to Sis. It's a shepherd. And he wrote, "Thank God." And I wrote, "Thank God," because Moxie's so cute. He wrote, "Can keep an eye out, think it will come back," which, I don't know. I don't know about Donnie, but my place is up in Cape Horn, and everybody asks about, your neighbors and stuff. Apparently there's a lot of drug stuff that went on up there, and so I actually don't know a lot of people, but when I got sick, Donnie, the neighbor, started mowing my stuff, and then the neighbors next door started mowing my stuff too, so I do know those
What
two.
town is it?
Concrete.
Concrete.
I retreated to Concrete, and they're still doing this, so. Okay. Can keep an eye out, think it will come back. And I wrote, "Hope so." Person I got her from said she thought so. And I can find Jen's text from them too. I didn't see any strange dogs, but hope it gets found. Is it your dog? And I wrote, "She was," and he wrote, "Shit." That's probably why the cops showed. Probably thought it was an intruder. See, my alarm didn't go off that day. Do you have any pictures? And I wrote, "The alarm didn't go off. That's not why. She didn't have a tag either. Yes, I have pics." And he wrote, "Send one. Take the dogs to the park. They're good at sniffing for things. Maybe it's just scared." And I sent him a picture of Shy. This is Shy.
Is Shy the German Shepherd?
Yep.
Okay.
Was a Yakima police dog.
Mm-hmm.
Figured I would be safe. Well, it was with an owner of a Yakima police dog. I don't know if it ever actually ran as a police dog.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep an eye out. Probably scared. I wrote, "Hope so." He wrote, "Wow, sorry. These dogs are what keep me alive." What's its name? Me too. She was so sweet. Shy. Because she was shy. Was beat, I wrote. She was rescued from that cop, Sis's sister. And so, she's head shy. Anyway, Shy, probably by a man. He wrote question mark, and I wrote, "I think so. More protective of men." He wrote question mark, question mark, question mark. I wrote, "She acts more scared, protective when she meets a new man, not as much as women." He wrote, "Storing the picture." I wrote, "Thank you. Battery on the phone dying. Got a charge." He wrote later. That was on the 7th.
Okay, so we're,
And, yes, when I got back, my initial gut reaction was she had jumped out of the window upstairs. It was the only place that could have possibly been breached, and I spent a lot of time looking to figure out where it could have actually been breached. Because I do have ADT on it. It's only 385 square feet. It's literally a travel trailer is what it's classified as. And so it's not as though there's a ton of openings. It's not as though...
So you think any intruder came in through that window?
I don't know if they did or not. There is a tanning bed, and what I'm guessing after I've evaluated it, talked to Sis about the dog, gone through all of what I've gone through, my best guess is somebody went to the tanning room, because that's where, well, it's a tanning shed too. It barely fits the thing, but it's right off of 2 of my windows. One of them has a spot where Duke, when I wasn't doing very good, I had some kids come put up a little area where he could go potty out there, so it's kind of like a deck type area for him that fits in the neighborhood quite perfectly the way they put it up. And the window right next to it had all kinds of, like my lava lamp and stuff like that all in front of it. It was only cracked when I left, just enough for there to get circulation. Not, and I was at this point, I was paying attention. I bought a security dog for my security. I am now mentally filing all of this stuff. And like I said, she was there at the same time. And she didn't have any background before this actual experience, other than a little bit, because it's not as though, she lives in Spokane, and it's not as though when she texts at night says, "How you doing?" I could go through all of this stuff. So she didn't have any first-hand knowledge, because I've gone through that in my head as well.
Who's the she you were talking about now?
Nikki Waddles, my friend from Spokane.
Your friend, okay.
Yeah. She came to stay with me for a while as some of this stuff was happening when I got the security dog. Before then, she was there during that week.
Okay.
I had a lot of people ask me to go to their homes, but I didn't want to leave my home. I'm not retreating. Plus, I know that 385 square feet pretty well.
So you think someone may have come in through that window you just described, and you think that the dog shied out through that window?
No, I think somebody Shy would have not voluntarily gone with anyone, and I don't believe that she made it through that window without knocking a lava lamp over. She would have had to move it over. She would have had to, the screen was placed nicely on a pile of leaves without any scratch at all. She would have had to jump over a bed. It was staged such that somebody could write a report if I was to call the police, but I didn't. Jen said, well, call the police. It's like, sis, think about this. Got a security dog to protect myself from all of these folks. I leave one day, and it's gone. And so I evaluated a lot of it. I think somebody gave her like meat or something through the window in a pill of some form, but I have no idea. But there's only a few plausible explanations, with stuff not being breached, ADT not being calling me, all of that type stuff. And I think they waited until she fell asleep. I don't know. And then they came through that window, because they would have fit through there. They would have had thumbs to move it. They would have been able to fit through that area.
So when you got home, the window was open?
Yes.
Not just cracked as you had left it, but open?
Yes, it was open, and I know the dog didn't have thumbs to open it.
Okay.
The screen was off, but it was placed on the ground in some leaves. The dog, it was meant to look like the dog jumped out of the window, perhaps. I don't know, because we didn't get that far. I didn't call. I didn't get a police report written at that point, because I don't trust a whole lot of people at this point.
Were the law enforcement people still at your house when you arrived home?
No.
They'd already left?
Mm-hmm.
Did your neighbor have any contact with the law enforcement folks?
I have no idea. He didn't say that. I just read the whole conversation to you.
Okay.
I have not seen him in person for a long time.
And why didn't you call the police?
Because I was protecting myself possibly from the police. I implicated the WSP as well. I leave one day, and the police show up, and my security dog that I got to possibly protect myself from the police as well as prosecutors, and it's, what do you need clarified? I just read the whole conversation. What's the question?
Well, what is your concern about the police? Do you think the police are implicated in the break-in? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that?
A whole lot of reasons.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm getting into it at this point. It's all speculation. But I'm pretty positive that that's how it happened. So there was 2 times. One had a little hot spot that I saw, which finally got me concerned enough to get a security dog. Second time was the only time I left when that security dog was there. Yeah, about the 2 break-ins originally. I'm answering your question.
Right. I don't understand what you mean by the hot spot.
This.
The portable Wi-Fi?
Yeah. You interrupted me when I was trying to tell that part of the story. I can finish telling you about the first break-in if you'd like, and what motivated it, because I was just explaining on the cable box.
Okay. Before you do that, have we finished talking about the second break-in? Is there any other fact that we need to talk about?
No.
Okay.
I want you to be aware of it. I want a record of it.
Okay. So you didn't report it to the police that day, and since you have not reported it to the police?
No, lots of people know about it, but absolutely not.
Okay, so let's go back to the first break-in, which was sometime before.
Only probably probably a couple weeks. I'd have to look at the timeline.
So we're probably talking very late February or early March?
Probably. I probably can pull up the exact on my phone as well. Aren't these things handy? Jen Cadden.
How do you spell her last name?
C-A-D-D-E-N. And I'll read, because she said the same thing. Call the police. I'll read put this on the record.
So Ellie Cadden is another friend?
Jen Cadden.
Jen Cadden is another friend, is that right? And now you're going to read a text message about
in a minute.
Related to the first break.
If you're asking me, I want it on the record, yes.
Okay.
This will be handy later. shy off. Hold on, I want to write before how I got her. Okay, let's see. January 26th, I wrote, because she's asking about stuff, home ideas was her last one, my response. I've had more changes in the last 6 weeks than I've had in the last 6 years. Just want to talk to my sis about them. At Christmas I gave Moxie back because I was almost blind. I can see again, not just with my eyes. She wrote back, I've been so proud of you, sis. I know you are ready to give up. You deserve it more than anyone I know. It was right around then. Hold on. Okay. I also want, as part of this chain, because it'll matter, the 26th after that. At that point, that was the goal. I was in so much pain, bleeding from my mole on my temple and out of other areas. Insides felt like they were going to explode. Couldn't see hardly, had lost hair, teeth loose, almost falling out, sores on my face, weird bruises, pain worse than natural childbirth. She wrote back, I'm so sorry you had to endure that. Good, she meant God knows you're a fighter. That's why I'm proud of you. I wrote back, I didn't think I was getting better, really believed it was cancer. By then I didn't think I had a chance no matter what, how bad I wanted. She responded, crazy how far you have come. I'm so thankful to have you for longer. I wrote, my teeth are effed up. Don't know what I'm going to do about that. Hair is growing back. Hate this prednisone. It's a miracle, sis. I really believe it is. Because I should have died right there. That's horrible. What are the options? Is there an alternative to the prednisone? And then short, I believe as well, to the, she was responding to, it's a miracle, sis. They aren't done getting bad. What's that mean? They aren't done getting bad. Just trying not to be vain. Sucks, because I am, lol. Yeah, turns out I can deal with dying. The thought of dying over a long period of time, but the thought of losing my hair and actually it happening was horrific. I'm on it still because they can't just take me off. Was it 60? Here, this is my medical stuff too that you wanted to know. Was it 60? And it's been since 12/13. I'm down to 20 this week. I hurt though. I haven't told anyone but you, or they won't take me off. And then she wrote, wow. So what will they give you instead for the inflammation? And I wrote, until this week, we all hoped it was under control and we could wean me off. Then the neurologist would just treat the flares with the shots. They still do. I feel a big change though, trying to ignore it. When I started coming down, everyone kept telling me outside the doctors that prednisone was just masking all of my stuff. It helped the inflammation, but it was masking my pain, and they were so right. That sucks. I wish there was something I could do. I wrote back, you have been, smiley face. I still feel better than I have in a long time. Happy to see. Oh my God, so happy to see. There's so much good. Sis, I love you so much. What's causing all the inflammation? MS untreated, we think. I still have appointments with specialists to make. Doc gave me until the next appointment. I've gone to so many docs, though. Long drive to be poked. Stupid. She wrote back, I'm sorry. This is still January 26th. And I wrote, they want pics of my brain. Can't roll my butt, LOL. Wonder why I've avoided that. And she wrote, oh, God. And then I wrote, yep. And then she wrote, I hope they can make you comfortable. And I wrote, I'm not telling anyone but you, I'm not. I can deal with this. I hope it doesn't get worse. I can live sore just fine. If I start to hurt, I'll let them know. She wrote, I won't tell anyone, sis, just keep me posted, I love you. And I wrote, I will, I love you lots. She wrote, call me tomorrow. And I wrote, I'll be here working. Call me whenever you get a good chance, smiley face. Okay, night, sis. Okay, let's find...
So that was all on...
the 26th.
The 26th.
Yeah.
And you refer to each other as sis, although you're friends, not sisters, is that right?
She's closer than any of my sisters.
Okay.
We played soccer together. I think we started in 5th grade. It was when I moved out here. It may have been 6th grade. Her dad was a coach, and they took me in and bought me cleats and stuff like that, gave me a safe place. So, yeah, she's my sis. But I want to find the one I told her that I needed the dog before we get to the other one, because there's going to be a timeline that this will be added to. We're going to do it. We're going to do a full record. Maybe that was in a phone conversation. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Well, this is when I first mentioned it, at least on text. February 20th, 5:01 p.m. She wrote, well, that was easy, what else? She had asked what she could do. And I wrote, scared for my safety because of how the judge thing is going down. And she wrote, oh goodness, what happened? Oh, I wrote, that's perfect. Too much to text. I either started an investigation into WSP, Sunoco Prosecutor's Office, and judges that will cost many of their jobs, or I back down the system. Not sure how it'll go, but someone has been in my house at least once.
So that would place the date then at sometime before February 20th?
Sometime between the date you got this and February 20th.
Okay.
Well, actually, I guess between the date you disseminated this, unless you were responsible for all of that. Since you got from me here, question. Oh, sorry, did not actually drink it. I noticed first. So it would be sometime during that time.
So we're talking about the response, which is dated February 5th.
Yes, and I don't know, but it looks like you received it on the 7th. I don't know what day you disseminated it, but whatever day you disseminated it, the judge would have got a copy, who's part of some very corrupt people. And at that point, so whenever he would have got a copy to disseminate, although they're not supposed to, would have been between that time and this date, this text.
So you believe that when we send a copy of your response to Judge Downs as a grievance, as we're required to do under the rules, that he disseminated that response to other people?
He at least spoke to other people about it, yes.
Okay.
And I don't know, again, there's going to be a lot of discovery in this case, regardless of what you do or don't do. I'm healthy, and this was, I don't know at this point who was just utilized because this Carter case was from May, and me and Chris got in our big blowout, and he said to me, I think it was on the 26th in a text, so I'm sure they all talked about it at their little Halloween parties that they have every year. It's disgusting.
We were talking about Chris Marriott.
Yes. Yeah, he sent me a threatening text before this that said, I know how to take care of you. I've talked to a bunch of lawyers about how to handle you. It's not going to be pretty. And it was very weird how he actually wrote that, and I believe it was on the 26th. I can probably find it too.
You're talking about October 26th
yes.
of last year?
Yes, so you got to recognize there's a lot of months that have gone through this. Carter's been in the pipeline for a while, and we started back in October apparently. I don't know, because I was sick and they had taken over all of the duties, which apparently they thought also meant cutting and pasting my signature, changing forms, doing all kinds of stuff. I'm not responsible for any of this. I wasn't even in the state probably when most of this happened. I was doing my meetings by phone. I don't know who has been. I know Chris and Galen, for sure.
And Galen is Galen Matlock?
Yep. Becky Thorley, who's an attorney who's currently at my office working, but she doesn't know it. Well, she probably does now. I had my IT guy forward all of Galen's old stuff to me, and they freaked out yesterday. I'm sure that's what prompted the 2 hacks and all of my files getting deleted. Galen has that password. So it's Galen, Chris, I'm positive, Becky had a hand in it. I don't know if there's a lot of people that probably knew about it and didn't do anything. There had to have been once it got to this point, because like the court reporter with the transcripts that are missing, I tried to...
Let me just interrupt you to get the names. Is this Sconzo?
Yes. And I don't know, I haven't seen anything, and I've done a lot of looking, and I'm going to do a bunch more. I'm getting a second IT person to come do stuff on the hard drive, as well as my regular IT guy, because he's good friends with Galen and all that, and although I trust him, he's not acting shady, but he's just not giving me the answers that I'm asking questions, and so he's talking around them. We had an incident back in 2009, 2010, where I had almost $100,000, probably more, embezzled from me. He's also friends with them, and at that point he wasn't all that handy in helping, which he normally knows everything, and so I'm just getting an independent person coming in as well. As far as Di, I haven't seen anything to show that she actively knew necessarily about what was going on.
And what do you mean by what's going on?
This whole thing was set up. This Carter case from that text, when me and him got in a fight, and I'll show you the timeline, but when me and him got in a fight, he, since that time, has dealt with a whole lot of people that, at the prosecutor's office, no. How much time you got? We don't. It's not 2 hours. There's not 2 hours for the testimony here.
I've got all day.
Okay. What time is it? 10:19.
Do we have the room all day? Okay.
Okay.
We're good.
Then we might just need to actually draw a timeline, so I don't get lost on it all too. I got half of it right here. Hold on.
And the person you're speaking about now is Chris Marriott?
Yes. He did this with a bunch of people that I have pissed off because I've either done better than them or the prosecutor's office. I want to talk about the Dana Little issue because that's where this all started. 2 years ago, I've had SWAT falsely called on me. I tried retreating. We'll talk about that. Hold on. Here's the second half of the timeline. It goes from May 17th. So, let's continue from there. Here, it's just coming out. Not forgetting dates. May 17th. So, let's go from before.
Can I look? Is this for me to look at as well?
If you want to. It was just something, it's my stuff when I was putting a timeline together for the cases, and I haven't actually, we're doing the other timeline right now for before the cases, but I was trying to figure out what prompted you, if I'm the only person who hasn't touched this case, and if you actually looked into it, like clearly you have, Chris Marriott got a continuance on May 10th,
Okay.
So he could go to, actually he signed the client on May 10th, that's when they met, signed, did all of that stuff in a subleased office after he had already told me on, it was halfway through. So June or July is when they took over full administrative stuff, and I don't know if those emails are in there or not. If not, they're on my phone after being hacked twice.
So when you say June or July they took over full administrative stuff, you mean running the office?
Yeah. I told them I had at our office meeting, because we used to have weekly office meetings, and I would drive in and do all of that. I told them at that point I was too sick to continue, and I wanted to close the criminal practice completely because of this stuff. It's a headache, and I don't like, lawyers are expensive. I got to match their taxes. I got to deal with 5 government entities because of them. Because of all employees. But I told them at that meeting that my health is such that I don't want to do any of the criminal stuff anymore. I don't even want to supervise the criminal stuff anymore. It's too much for me. I'm too sick. And at that point, I truly believed that the second set of stuff I was feeling that I couldn't get insurance for was actually cancer, because my MS had progressed in a way that I didn't recognize as that, and I didn't have insurance. So I was just going with a guess as to what's going on in my body at that point.
So at that point, your best guess was that you were suffering from cancer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because all of the stuff that I'd had from my MS since 1999 had all been like just neurological stuff, balance and vision and stuff like that. And then at the time, well before I sold that to Bradley, so I'd have to find that time, put that on the timeline, and I will. But before that, I tried to get insurance from the place I had paid for all my employees, and they said no, because pre-existing. And actually at that point, I don't think Obamacare was involved, but because I worked off of welfare and came in, there's actually a screenwriter, published author who was writing my story before this happened. You guys really are putting more chapters in it. It's very neat. So she was already documenting things that went on. She probably has all of that, the dates and timelines as well. I don't know. I know she's been working on stuff even before all of this happened. So it was between, because I didn't sell the brand, it was on lockdown until I really thought I was dying, and I wanted to die in debt because of the SWAT incident with Dana Little and all of those guys. I didn't want to leave anything to my daughter, who's with my competitor, Cassandra, has been since December 22nd, 2010. And so I wanted to die in debt. Screw this. I did nothing but work hard, work my way off of welfare, where everybody else did all kinds of stuff. I went from being an expelled pregnant 17-year-old to having Hattie Murray's daughter work for me. And my reward is that I don't even find out this is cancer. So at that point, when my body started doing different things, it was stuff that I had never felt before, but that Jana, who's my friend and also works at this doctor, has for years and years and years, my doctor, the Bellevue Center, she's been there forever.
So your friend...
yeah, she's very familiar, Jana Martinez.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, Nussbaum. She's got married to Ray. Actually, I was their officiant. So when I couldn't get insurance, I didn't know with cancer, you know, when it hits quick. I didn't know how long I actually had at that point. And I'm just going off what my body's telling me. And so let me tell you the differences really quick that made me think that. Before it always been just the neurological stuff. Now all of a sudden to make me think it was actually cancer. I didn't even understand that MS has inflammation that is a big issue. And so since that day that I sold to UIWay, and however many months before that, she'll get all of those exact dates, my body started inflaming all over, and I didn't know that it was all over as bad as it was until I got on the prednisone. It was to where I just assumed that my vision was totally gone, because in 1999 that was one of the first things that got me into the doctors, and so I've been preparing since 1999 for that to occur. And by the 26th, can you change that?
Oh, sure, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. And by, Christmas time, it was so inflamed that I couldn't see. I literally was almost blind and could see again. It's been quite a journey, quite honestly. Really kind of neat and really sucky all at the same time. So the inflammation was horrible, and so that was what was causing my pain. I could feel it in here, but the day that Jana saved me on the 13th, even my taste buds were sticking out of my tongue. It was so bad with inflammation. And so if MS hadn't been treated for those couple of years, she said that if I hit the inflammation stuff, that certainly it would do that to my body. And so the other thing that had started happening was before, with my neurological stuff, from 99 until I'm guessing about 2009, right to when I got my bad spinal tap, which is in my medical record somewhere. So I think 2009, I had always been able to fight. My immunity was extra. At the office, people would be sick and call in, and I'd laugh because at that point, apparently my immunity, if you know how MS works, your body is overactive. It eats at the myelin sheath, which is kind of like the electric wires when you plug stuff in. And so the bad spinal tap, so sometime between 2009 and, I don't know, my body was not fighting stuff anymore. For instance, I would get like just a little cut. You can see I used to have perfect skin, and actually I've been on the medicine for 3.5 months, so it's doing much better. But I'd get like a little, I think there was one right here this morning, I'd have to look, a little like open sore. It wasn't a zit, it wasn't anything, but it wasn't right either. It was new. And then before, like in the shower with the MS that I had dealt with just the neurological, I might find a bruise in the shower, but it would make sense. I would think, okay, I was moving this up here, and because I'd have a balance thing, right? And so at that point, I was still bruising, but I was doing it more often, and they didn't make sense, and they looked more like surface, and they would come in weird shapes. They would do just stuff that I did not think was MS related in any way, shape, or form. And so that's why I believed it was cancer. So when I couldn't get insurance after that point, decided, all right, I don't know how much time I have. I found the guy, stole the VCR in 1984, walking from the bus stop. I found him and paid for that. I apologized to all the wrongs. I did all that, and then I went.
This is the bucket list stuff you were referring to?
Yeah. I wanted to die in debt. And these guys said that they would take over the office stuff. And at this point, I hadn't told anybody that I thought it was cancer. I didn't tell anybody until it was the end. And
so the people who were taking over the office, that would be Chris Marriott, Gail Matlock, Rebecca Thorley, and this Di Sconzo?
Rebecca came in under, these guys hired Rebecca. I had never met Rebecca.
Did you ask them to hire Rebecca, or how did that happen?
They have the authority. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not responsible for any of this. As of that day, they had the authority to do that stuff. I was going to close it, and they said, no, put Chris on a contract. He's the first contract attorney I've ever had. Run it like you do the traffic infractions, because at that time I had Hussein, what's Hussein's last name? You have to die. Calamari was doing all of the traffic tickets, and as part of his side practice, he had his regular practice, which didn't make him enough to survive, and then at night he would come home and he charged me $30 was all per traffic ticket to go over the discovery, and he can read that thing in 2 minutes. It was effective for him as well because he knows those issues like mad. And he would, if there was nothing to get it dismissed, anything like that, no technicality essentially, because that's the only way to fight it, then he would negotiate with the prosecutor, usually just via email, or put him in a stack, I'm sure, like I did back when I used to run a huge caseload. Contact them, and then there's a form stipulation if they offer non-moving or whatever.
And do you know how to spell his last name?
I do not, but he's part of the bar. I mean, you can find him.
But
Calamari, I think it's K-A-L-A-M-A-R-I. I don't know.
So you were paying him $30 an hour to...
No, $30 per ticket. So it was it was very cost effective for him, and it was very cost effective for me, because I think at that time they were charging maybe $250 per ticket, something like that, and so $200 maybe, I don't know. But I'd been doing that for so long that that system's pretty much on lockdown. I mean, you have the forms drafted, that's why I thought I could leave these guys. They all know better than to cut and paste in my forms and then put my signature, my copied signature on stuff. Galen's been there a long time, and I've created my notices of appearance, all of that stuff to comply with everything. Myself personally, those are the ones that had always been used up until they changed their stuff. They apparently changed my fee agreement. They apparently changed all kinds of stuff after this July or June, July date, and whatever day it was they got.
So June, July, you think you're dying of cancer.
Mm-hmm.
You said you want to shut down the office, and they said, no, let us keep it going.
Let us do it.
So at that point...
Chris had always been a contract attorney, but just a coverage attorney, not one that was like there on a more regular basis. And so they said, well, why don't you just move him? Because I'm subletting at the time that I moved down. I had 2 offices in Everett. One in Everett, one down here, one at my height. And actually, so that would have been probably 2010, 11. And when I was getting so sick, I couldn't deal with all of that. I couldn't, and so I sold the Everett building, sold the DUI away, moved down to my Bothell office, which I had. It was the very first office that I had once I started hiring back in, I think it was 2005. I have to check tax records to be sure, but it was 2005, 2006 when I hired Jonathan. And by that point, I had subleased all of the rooms, except one that Galen told me about. She's actually the one that was in charge of all of that stuff.
You're talking about your Bothell office now?
Yes. Yeah, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, essentially 6 workspaces, but 5 offices. And so I had them pretty much filled. Well, they were filled. I had to move out into the lobby when this was part of the proposal. They can move my receptionist, legal, paralegal, whatever, out to where both her and Galen would be out in the front area, so their desks are out there now, so that Chris could move into the sublet to the room that I would have, for tax purposes, it is sublet to him. I just need to do my accounting right. So,
Galen Matlock, is she a lawyer?
No, she was my office manager, but she's been in the legal field for 20-some years. She's worked for me the better part of, since I've been hiring. Jonathan was my first employee. She was my second employee.
So she's been with you since 2005, 2006?
Except for a short period of time before the Everett, so before the SWAT things. That was December 22nd, 2010. I laid her off for a short period of time because at 38 I was going to close the whole office, 38 and a half, and they said they would take over my responsibilities at that point, except for X, Y, and Z, and I said that's fine. And at that point it wasn't necessarily because I was sick, it was because I was breaking up from a 20-year relationship. My office had done really, really well, and I never wanted to be a lawyer to begin with. This was all one big mistake a long time ago that I got sucked into because of pride and being pushed around.
Who's the Jonathan that you mentioned?
Jonathan Dichter. He's probably part of the Thirsty Thursday group. There's a group of Snohomish County prosecutors, a couple defense counsel. Looks like it's grown, from what I can tell. It's grown to include people I've laid off or fired, and competitor, Mucklestone, and some prosecutors that, I don't know, explain to Dana a little how this actually got incredibly...
So you're saying these folks go out for drinks on Thursday?
It used to be Wet Wednesday, Thirsty Thursday, who knows, I haven't. The only reason I know is because another person who is involved, Cassandra Lopez de Arriaga, she came to work for me in 2009, I think, and nothing has ever been the same since Cassandra.
What do you mean?
Well, I had a very successful business. I had senators' daughters working for me. I had everything running seemingly smoothly, except I was overworked. Was overpaid too, so having worked hard my whole life, I felt okay about it. Sorry, I got distracted on my timeline. It will probably happen at some point. I have dead spots on my brain.
So, what did Miss Arriaga do that
Oh,
impacted your practice?
lots of things. Okay, so, and we'd have to look, I got the WSB Professionalism Award, if you'd actually look what my clients say about me. Nobody has, you guys just transfer me over to Chief Disciplinary Counsel.
Well, I mean, that's prominently featured on your website, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And when was that from? Did you get that?
Well, you'd have to look at my website, you've done that. You tell me.
I don't remember the year. I thought maybe you'd remember. No?
I don't.
Okay. So let's go back to Miss Arriaga.
Yeah. During, I don't think it was Cody's trial, we did a couple trials together, 2 big ones. During one of them, she leaned over and kissed me. Her husband found out about it. We actually had, well, I would call it an affair. I don't know. I need to find all of those records. I tried to download my phone to see if I could get all the texts from my old phone, and couldn't. So I need to see what the phone company can do about that. But, so, yeah, we had an affair. I'm guessing for several months, on and off. She was married, husband, wife, son, daughter, perfect little cute family, 4 peas in a pod. I think they were together 17 years at that point. And Cassandra is the kind of person, I now understand, she will train you like Pavlov's dog, and she's actually arrogant enough that she'll laugh about it in the process. So she, at some point during this affair, decided she was going to go tell her husband and leave him. But she wasn't going to do it until, here, we can find out on the timeline. Her daughter had a graduation party that was coming up, that everybody was coming from out of town, and they still had all of this fakeness going on inside the family and not talking about it and all that stuff. God. Disturbing. She went and told her husband, and I told her before she left the house, because I was staying at Linwood at that point, because it's close to my office. I have a house in Linwood that I haven't been to for a long time. And I told her, you've been together 17 years. If it's real, then, because I just got out of a 20-year relationship. I understand what that takes, regardless of what it is. So I told her, go back and see if you can work it out with him, and because we know that you're not going to leave him till that party or whatever anyways. It doesn't make any sense. And I was very familiar with him at this point, because they also moved in by the office, and so the kids would come in and use the laptops and all of that type stuff. Tell him about it. Don't tell him about it until after that time, but go try to work it out. So you've got 17 years, and if we are going to end up being together, I want it with a clean slate. I did a lot of growing during that time, and I understood that that's not, you can't start a long relationship on a screwed up foundation, and that's the most screwed up foundation you can possibly deal with. I like her family, and so I said, don't tell, but work it out. She didn't. She went home, told him. He held her hostage. He came back from Iraq, has post-traumatic stress syndrome, for about a weekend. I think it was a little bit longer. But they needed my money. She was getting paid good and still had garnishments that I covered. God, I was so used. She got the truck repoed at the office that I covered. She needed a dryer that I got. During that time, I look back and think about it. It's just, oh my God. Anyway, she still needed the money, and she wasn't going to find, she was making over $100,000 a year. She wasn't going to find that anywhere else, especially that close. And so we weren't together at that point, but we still tried to work together. And at that point, I have no doubt, and probably even before that, my guess is her and her husband probably actually knew. I mean, how could all of those things happen and him not be aware of just a new dryer that you didn't provide for your family?
So she told her husband and decided not to leave?
Well, she told me when she left the house that she wasn't going to leave till after her daughter's graduation party regardless. It didn't make any sense to me to cause that kind of drama right before all these people come into town. They'd been planning this graduation party for I don't know how long. Her daughter got a full scholarship to Navy to play soccer. And so, which that was another trip she got out of me. My God. So we tried working together, I think was where I was at for that time.
Right, so that's what I was, I mean,
Yeah.
you decided to work together after you decided you were not going to continue.
Well,
the
he
affair?
held her hostage. This was not a safe situation. And that's why I want to find the actual texts and stuff between us, because we obviously talked at the office, we talked on the phone, but I know there was a ton of texts that went back and forth. She even called it our record. I want you to keep our record, which is so ironic, because our record is what's going to bust her big time if I can find it. So at that point, no. So it had to have been before, kids graduate, Tony graduated in June, I think it was, June, July. So that party had to have been...
And are we talking 2011 now?
I have no idea. I'll have to put it on a timeline. I think so, but I don't know.
Okay.
So I don't want words in my mouth. I'm not
so
sure without
the graduation party occurs.
Well, we have this affair. She says she's going to leave her husband. She tells me this. We have this conversation downstairs. I say, don't do it. She goes home and does it anyways. He freaks out. We get very limited contact from then on out, but we are still working together. They need the money. And quite honestly, I needed the lawyer at the time, I thought. And I even foresaw a fifth of what Cassandra has brought into my world. I would have not and have that interview. So Cassandra's part of the Thirsty Thursday, Wet Wednesday. That's how I know about it. That's how I have some, knowledge of the WSP pictures with the prosecutors dressed as pimps and whores, partying at their parties.
Is
and all of
WSP Washington State Patrol?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have one picture that I have personally, and this is what actually started it. So after that time, Cassandra is part of this drinking group that they go all the time. So they have days, then they also have their Halloween parties, their Christmas parties, all of that type stuff. So I know about that group from her, and I actually walked in one day. The reason I know about that picture is she was trying to sign a client at the Everett office, and I walked into her office. She wasn't trying. She was manipulating the RPCs in every way, shape, and form. And see, these are the things that, oh God, I need to put all of her stuff on a timeline. I haven't got that far. If you'd have given me more than 2 weeks, you'd have had it. She was showing whoever that client was, because she did end up signing them. God, I was so mad. I walk in, and she's holding a picture up of a big black WSP patrol officer. So I'd have to actually see, I remember the picture, I'd have to see lineups of how many officers were, because I remember the height, I remember all of that. I was so mad and just do that crap under my name. And that person's sitting there, and I hear her saying, and I didn't see what the picture actually was at that point, I hear her saying, oh, trooper whatever, no problem, look at how well I know him. And she flashes out this picture.
And this is your prospective client?
Yes. She's trying to sign this client.
Okay.
And she's using pictures of her with the WSP. She's dressed as pretty much a whore. I don't know what her costume was. And the WSP was clearly dressed as a pimp. Fuzzy crap and everything else. Chest showing. It was disgusting. And for her to try to gain a client using those methods was appalling regardless of who she was. That was one of our first big fights.
Okay, and this is from a Halloween party, you said, the picture. That was your
Dana
understanding.
Little Dana Little is a prosecutor in Snohomish County, one of Cassandra's very good friends. And she has several parties, but she's known for her Halloween party, to where all the prosecutor's office comes for the most part, I probably have the list here at home. It's all of the prosecutors, it's most of the public defender's office, it's select defense counsel, and that's how Cassandra, she worked at the public defender's office before me, so that's how I'm sure that they got to all know each other and everything else, and got in this little wiki group. Where was I at?
You were talking about Dana Little?
Okay, she's known for this party this Halloween party. And this is part of the reason they don't like me too. I made more money than them coming off of welfare, and I don't go to their parties, and I haven't for years. all the prosecutors, most of the public defenders, only a few select defense counsel at that point. It looks like there's been a few more that have thrown to the list. And some Washington State Patrol officers. I don't know about any of the sheriffs or anything like that, but select cops from the WSP, select defense counsel, like Cassandra, and their group, the prosecutors, and then what I would essentially call their group as well, the public defenders, although they're supposed to be adversaries. I can tell you in practice, if you look at their stuff over the last 10 years, they're not adversaries in any way, shape, or form. They go to Thursday together.
So you said earlier there was some connection between Dana Little and
Let me tell you.
some kind of SWAT incident?
Yes, yes. So, this is where, when I say they did it, because I've had like Mike say, well, what do you mean they? And it's like, well, this is where they started it. And Cassandra is the core of it.
And when you say they, you're talking about people that are out to get you in some way?
No, I'm talking about Cassandra and her prosecutor friends. I'm not talking about people who are out to get me in some way. I'm talking about Cassandra and some corrupt officials.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't think anything.
Who are the corrupt officials?
I'm getting ready to tell you right now. Dana and people that she is associated with.
Okay.
That's why I said in my investigation I can tell you people that I know for a fact are part of this, and then I can tell you there are people that either knew about it and didn't say anything or were utilized as tools for some point. And so Cassandra and Galen know each other well. Cassandra and Galen hated each other. They're now buddies, drinking together. So when I say they, it stemmed from this incident, and then I'll continue forward for you, okay?
Yes.
So we have the affair. It's awkward work and crap. I have been telling them in the past anyway, because my daughter at this point is my office manager. I think she's 22. And I've told her forever and ever and ever, just go to law school so you can take over my hard work. Just do it. It's all, you see, it's on forms. It's on everything. And by that point, I wasn't feeling good at all either. And so I had previously to December 22nd, 2010, had been talking to them about like putting, if there was some ethical way to put the business in trust, like with Cassandra, because they were running the show together anyway. She was the lead attorney, and it turns out they were more than running the show. They were planning on stealing all my stuff, because this happened on December 22nd, but they got their business license on December 1st, so 3 weeks prior to SWAT. They'd already got their business license.
Do we have a year for this?
This was 2010.
2010.
Yes. I remember SWAT very well. December 22nd, 2010. Also the last day I spoke to my daughter.
Okay.
Who is now, well, they bought their business license 3 weeks before December 22nd. They bought their business license on December 1st. So I don't know how long they were actually planning to open a new office with all my clients and all of that. But
so you're saying Cassandra and your daughter opened this new practice?
Mm-hmm. But that's relevant to the story on December 22nd, and that's what I'm telling you. Well, it's relevant to a lot of stuff. But at that point, I guess I should just tell you December 22nd. Wonder what day it actually happened on the timeline with Dana. That's first. Well, that would have been, oh, yeah, it was, because that would have been Halloween. So October, November, December. So
you referred back to Halloween, so this Halloween party that you referred to, that was in October of 2010?
Had to have, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, after figuring out the timeline in my head, had to have been 2010.
All right.
And at that point, Dana was so blatant, they were all so blatant about it, that she had posted as her profile picture on Facebook one of the pictures from the party, just of her, where she was holding a pitchfork as a naughty devil and has this, well, I think I have it on here. All over the place, because this is what actually started it. So by this point, Cassandra, I had seen her with the WSP thing, using this party to benefit them. I was incredibly disgusted, and I really didn't, I was so offended. Hold on. And so I just pulled her profile pic.
I assume that you made that clear to Cassandra at the time?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That was our first fight.
Okay.
I said, that's not okay. And I need to tell you, this is Dana Little. And that was her profile pic right after Halloween, had to have been right after Halloween, because all the stuff went down with Cassandra, and I walked into South, and I've been dealing with all these judges. Judge McCrae testified on my behalf, out loud. Judge Goodwin, when he was a prosecutor. I know everybody really well and how that system works. And I had a file. Oh, so it was after SWAT. Hold on. Okay, perfect. Oh my God. I've been so screwed. December 22nd. So it was after that. I had to have pulled, or she still had that profile picture up, and I tried to download my stuff from Facebook to see what day I got it and what else is on there. Anyway, so I walk in to the Everett office. This is December 22nd, the SWAT, because I just realized in the timeline SWAT was before Dana.
And which Everett office are we talking about now?
I only had one Everett office on Wetmore.
Oh, your Everett office.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is when I'm still, man, at that point, twice, I haven't drank it though. At that point, I was still growing and had planned on doing what everybody society teaches you to do, regardless of how I felt, because I could have, the plan was to either open another office after that in Bellingham or Pierce County, or, you know what I mean? It was, I had enough work in those areas that it made fiscal sense. So I walked into the back door at the Everett office, and prior to this, maybe 2 weeks prior to this, my daughter had told me, and so just on a little background for that, I had been in a relationship for 20 years with Leslie Carroll. She's now Armstrong, I think, I don't know. So that was Tony's mom, all growing up. I was with Les at that point. It was more than half of my life. And when we first split up, when they were all still on payroll, essentially, when they were getting everything, it was all fine and dandy and we were still friends. So the first year or two, we all spent either Christmas together or those type things, or like Tony would spend a certain amount of time with me. It was one of those that we got along. We had still done these things that we had done for 20 years as a family, together as a family. And then we've gradually moved away from that, obviously, as Leslie was, she was engaged for, I think, 4 years. So
you said this was something that happened 2 weeks before?
This, 2 to 3 weeks before this. Yeah, and this is because this is what caused the fight that day. It's important that you understand. I was very emotional anyway. Tony had told me beforehand that this was the first year that she was going to go stay with Les and we weren't going to have Christmas together, and asked me what I wanted to do for Christmas. And at that point, I was just hurt and told her I'd get back to her, and I never did. We seen each other every day. She was my office manager. They knew more about, turns out they were doing all kinds of hokey stuff, and they knew way more about what was going on in there than I did. So December 22nd, I walk in the back door, and Tony hands me this little gift card. And I don't even know, it's just clear it's a gift card at that point. It's not in a card, it's not in anything. In the previous Mother's Day, I had got this thing about how proud she was of me and how great, and I was her hero, all this stuff. So a lot had happened between her. It turns out 2 smart women, and a lot of money makes people ugly. I walked in December 22nd, and she handed that to me, and if I responded badly in this whole thing, this is when I did. I kind of put, because she was here, and we didn't touch or anything like that, but I didn't grab she put the card out, and I kind of went like that, said I don't need that, and kept walking, and was processing, oh my God, the whole family issue as I'm walking down the hall, and Tony follows me, and I learned a lot from this experience. I'm positive that I walked right into this because I get to a certain level of mad sometimes, and I've responded in what I call a Heidi response. It's always, I don't have a criminal record, I don't have any of those things. It's in a, I call this ghetto lawyer Heidi. And so, she follows me. And knowing that they got the stuff 3 weeks before and everything, I'm positive that I just walked right into all of this crap. At me. And I'm going in So we had to have just got Everett at that point because I was giving, my IT guy wanted me to give somebody all of my passwords and all of that from the boss. Well, from here, he's anal about that stuff, usually. And so I was there for a purpose anyways. I couldn't just leave. I had boss stuff to do, and we also had another trial and stuff coming up, I do believe. I think. I don't know, that's what the police report says. Tony followed me, walked into Cassandra's office. Tony followed me into Cassandra's office, and it got into, Tony said, I put a lot of thought into that gift card, or into that, and you put a lot of thought into a gift card. We exchange money all day long. I don't need that. So if I behaved badly, it was then. And Cassandra got into it too. And I don't remember exactly everything that was said there, but I can tell you the facts that they used to get SWAT out there when they made the false call. So, because one of it was significant. They had said that I said I was going to commit suicide, and they believed I had a gun, which was absolutely 100% a lie. Tony has never, ever seen a gun in my house. When I was sexually assaulted in 1993, my dad gave me a tiny little, when they filed against a guy in criminal court and civil court, little tiny thing that was locked up that he said, don't even use it or bring it out unless you know you can run, because it's only going to piss someone off. So, and she hadn't even seen that. No guns were mentioned, nothing. It was a flat-out lie. And I can tell you, I understand now after thinking of back with conversation with Cassandra, how she does this, because she did it at the public defender's office as well to clients. I don't know. All I know is we got in a fight. I went upstairs, gave my passwords, and then I said, I'm going out to the cabin, which I call Utopia under construction. And as I'm driving, it's almost a 2-hour drive, and I'm going slow, and I'm crying. And me and Tony it's the first Christmas I'm not going to spend with my kid in 20 years, and so I'm crying on the way out there. And when I get to, so it's in the Cape Horn, it's the Skagit Highway, and this is the Cape Horn area, and then my place is right back here somewhere.
So Cape Horn is like an area of concrete, is that what you're saying?
Apparently, yeah, and it's apparently known for, I was told, so I've had that place, I'd have to look on the records, I think 5 years, which was real interesting. Why did you not try to serve me at my office? Why did you not try to serve me at my house in Linwood? Who told you that I would be at my recreational property in concrete? What was the purpose of that?
Well, my understanding is that you don't spend a lot of time in the office. That's why I didn't try at the office. Normally I would.
And how did you get that understanding?
Are you in the office? I mean, you said in the transcript that you're not.
But I told you that today. So on this timeline, you clearly talked to somebody back before.
Okay. Well, let's not argue about that. Let's just try to get through this.
No problem. I'm going to file a federal. We'll probably get to be on this side eventually too. So, Cape Horn is a community that apparently is known for bad stuff. I don't know. I only know those 2 neighbors, like I said, that mowed my stuff when I'm sick. So on that day, December 22nd, I'm taking Skagit Highway, which is just a beautiful back road, and right as you come in to Cape Horn, there's a sheriff's car sitting there. And
so this is on the road that approaches your house?
Yes. And I see him, and, you know, they have their little routine stuff, but that wasn't routine, the way he was, where he was at, all of that stuff. Because they're pretty regular out there, and now I've got 5 years worth of patterns on and off. So as soon as I go, he clearly had all my Jeep, all my everything. He was waiting for me. And so he gets behind me, and I'm doing 25 because that's the speed limit. And as I'm coming around, he's following me, and my house is up here. And when I get here, there's another sheriff's car. There is one of the trucks. There is a dude in a blue, I'm guessing it's a bomb suit. I didn't know that Skagit even had something that, I call him RoboCop. He looked like RoboCop. Even if I would have had a high-powered something, he would have not been able to. I would have maybe got his offending spots, for crying out loud. And what the material it was, I don't know. And so he was here in whatever vehicle. It was a bigger vehicle.
That's up near your house?
Yes. So, but I don't know that until I'm approaching. I just know this guy's following me. And so I get up there, and then I see everybody there, and so my mailbox is right here. The house is actually back a little ways, not too far. And get to the mailbox, and there's a tree line right there. There's a fence there now. But I pulled up to the tree line because something's clearly going on. I don't know what's going on at this point. But I know that blue suit guy, from my experience, he don't get suited up unless there's a reason. There's not, something's going on here, right? And so this guy who followed me, I think it was that guy, I don't know, just requested all that information recently. We tried walking away from all of this. So I get out of the Jeep, I'm driving my Jeep, and clear I've been crying, and I'm surrounded by people, some of them in RoboCop stuff, and so I just put my hands out like this and kind of laugh when I get out of the vehicle. I'm not going to get shot. I know the 21-foot rule. I took Yakima to the Ninth Circuit on that case. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to protect myself. This clearly ain't right. And so I get out kind of like this, and I was crying.
With your arms at your side, is what you're saying.
Yeah, sorry, with my arms at my side, showing that I have no whatever it is that would respond, make all of these people out here. I'm not any sort of danger. And then when I looked around, it was actually just kind of funny. So I kind of made this, I'm sure I laughed at the same time, because, oh my God, the resources that have been abused and everything else. Anyway, like
so
this.
What happened?
And at that point, the blue SWAT guy, he immediately takes off his thing. It's clear I'm not a danger. He starts getting on the phone talking to somebody. I don't know who, but my guess is he's talking to whoever the hell it is that got him all dressed up in his suit. Because now a report has to be made, all of that stuff, and it's clear within 30 seconds that he doesn't need to be there. I walk over to the sheriff that's out here. I think it was this one.
The one that had followed you down the road?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what's going on? What up? Well, no, you tell us, just like cops do. What's going on? Played his little stuff. I hadn't done a damn thing wrong. I knew what had gone on. And I said it. And I said, and I'm allowed to come out here and cry. Guess what? I can't cry at my office in front of people. I'm supposed to be a strong lawyer. I can't do, why are you here? Why are you here? And he said, well, you know when they use the G word, we have to come. And at that point, gun hadn't even crossed my G word. I don't deal with felons a whole lot. Cody, a couple of them, but it turns out those guys are bad guys once they get to that level. And so I didn't just know you could say G word for gun. That wasn't my street slang. And I said, what are you talking about? They said you had a gun. I said, they said I had a gun? Yes. I've recently had Mike request the police reports on SWAT because I had decided that back in December, after all of this, to walk away from all of it, stay out at my place in Concrete. And I made it through. It was quite a valuable learning experience.
Did the sheriff's officer identify who the they was that said you had?
Oh, well, it was Cassandra and Tony. Is what? Yes, he had at this point.
That's what he
told me.
you.
It was my office. You have a lot of people worried, but he only names Cassandra and Tony. But when I got the police report, it only mentioned Tony, not Cassandra. But it was only a supplemental report. They didn't send me the whole thing. It's all there. Anyway, I just requested that for purposes of this hearing and for litigation and that stuff. So that just came into my office, 3 years later. Of course, the 911 was already destroyed by then, but they gave us, Mike, through public records requests, everything that they said that they had, which was just a supplemental report.
I'm sorry, did you mention Mike?
Mike Brown.
And who's Mike Brown?
A good friend of mine since high school. He helps me out. I help him out.
Oh. So he doesn't work for you?
Well, is he salaried employees with regular...
He's not that kind of worker.
No, he does help at the office. It turns out that's how I know that people were utilized in this unwittingly, because I've talked to him so much about this stuff now, and Galen had him shredding files at one point, and he thought that was weird and sent me a thing. There was no need for that. She had sent her over anyway, and so he apparently shredded about half a box and then called me and said, this seems weird. Galen told me to do this, does that seem right? And I said, no, don't shred anything until I can take a look at what's going on.
So let's just finish up with the SWAT incident. So how is this resolved? Did they satisfy themselves that you're okay and leave?
Yes, they said, this guy apologized, said, please don't sue us. I'm sorry. Because by the time they left, it was clear Cassandra had manipulated the system, and it turns out my daughter was equally involved. Let me give you a background on that if we have all day, and how this fits. So when Cassandra was working for me, at some point before I think we started any of the stuff, we were good friends and all of that, and we had a client that she didn't like, that just questioned her. It wasn't a big deal. We sat on a lot of stuff, and after the client left, and I don't even remember which client, but I'll find out, she says, I wish we had her at the public defender's office. Why? She considered this client difficult. All clients didn't hire a lawyer unless they're in a difficult spot. It's our job to carry the backpacks and sort through them and then give them back the backpacks with what's real and then go represent them in our best possible way that we can. Everybody comes in that way. This client was no different except that she probably had more to lose, right? And so Cassandra says to me, I wish I was still at the prosecutor's office. Why? Well, at the prosecutor's office, what we would do is we'd call, she knows the magic words, to get a person put on 72-hour hold. It's a regular standard practice, apparently, at Snohomish County Public Defender's Office. If you question your lawyer that has been appointed to you at all in the slightest, or act difficult, or ask them to read a file that they don't want to, they call, put you on a 72-hour hold, an officer comes out, doesn't matter if you have kids there, dogs there, work the next day, anything like that, takes them away for 72 hours so it gets rotated into someone else's file. If we were at the public defender's office, I would just have her put on a 72-hour hold, and you know what? Then when she got back into the system, it wouldn't be mine.
Well, that's not up to the lawyer, right? I mean,
oh, no, there's certain magic words that can be used. That's what I'm saying. There's certain stuff that, no, family members can get you put on a 72-hour hold. There's certain criteria.
Isn't it up to a mental health professional to make that
during those 72 hours, but the cop comes and picks you up, and then you get evaluated. What do you do during that time? You have a cop come to your door, take you away, and within 72 hours, some state person comes to evaluate you. They turn out being sane.
So Cassandra...
Unless this has drove them crazy.
Cassandra was suggesting she didn't want to deal with this particular client.
Yes, and how she would have resolved it in the past was by calling, lying, putting them on a 72-hour hold so that it would be rotated to a different client, to a different lawyer.
And did you discuss not taking this case then? I mean, your private lawyer...
we were already into the case. That's what I'm saying. This was a client that was no different than anyone else.
Okay.
I don't know at what point in the case we were at. I don't know who signed that client at that point. I'll find all of that information out.
Okay. And is there something else about that particular client that's relevant to...
What's relevant is, it turns out, she was using this. There's different standards from crazy public defenders people to respected lawyers. She couldn't just call and say magic words, the same ones that worked under that prong.
I see what you're saying.
Yes. This SWAT, so, because you asked how did it end.
Right.
I explained to him, you have been abused by someone who knows how to abuse the system, and there you go. And I don't know what these guys ended up doing. Actually, this guy searched everything. He came over and just said, and I know he has to clear his report. So I let him search the Jeep to show that I didn't have anything on me.
So
and he did.
You're referring to the guy in the blue suit?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the only one that had a requirement to fill out paperwork. I know that from being a lawyer.
Okay.
And this guy, because he's the one I primarily talked to, what's going on.
Followed you in.
Yeah, I think that's him. I don't know, like I said, I only got a supplemental report on that deal, and everything else been destroyed. So he left saying, please don't sue us.
Okay. I wasn't planning to put the diagram that you've been working on while you're talking as an exhibit to the deposition, but we can if you'd like to.
I will chart one out. It's a significant event. It's up to you.
I
got nothing to hide. If you want it as part of the stuff, we can make it as part. If not, I'm going to have a pretty one at some point down the line.
I mean, I don't think it's essential to the story that you've told about that.
Okay.
I think it's clear enough from the words, but if you
Fine.
want it, we'll add it.
My word's not going to change, that's the truth. So
Okay, so
ask me about it next week, it's going to be the same. Ask me about it a week ago, it's going to be the same.
Okay.
So I'll draw it out the same.
Let's go back to the subpoena here. We've been on quite a...
Wait, no, I want to tell you about Dana first,
Oh, I'm sorry.
because that's
I
significant.
thought we had, okay.
No, we haven't, because this is the event that caused all of this crap. I took that picture of Dana. I had walked into South, and Cassandra had now moved on, and it was with my daughter, so it's during that time period when she just moved out. Cassandra had had that previous file. Dana, partying buddy, had already gave the offer, had already done everything. It had been looked through. Nothing in that file had changed when I walked into South that day. I walked
So let's
in.
be clear again. South is...
South Division, Snohomish County Courts.
No, this is District Court, South Division?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did hundreds of cases in district court. I know these judges well, I know.
Okay.
No.
And is this a difficult client case?
No.
This is a different case?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And I gotta get a date on this specific. I don't know what client, I just remember the event and then what I did in response and.
But it probably would have been late 2011,
Oh, yeah.
early 2012?
Yeah, I know that I found one of my Facebook posts from October 2011 that said if I burned bridges, something about listen up prosecutors and whatever. If I burned bridges, I've burned them because you're corrupt and you. So 2011, you embarrass the profession, you are money hungry, and I'd burn those bridges again is essentially what I said. And I know that was in October, so it had to have been right around there. There's a lot of, turns out that the first thing in the morning, all of the people were doing, they were checking my Facebook before they even started looking at their clients.
So last quarter of 2011?
Had to have been, yeah.
Okay, so then what happened?
Okay, so nothing had changed on this file at all, except that the person on the other end of the file wasn't a Thirsty Thursday club member. Cassandra had been the lawyer. That's it. A bar number changed. I assumed nothing was going to change on the deal because there's no reason. Nothing had happened at
So
all.
your file showed a plea offer for this client?
Yes, and the client verified this is the deal that we got. This is what we're going to do. And this was a hard-working person next to me in front of Judge McRae, so I can narrow it down to a certain, or at least Judge McRae's courtroom, because I remember the courtroom. And this person is going to lose all kinds of crap because of a bad mistake. Quite possibly, even with the deal, with the DUI. You're better off committing armed robbery in Washington than getting a DUI. And I was just so offended. So anyway, I walk in, and Dana tells me, oh no, that's not the deal anymore. And I think she wanted jail time, added jail time or something like that. And not one thing had changed, except I didn't party with them. And
you were replacing Cassandra on
yes,
this file?
Yep. And I made my record in front of the judge. I was pissed, but I made my record. And then I went back to the area where the prosecutors hang out at Snohomish County at South. There's a little room, and waited for Dana to come back. And I know Teresa Cox was in there because she was at Everett Municipal for a long time. And then there was some guy in there, and I don't remember who it was. I think he was fairly new, or I didn't have a whole lot of contact with him. He had to have been fairly new.
Teresa Cox, another lawyer?
She's a prosecutor. She was a prosecutor in Everett for a long time, Everett Muni. So we had cases by this point for 7 years together. And I was very good with as a lawyer, I'm very good at keeping my emotions intact on these type things, right? And so they hadn't seen me. I had been through big trials, all kinds of stuff. They hadn't seen me this mad openly or offended or anything like that. So Teresa kind of looks at me like, what's up, Heidi? Because I'm the one that used to bring cookies. You know what I mean? That type deal. But I've seen enough BS by this point. I can't do it. And Dana's doing it right now. And so I make my record, go back there and wait. She never did actually come because I engaged with Teresa and whoever that guy was. What's up? I'll tell you what's up. This is bullshit. You guys turn around and party together. The cops, you, everyone else, you party dressed as pimps and whores on the weekends, and then you come into court on Monday and say you're going to ensure justice in your suits and try to ruin this person's life who has done lesser conduct than you. They may have been drinking and driving, but they didn't do it dressed as a pimp or a whore. They didn't exploit the system to do it. I was offended and pissed. And that conversation ended before Dana got there. And I said, because Teresa said, actually no, the cocky guy said, Teresa's better than that. Whoever the dude was said, if you don't like it, talk to our supervisor, and gave me this kind of cocky grin because they're dirty all the way through. And I responded to him, I tell you what, I've done that before and it works, because I can call them out and they'll fix that case or whatever, or whatever. And I said, I've done that before. I said, I'm so done with this. You tell them that if they don't do what's right on this case, I'm going to the media with all of this shit. With all of it. And I walked out. And that profile picture of Dana that I had gotten, I posted it online for just, I don't know how long. I'd have to look. I'd try to get all my Facebook stuff. I tried downloading it at least half a dozen times, and it erred too. Sure. And okay, what was I just saying?
You said that you told him to do the right thing, or you'd go to the media, and that you'd posted that picture of Dana Little.
Oh, yeah, so it was only there for just a period of time. I don't know how much time I'll have to find out from Facebook. I don't remember if it was a couple hours or a day or whatever. But I posted, do the right thing, something to the effect of do the right thing with her picture, or there will be more. And then told it was just enough for them to make sure that they all processed it. And on that case, they did the right thing. And
what did they do?
They gave me back the plea deal that was original that Cassandra had done, as they should have.
So what happened when you were still in the courtroom before you made this walk back to
So I'm saying I made my record. I'll have to find out. I'll have to pull if it's still there even. I walked in. South is, all the courts are different. So some of them...
When you went there, you expected that you were going to accept the plea for your client?
Yeah, so did my client.
Okay.
It's already been down the pipeline. We've done this hundreds of times in this courtroom. There is no reason why I should believe in any way, shape, or form. I got to call party prosecutor Dana to verify this stuff. I've done this hundreds of times. I walk in, Dana's standing up, because every court's a little bit different as to how you get in front of the judge. Maybe it's alphabetically, maybe it's not. South is one of those that you go show them who you're there on, and then you get put in a stack, depending on their mood, all kinds of crap. And during the time I got put in the stack, sorry, no change.
Oh.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Well, go ahead and you're doing all right, right? Thank you. In the courtroom, I get in line, assuming that, hey, I'm here on whoever that client was, assuming we're going to do the deal. And she said, oh, no, that ain't the deal. And like I said, I think she even wanted to add jail time, but I don't remember the specifics of that. I just remember this is enough. This is a hard-working person. I had just seen all of these things. It was disgusting, the abuse that was going on right there. And so she said no, I made my record in front of the judge, as a lawyer would do.
And your record was that was not...
That's why I want to get it back. I don't remember exactly. I think we continued it because I had just found out of that stuff, and I wanted to go further into it. So, but I'll be able to pin that case down, and I'll actually make them do it through public records. They're not getting the burden of this crap.
Well, let me just stop you right there if you're finished with that.
That's fine, yes.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we take a short break.
Yes, that's wonderful.
I think you've been going for not quite 2 hours, but let's give the reporters a break, too.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm going to go take my little puppy out. Thank you so much.
No worries. You brought your puppy?
I have no choice. I can't leave him at my house. He'll be stolen.
Oh. I leave my dogs at my house, but they get locked in boxes.
Oh, I did, and I had for years I had a security camera that's been broken into so I could check on them and everything else, and now it's at a point where I don't even feel safe leaving him there.
I've had people bring their dogs and deaths before, which
if he was
fine in here.
Well, I
mean,
I don't know. I would love to, but he'll probably God, that would be great. He can't be in his little cage in here because he'll bark and go crazy. I know that. He's a little Yorkie.
That's of people holding their dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I might.
So I don't know. Ask Yvonne and ask her. I personally don't care if he's in.
Oh, I'm gonna go see how he is.
I love
because
dogs. I like going to attorney's offices and they have cats. You try to take steps with the guy's cat on your lap.
I love dogs too. Just there was one time I was this attorney on South Lake Union, and I didn't expect to be greeted by two very large dogs. I just come around the corner and I was like, whoa!
I had a big Mastiff Rot that was the nicest thing in the world, but and this was that's why I got the dog. It turns out. So that's at my Linwood house, and the place next to it was a HUD place, so we'd have like little gangbangers and stuff like that, right? And one of them, Ray, kept putting his basketball in the backyard, and he'd wait till I got home, because I was working all the time, and he'd come knock on the door, can I have my ball? And I finally just laughed and said, Ray, jump the fence, we've done this enough. And he said, I'm not jumping the fence. I'm not scared of drive-by shootings, but
I'm scared of big dogs.
Before you run out, let me just ask you a question about schedule. I guess if it's okay with everybody, my proposal would be to go maybe for another couple hours and see if we can finish.
I figured you'd have me here for 3 or 4 days.
You know, I don't know that we're going to finish, but that would be my proposal. And at that time, we can either decide, you know, to take a lunch break or...
Yes.
Is that agreeable with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that then.
And I'm going to see how he's doing. I'm going to let him go to the bathroom, but she just said, and she agreed, that I might be able to bring him in on my lap, depending on how he is. So I don't know what your position is on that, but she said she's going to set physicians and stuff that's possible. I'm going to look at his state. Doesn't matter. I guess I will tell you, as far as scheduling, I will tell you around my dog, because he's already sick, and I've been dealing with this. He needs to go to the vet, and I haven't had time to do it. So I guess at this point, I will tell you that my scheduling will tell you right around how he's doing right now, because the whole reason I have him is because I can't leave him at my house. The whole reason he's sick is because I couldn't take him to the vet. And so I will make this executive decision.
Okay.
Depending on how he is, I'll tell you how long it goes.
Turkeys are pretty low dogs, right, aren't they?
Yes.
Are these...
Yes. Help yourself.
No chocolate for you.
I thought I was going to get here early and have time to get some coffee.
I forget sometimes when you come out to, like outside of Seattle, that there's not a Starbucks on every corner.
Yeah, you need to allow extra
Starbucks
time.
on every corner.
Right.
Were you eating the Three Musketeers? I found a whole bag in there.
Oh, good. I'll have another one. This is breakfast. That'll be lunch.
Well, there's a whole bag in there. That's why I was looking in there going,
Yeah. Thank you. help you okay?
Yeah, actually, we're gonna do these at some time or another, and he just went potty. It's warm enough out there, and he has food and water, so.
Okay, good.
Thanks anymore. Yeah, so this is how videographer still brings cake. And I don't know if those things are not yet.
Yeah, and I've had videographers say, okay, you know, I'll see you with that, I'm done with this pretty soon, because
Yeah, I get them, I bring them back.
and so I saved them, because I wasn't going to give it to him, but he was going to make tea out of it. So it's just, I don't need it, it's just, it's my Yeah, there's someone here that has like a, what is those great big mountain?
Could've gotten my dog fixed. Oh, my husband and I, we mountain bike race a lot, and we go out to Mount Hood.
You don't want chocolate?
What is here? And maybe I will have one.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, thank you. And we're at Mount Hood, and there's like, it's kind of a funky little area, and in this little cafe slash bar slash store slash everybody hangs out there, and they had those big mountain dogs, like 2 of them. Slobber.
Yeah.
What did I couldn't believe how much it slobbered.
Yeah.
It was almost gross. And then I was like, but I wanted a puppy and I wanted that kind of dog. He's like, no.
Make sure actually I locked it really quick. I don't remember locking it to the wall.
Oh,
Chocolate they don't.
Ooh.
Those are like one of my favorites, and for some reason it's the unpopular one, the kids' Halloween bags every year.
Those 3 Musketeers?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody all set?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Sutton, let's go back to the subpoena and see if we can finish going
Sure.
through that. You had provided me a couple notebooks.
Did you draft that subpoena?
Yes.
Okay.
You provided me a couple notebooks as your complete file on Mr. Carter, and I did notice that in the first notebook, you had included a copy of the grievance, which I don't need. Would you like that back?
I didn't actually provide, those are copies that my office gave me. You can have them now, or you can make copies here of them, but I'm taking those home with me. I haven't looked through them completely either, and I don't know if Di is part of this or not. Di is the one who actually put those together for me yesterday.
Okay, so you're saying I can't take these?
No, you're free to copy them, you're free to do whatever you want here, but I only have one set, that's all they provided me with.
The fee information that's requested in paragraph 2, is that provided as part of the notebooks? I saw the fee agreement in there.
Yeah, and I made sure to actually have, because it was specifically one of your requests, and
Okay.
so I made sure to,
And then
remember how I said I got it and then I just glanced through it last night?
and then in your response to the subpoena, you said that you would provide a copy of the check that you issued to Mr. Carter for a $1,000 refund.
Galen actually did it. I left her pre-signed stuff, it's in there as well somewhere.
That's in the notebook?
Or wait, look and see if it's in there. I know that I grabbed it just in case. I didn't verify that one was in there. I did grab...
You think it's in the notebooks that you provided?
I think so. It should have been. If Di gave me a complete copy of the file in the normal course, then it should be in there, and that's what I asked for yesterday.
So that would be under the fee billing tab, I assume?
Yes. But I didn't verify that last night. Time got away from me, and by 3 I figured I at least needed a nap. So I did bring it if it's not in there. Look and see. If it's not, I know I grabbed it.
It looks like there's a bill here reflecting a refund on December 5 of $1,000.
Yeah, but do you have that in there as well? Because that's what Galen did. They did all of this without my knowledge. Oh, she even signs that one. Ha ha! Great. That is wonderful.
I don't see a copy of the check under the fee billing section of the materials that you provided.
Di may not have had it. Galen, I know, was part of this deal, and like I said, I'm not sure if Di just acted accidentally or not. That's why I want that notebook back so I can see what she put in there.
Keep that out so that I can make a copy of that.
Okay. And wait, does this one, well, you got it. Is this one in there too? I also told you that I would give you copies of whatever it was Galen provided me. The cashier's check for the down payment. This apparently was his cashier's check for the down
I
payment.
didn't see
She
that under
copied
the
it.
fees and billing section.
Okay, then
so
go ahead and make a
let's
copy
keep
of
that
that too. Let me make sure there's nothing attached to. Oh, nope, just this is what she sent me that day. It's just the JIS from all of his cases and the fee agreement.
Okay.
First time I actually saw this was the day that I got filed on. Or the next day. I'd have to look, but we had a telephone office meeting and I wanted all of the stuff to defend myself. At that point I had no idea what was going on, just that I had this bar complaint from this judge on this case that he tried to gel me in a telephone hearing.
Then, item number 3 is your calendar for November 2012.
I am surviving, I'm dealing with stuff. What's my calendar from? Tell me how that's relevant to this in any way, shape, or form, and I'll take the time to figure out for you. I can tell you I was mostly sick in bed. I had people for about a 5 to 6 week period. Jana, KJ, who works as a massage. I wish I would have listened before. It's medical massage. I don't know why they put massage behind it, because there's nothing massage about it. But she came out weekly, I think it was, to drain my fluids and crap like that. I don't think I would have even lived till the 13th, quite honestly, if she hadn't been doing that. I didn't realize that at the time. I just knew I felt like I could walk after she was done, at least for a day or two. So during that period of time, and I can get declarations from all of those people, but Jana every couple weeks, and I think she came 3 times. So 6 week period. But she brought me groceries, and then the chick who's writing turns out is a published author. I didn't know her in any way, shape, or form. I only knew of KJ's medical massage. Through an ex of mine that kept saying, go get these done, go get these done, go get these done. And I never did. When I was so sick, they'd see my posts, and she finally talked me into doing it once, and after I did it once, I felt a significant difference going up my little stairs the next day.
So your friend Jana brought groceries to you? Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that what you meant? Okay.
Yeah. Because I couldn't even make it to Red Apple. I got people at Red Apple that can do declarations on that too during that time.
Is that a grocery store?
Yes, it's the only grocery store in Concrete.
Okay.
There's one hardware store, one grocery store, typical little redneck town.
So during the month of November 2012, did you travel out of state at all?
November?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did.
Where did you go?
Oh, you know what? You are clearly... I'll tell you where I went. My friend, Chris, who has been my friend since the mid-90s.
Is this the one you've mentioned before?
No.
Or what's the last name?
I'm glad I just had a mental Chris. Blount. B-L-O-U-N-T. I know it was spelled different. We've been friends since mid-90s. When I first started this journey, actually, we had logic together at Edmonds Community College. And that was right after, about a year after I was sexually assaulted in 93, so I probably met Chris in 94. And we were good friends since. And so, when I went to law school, I actually lost contact with a lot of people over here for the most part. So during that time we weren't, but they all came back as soon as they got here. She had sent me a text or a message on Facebook, that I'm sure it was a post, because I don't read my messages, that asked me if I would go see Mumford & Sons at some point a couple months down the line. I don't know. I didn't know who Mumford & Sons was at the time. She was so jazzed and said they sell out in less than 5 minutes and all of this stuff. Will you go? And at that point, I felt like I could actually do that with her. I'll have to find out. It'll be pages back on her text. Anyway, she asked me to go because the tickets were going to go on sale and whatever, and she needed to know because they were going to sell out quick. And I said, yes, I will go. And so she had already purchased them to LA, Hollywood Bowl, Mumford & Sons. It was a lifetime experience. And at the time I felt okay, and she was getting the tickets. So she bought them. I was not feeling okay at all at that point in November. And this incident was a huge Chris and all of his crap, and this is going to be an exhibit if we're playing that game. I was feeling like shit, but she had already purchased it. She hadn't been to Universal anywhere since she was 3, and so I thought, all right, it was like 4 days, I think she had bought, long weekend, 3 days. It had to have been, I had my plane tickets, and the one that she purchased coming back early, because I was too sick for it. It cost another $600 to change. I was feeling like shit. I tried to do it, but just the plane ride down there killed me. And so that was a Friday, I know that.
The Friday that you left him?
Yeah, after her work, because we spent all of the plane trip. I've been on lots of planes, and so I really didn't think that it was going to affect me physically. You're just sitting there. I didn't think it was going to make that big of a difference if I was sitting or laying in my bed or sitting or laying on the plane, regardless. There's been on enough planes. I didn't think there was going to be an effect like it was, but I also didn't realize I was as sick as I was at that point. So we get down there, and I can't do anything. We don't leave the room. I believe we even ordered room service that night, and just stayed in the room and talked about all kinds of stuff. And the next day was the concert, and I think we tried to do stuff earlier. I think that's from the picture of your stalking and all of your fun people that you're dealing with. I'm sure that's what you're referring to, is the picture at Redondo Beach. We tried before the concert to go do, she had a list of things that she wanted to do while she was there, her must-haves. And then if there was time left over, I was going to get whatever it was. That's what we planned way in advance. And so, because I've traveled a lot, and so this was her trip. She wanted to go to Universal and ride there. That was important. She wanted to go to the concert. She wanted to go to one of the beaches. She had some stuff like that. And so I was feeling so horrible that the beach I wouldn't have to do much. And actually the picture that you saw me at, I just tried to take a picture. I was almost blind there. I love that, actually. She testified all of that because I was freaking out because it was my second crash. I had one crash before that that lasted 5 weeks, and I didn't know if I was going to... The scary thing about MS is, and I didn't recognize it till that time, I thought it was just going to be an inconvenience. If I went blind, I had this set up. If I didn't walk, I could still paraglide in my wheelchair. I had all of those emotional things worked out since '99, since I was told that this is my progression. And so I had one crash in May, I believe it was, whenever Mother's Day is, but it lasted about 5 weeks. That's when I was with my ex. I'm sure I would have died had she not been with me. I didn't know that at the time.
So we're talking about May 2012?
This last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say crash, what do you mean by that?
You know what, we'll have to depose her and actually say it. I can only tell you what I felt at the time. I slept for days, and I didn't recognize until my next crash, and that's what I'll tell you about, that she did save me. She obviously was making me drink and eat and do that type of stuff. I remember over about a 5-week period, waking up a few times, it hard to talk. When she actually talked back to me after I had beat this crash, but at the time I didn't know I was going to. You don't know if you're ever going to wake up the same again. It's
So
like
who was it that was helping you in May 2012?
Gina Bogey. She was my girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
She actually lost a job over this because she wasn't going to leave me.
And how do you spell her last name?
Boggie.
Okay. So then you had another crash when you were in LA? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I had never had one other than the 5-week one, and that came on between, it started, because with my disease, I call it like levels, right? And you can feel when you progress to another level, and that's why I didn't think the inflammation and stuff was there, because I hadn't had that. So, like at the beginning, it was just vision, and then balance and tingly in your fingers, right? And then certain stuff happens, stress factors, or overworking, or whatever. You actually put my MRIs next to a timeline, and you'll see that mine's caused by being overworked and stressed. But so when that happens, then more things, my balance gets worse. I can't text like I can. There'll be one, I'll try to push the S, and it'll be the one right next to it, stuff like that. And so I consider that another level of my symptoms, and how I was feeling. And
so what level were you at in LA?
that's what I'm saying. I had never experienced this, only one time, and it came on so quick, 8 to 10 hours, and I was incapacitated for 5 weeks, they tell me. I don't know. So, and based on, if you look at my phone, if you look at my stuff, I believe them. All I remember is waking up a few times, trying to talk, and
this came
Gina,
on while you were at the beach, is that?
No, this came on in May. This is the very first one.
Right, but we're talking about the second one now.
Well, but you need to understand how I'm basing what it is. See, this is how you get part records, and I'm not playing that. You're getting a complete record if we're getting into this. So I'm explaining how I understood based on my experience in May.
Mm-hmm.
It only took 8 to 10 hours for me to be incapacitated. It was scary. It was devastatingly scary. I thought that in '99, if I went blind, it wouldn't be overnight, and it certainly wouldn't happen at the same time I couldn't walk, that I wouldn't do any of those things. And as you're laying there for 5 weeks, what I remember in my head during that time is, oh my God, am I not going to wake up Heidi ever again? Kind of a traumatic experience. And so I'm basing the November slimy deals that you got going for November. You want to know my calendar, I'll explain it to you just fine. But I want you to understand where all that information is coming from. I'm not playing that game. So, based on my stuff in May.
Where did you spend the time in May? You said you had 5 weeks.
I'd been at my parents. My parents for the weekend. It was Mother's Day weekend, and actually I was transferring the dog that I had to get rid of. My little sister lives down there, and I was getting Moxie or dropping Moxie off. I don't remember. And Gina insisted that if I was that close to my parents on Mother's Day, that I go visit them.
So you stayed with them for the 5 weeks till you recuperated?
No, I stayed at my place for 5 weeks. It started in Boise at Mother's Day.
Oh, I see.
On the trip home from Boise, I started feeling bad. I told Gina at that point, I'm not feeling good. I feel like, and halfway through the trip or however long, she remembers that better than I do because I was in a flare. It got worse and worse and worse, progressively worse. Instead of a level coming over a period of weeks or months, I had a whole bunch come in a period of hours. And it was on the drive home from my parents' house at Mother's Day.
Is this the kind of thing that you go to the emergency room?
If I would have had insurance, I made a conscious decision back when I thought it was cancer to not, after you guys wouldn't give me insurance.
I'm sorry, you guys? Who are you guys?
Everybody, your system, this deal. If I'd have been on welfare, I tried to get insurance in every way, shape, or form. At that point, when I couldn't, I made a conscious decision. I was going to live. When I walked through the gates, I was going to be okay with myself. And I was going to be okay with what was on the other side. And so I spent all of that time taking care of me for the first time in my life.
But I mean, if you show up at the emergency room, they have to treat you regardless of whether you have insurance.
I don't care, yes. And my daughter, who just called SWAT on me and has the business, can then use that to get an ex parte order to get me on hold, too. You think I wasn't aware of that by then? I didn't let anybody know what I thought was going on inside my body. If they all got little clues, and if they talk to them now, and that's why Monica's actually interviewing all of them, they recognize, oh God, Heidi did do this, that didn't make sense, Heidi did do this, but I didn't tell anybody at that point because I knew we would end up right here in this position. Because as soon as people knew I was sick, they were going to do something like this.
Something like this being, what, file a grievance?
Set me up to do, SWAT was going to be at my house, something like that was going to occur. How can I predict this? I could not predict this. Hell no, I couldn't predict
this.
But
the grievance was filed by a judge in Snohomish County. How is that connected?
Who's part of these party people? I will dig through all their stuff. I will find that.
I'm sorry, you're saying the judge is someone who parties with the...
He has to be. For him to go out of his way, lie on the record, and do all of this, he is part of that little group. Or he is friends with that little group. But no judge would be this blatant, on the record, over and over and over, who didn't have a personal interest in it.
What's his lie on the record?
Several. Give me the stuff and I'll show you. There's actually several.
All right, let's come back to that then. Let's finish up with the weekend in L.A. You said you experienced this.
Yeah, Redondo Beach. I couldn't do anything because I was so unhealthy I couldn't even walk to the beach. Tried to get phony shit for people like you to believe I'm healthy. You can ask Chris about this whole time because I couldn't even read the menu. It was scaring me. And I told her, look, based on the only experience I've had with this rapid of a flare, I need you to pay attention to me. Because I've never experienced it like this except one time before, and it was damn scary. And so we took our beach picture. We didn't even hang out on the beach. You can ask her. We took our little pictures. We went and tried to have lunch. I couldn't even read the menu. It was a big issue. We talked about all of it. So she will specifically remember. I'm sure I have a picture. I'm sure she has pictures. She took this sentimental time. I knew I was going to crash again. I could feel it. And so we went back. It really was low-key that day. We didn't do any of the things on our list other than look at the beach, essentially. Went to the concert, and she'll tell you my legs were unsturdy at the concert. Made it through the concert. Went home. Went back to the room. And tried to get enough rest that I could make it through the next 2 days or however long it was.
So your plan was to return on Monday?
It was a long weekend, so I'm guessing it was. It was Friday night. It was Saturday because the concert was Saturday. And then Sunday she wanted to go to Universal, and we actually tried that because I was trying for her. This was a big deal for her. And we actually made it into Universal, made it through the ticket line, made it into the very first ride, which was Shrek, because it was the closest. We were on our way to whatever ride it was she wanted. She had one particular one, and by that time I told her, I feel so horrible that I'm sorry, we're going to have to cut this day short. Pick a couple of your favorites, and we'll hit those. But Shrek's my favorite. It was the only thing on my list that I wanted to do. Loved that ride, which is so funny, but I do. So, and once I get to where I'm feeling that way, every step is a cost-benefit maneuver. I think in my head, okay, it's going to take this much energy to take this many steps here. It's going to take this much. It literally is, I have to consciously prepare myself even for something like walking Universal a certain amount to be able to stand in lines and stuff. And so as we wake up in the morning, I'm telling her, I know I don't feel good enough for this. I think I can get this much out of my body. So Shrek was there first, and as we were waiting in line, I almost fell over. I was so... She said, are you okay? And I said, I think so. And then as we waited a little bit longer, not long, but just a little bit longer, because it's... I don't know if you've been to Universal, but they have like little movie ride things, and so there's a pre-show, and then you get in your seats, and they do little stuff. And they rotate. I'm very familiar with Shrek's system. And so we were waiting probably 15, 20 minutes in between when they have the next people come into the next area. Sometime during that, I almost fell. She said, are you okay? I tried to power through, say, well, let's just do Shrek and then whatever ride it is that you want. And then the ride got closed for just a few minutes. And we sat there for however long it was, and I couldn't wait any longer. And I said, I'm sorry, we gotta go. And I went back to the room and slept. She didn't know what to do for me. And so she got plane tickets, and we came home early. She bought them that day, I believe, as I was laying at Universal, because I mean, I couldn't do anything. It was just, I couldn't do anything.
Okay. I want to continue with the subpoena.
Sure.
So 4 was documentation evidencing that you suffer from MS.
Yeah. And per the rules that we're going to follow, I'll sign a waiver for everything related to this stuff and you can get it. At first I was going to grab all that stuff and then I recognized it's from 1999 and that clearly this system is corrupt all the way up to the head person, and I'm not going to use my medical stuff time when I could be finding stuff in the records that shows I'm actually innocent and this is a setup. So, if you want my medical records from 99, I'll sign something, you go get them.
Okay.
That's what the rule says.
Who's your neurologist?
For 7 years it was Eric Gerke. Then I had a bad spinal tap at Virginia Mason.
Can you spell the last name?
No, Geirke, I think.
At Virginia Mason?
No, at Everett Clinic. He referred me for a second opinion after about 7 years to Virginia Mason, where I got a bad spinal tap and was mad and said I'm never going back, and that's when my insurance got canceled.
So that's what you referred to before. You made reference earlier to a bad spinal tap.
Yes. That's why I didn't have insurance. I came back, I was pissed, told Galen to stop paying for my stuff. Continue with all the others, and then fast forward a year, however long it was, I'll look on the timeline. I start feeling sick, and know that I'm feeling sick, and at that point my head's scared that it's a different kind of sick than MS, and I tried to get insurance at that point, and can't. And at that point, I'm disgusted. I've done nothing but work hard, and I've had SWAT called on me, I have had everything stolen from me, I had a friend of 14 years embezzle $100,000 from me. I decided that I was not going to spend my last breaths for the next year fighting with an insurance company or two or however long. I understand the legal process. They'll move it to federal court, they'll jerk me around, and my estate would end up very rich. Therefore, my daughter would end up very rich or whoever I gave it to. I wasn't going to use my last however long I had to make them rich fighting the insurance company. Made a conscious decision when I knew I could not get insurance that I was selling, liquidating what I could, and I did. And I was going to be okay walking through those gates. And that's what I did.
And you're talking about the pearly gates, I take it?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean by a bad spinal tap?
So Gerke, his wife was a lawyer, and he saw me from when I had welfare insurance, because at Gonzaga for 99 through 2003, I didn't have insurance. And so it's the clinic lady that has all the records saying, well, we think it's this, we think it's this. So she has like balance stuff for those 3 years. She watched my vision. But we never got an MRI or anything like that because I could barely afford law school. I snuck in with all the rich people anyway. I think there was only 3 of us that parents weren't senators, judges, lawyers, doctors, something like that. And so I didn't even want to have food stamps or anything over there. It's too small of a community and they already were so far ahead, I wasn't going to give them that too. So I wasn't on welfare during that time. I moved back over here after I got out of school. I'm studying for the bar, and I can blend over here a lot better, and I need insurance, and so I go get welfare insurance, and that's when he met me, and I got my first MRIs and stuff like that. And at that time, I think there was maybe just 1 lesion, 2 lesions. No, it was still multiple. There was at least 2 at that point, and then enough clinical stuff. But the diagnostic criteria has changed over that 7 years. It changed a couple times. But he got to know me very well, and he saw me go from welfare to, by the time we got to this point, I think 5, 6, maybe even 7 years have gone by. And his wife is a lawyer, and so we have these discussions. He likes me, and he knows that if he calls it MS and does all of this stuff, I get a blue placard card, and that's neat. I can park closer. But the legalities that go with having dead spots on your brain and all of the different in my job and all of that stuff, we didn't treat it. We watched it, and if it got to a point later on, then we could continue. But it was something that I could live with. I continued practicing. I continued helping people like Cody and Brandon and all of those people that I did. He knew that. But now fast forward to the spinal tap, I believe that's 2009. He's got a series of MRIs, a series of tests, a series of all these, and I walk in and I It's been all this time, and I've been working with you, and I don't want to, but at this point, I'm going to have to give you the blue card. And actually, it was just, we have to give it a name, call you disabled, and do all that. And I was
blue
very...
card, you're talking about the little handicap parking soccer?
There's benefits to being disabled, apparently, but in this profession, there's a lot of reasons that you don't want to be, and thank God for him, because when I first started, I was greener than the system, and so had he not made me aware of that with his wife, I probably would have walked into traps early on. So I'm so glad his wife was a lawyer. But so we had these discussions for a period of years. Then I walk in one day close to the spinal tap, and there's been new shots or something like that. There's been a new medicine that is effective. Oh, that's the other thing. There was no real good treatment up to that point. It was like on a cost benefit, these are all the things you'll lose. This is what you'll get. And by that time, we'd already put a chart together pretty much showing my timeline that I get. My first one came law school. Next one came bar exam. You know, that type. That's when I get the lesions on my brain. It's overworked and too much stress, if you look at the timeline anyway. And so I walk in, can't have this card anymore. There's now new treatment, and much as I want to help you, I also don't want to be liable for lawsuits, and I don't think you'll do that, but Hyde, you've got to get this today. And I was very against it at that point because I still felt I hadn't had any major crashes. I learned to live with the inconvenience of being off balance and stuff. And so
was the purpose of the spinal tab
I'll tell you,
to make the diagnosis? Is that what it's for?
I'm getting to that point if you let me. During that conversation, he says he's going to give it to me. I say no. He explains liability. I am very clear about the liability at that point. I've schooled lawyers in liability. And how can we get around this to where you're not liable and feel good? Get me a second opinion. Go see someone else, Heidi, and if I can have a second opinion on the record saying it's okay, then we're good.
And what would the okay be? What would the
that he didn't need to start giving me medication.
Okay.
There was now a treatment available, and he wants to cover his ass for medical malpractice. He's got 5 to 7 years of monitoring a disease and not treating it. And
why wouldn't you want to try the new medication?
Because as soon as he gives me that card, Cassandra and Tony and all those guys have another notch in their 72-hour window. Because I've been so abused by these corrupt people at that point that I'm aware, and I'm not walking into any mines if the benefit is simply I'm going to have cancer and they're not going to fix it anyway. My reward was going to be a bill, a whole lot of bills actually. Everybody was going to know about it and pressure me to go do it their way.
Well, how would anybody know about it?
What do you mean? Once there are records of it, how does anybody know about it?
It's all confidential, right?
Yeah, and guess what? All of the 3-5 hearings are supposed to be recorded. They weren't recorded in this case. There's a lot of stuff that's supposed to happen that hasn't happened in this case. And so
you thought someone was going to make your medical records public?
After having SWAT calls based on that stuff, I was not trusting of that situation at all. Every day I have to walk around wondering what the hell is going to happen next. I moved all the way out to concrete. I don't go into their courtrooms anymore. I don't do anything at all.
Because
of this shit. Because of corrupt people that are Cassandra's friends that I'm pissed off by posting their shit. And they're scared. During that time, I know what prosecutor is stalking what other married prosecutor. I learned a lot of stuff during that Thirsty Thursday time, even without going to Thirsty Thursday.
Okay, let's finish up with the spinal tap from 2009.
So ask for a second opinion, or you gotta be considered disabled today, Heidi. Let me go get a second opinion. If another doctor actually says I need that card, then fine, you win. I'll take that card. He refers me to some chick that's supposed to be one of the only 2 in the state at that time that's so great with MS and all of this stuff. I go down, I meet with her once, and I have people with me at all these, so I can figure out who was with on each of them. Cassandra was actually there for spinal tap. Unbelievable. So was Joey. Thank God. What was the question?
So you were saying that your doctor, Dr. Herkey, referred you...
Okay, yeah, to the Virginia Mason lady. I go and meet her. There's 2 appointments with her. And the reason I thought it was cancer was in between, Gerke had come up with a weird blood thing, and they had a bunch of years of my blood, and they had sent me over, I Googled it, it was, I think, endocrinology or something. And I never followed up on it because I didn't have insurance after that. I just went about my business and continued being a lawyer. So there's a bunch of things that happened in that time period. So he refers me to that chick at Virginia Mason. I go down on the first one, and she makes me feel like a little baby, just makes me feel so small for not getting the spinal tap, because up to that time I had done all their visual evoked, all of their CAT scans, all their MRIs, all of their blood work, all of their stuff, and the one thing that I refused to do from Gerke that he would ask along with all the other stuff was the spinal tap, because apparently once they get the fluids, it's not necessarily 100%. If you have something in there, then it's definitely an MS, and I don't know what enzyme or what it was, but it's definitely MS. But if it's not there, it still could be MS. And so law school has taught me I operate everything on a cost-benefit basis, right down, it turns out, to my feelings, emotions, and time. It's very sad how much I've learned to categorize. But on a cost-benefit, a spinal tap and what it was going to put me through and the potential consequences and things like that wasn't worth the benefit of, not if we had all these other tests anyways and years of them. But she knew exactly how to make me feel small, and I have pride. That's a Heidi moment, so I'm talking about. She didn't intentionally do that. No, that's just Heidi reacting badly. So she makes me feel bad about this spinal tap, and so I say I'll get it. And they schedule it, and we go back, and it's a bad day. Turns out they use a plastic needle, and spinal fluid was dripping out of my back for 3 days, I think it was 4. We'll find out in the record. But I called. No one told me these things could actually happen. Nothing like that. Anyway, got the spinal tap, went home, was incapacitated. Literally couldn't even put my head on a pillow. Because, and I didn't realize it at the time, I now recognize, because I've learned, apparently the spinal fluid is made in your brain and then goes down your spine, and the reason I would have headaches if I even lifted my head was because there's air that goes in there or something. This is a medical something explainable. I've looked into it. So I called the doctor. At that time I didn't know what it was. Just, hey, this don't seem right, and they had taken this out of here. It didn't seem like I should have that kind of... Anyway, and they said, you got to be here by noon or whatever for this blood patch. Well, if you think a spinal tap is bad, a blood patch is bad. And they screwed it up too. Here I didn't want to do the spinal tap, and so I get in there and...
So the blood patch was some kind of fix for the spinal tap problem?
Yeah, what happens is, I now know if they use too big a needle or if they move it too much. So there's a variety of things that could cause it. I don't know what it is. I don't do medical malpractice, and quite honestly, as much as they deserve it on a cost benefit, it's not worth my time for that day or whatever. But what I learned is I got the headache from the drip, and so in this spot it didn't clot where they opened up, and that's essentially what's causing all of that. And so what they do for a blood patch is they take blood from a different part of your body. In this case they tried in my arm, and I'll show you my bruises. I think I just found them when I was downloading pictures. And they then shoot it. They open you up right next to where the other one is, close to, but not the exact spot, and then they shoot your blood in there, and it goes all around, and it clots, and they hope like hell that it patches it, blood patch. Go figure. I hate actual blood and needles and all that, and I've already dealt with the spinal tap, so I go back in and I tell these blood patch people, because I don't even know what a blood patch is at that time, just that doesn't sound very fun at all. I will go to what has been named my happy place, me and Leslie of 20 years came up with, but my eyes will literally roll, and it's probably psychosomatic, something from '89, that if I see certain bloods in certain situations or whatever, it's not a faint. I thought it was a faint, but she's described it. Something happens, but I'm not okay. And I know I'm laying here, and they've already had my back open once, and now a couple days later they're opening it again. So I'm very clear with these doctors. A couple things. One, my mom calls them German veins. I don't know if she says because they roll, but I could never be a good drug addict, even if I tried. People they can't do it. And so I warned them before they even opened me up that they were going to have a problem getting my blood. But, of course, I do it too as a professional. You know better than your client, whatever. And so I'm laying still. I got my head in the pillow, and they've got me opened up now, and I feel the chick on my arm freaking out, trying to get this and this and this, right? And then all of a sudden I hear something stat that the dude says, because it was a dude that was the actual doctor and then 2 girl helpers. And he says something stat, and me muffled in my pillow, I say, I thought I told you not to say any of those things. Can't you use hand signals or whisper or something like that? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And his response is, oh, we've been doing a lot of that. There's certain stuff that we have to use words for. And at that point, she stopped trying. She came over to my IV and actually took, because they had liquids going in this side, actually took it out and started pushing blood into this, because this one is clotting. Guess what? And they need to get, now they're going to have a double problem. They're going to have me opened, nothing patched, and have to do it all over again. And so, and she cleaned up the blood and everything, of course got all over the floor. So anyway, they got it in me, but I declared that and they billed me, I declared I wasn't going to deal with this system anymore. I came back to the office either that day, well, it couldn't have been that day. I told Galen to cancel my insurance, that I was done playing the insurance game. By that point, I had seen so much disgusting stuff by insurance companies that I already knew.
And what was the result of the spinal tap? Was this enzyme present?
I don't think so, but I don't remember if that was a time when I'd just been through some pretty traumatic stuff.
And which of you've on your response to the subpoena, Exhibit 2, you listed 4 different medical providers. Is one of those Virginia Mason?
No, those are the people that I've seen since I almost died on December 13th. Virginia, that's what I'm saying. If you want all of those records, I was going to get them for you, and I will for a lawsuit. Those are simply the people that I've seen since this crash that this judge has caused with this bullshit.
Oh, I see. Since December of 2012, these are people that you've
yes.
seen. Okay.
Because my friend Jana came busting in on the 13th, knowing how bad I was, and I think it was actually
so you've described some vision problems, so I assume that Northwest Vision Institute would be the one that has those records?
They were all looking for what caused my major crash.
Okay.
That's what they're looking, I mean, they went all through me. I almost died. They're trying to figure out, was this a very rare MS thing, or was this, and because of course insurance is doing just like I said they would, pre-existing, I can't find that out until I think it's October or September. So they're looking for every single thing outside of the MS to be able to see what it is, or be able to pinpoint that yes, it was a untreated 2 years worth of inflammation, 3 years, however long it was during that time for my other medical records. They're going through looking at everything. That guy looked, he's not an actual, although it was a vision place, I asked if I could get my contacts renewed, because I haven't been able to use them for a long time. And it wasn't that kind. He's apparently like an eye neurologist type person and could give signs, could see if there was, he would have a clue if there was more MS and things like that, if that's what it was related by, something that he can see behind. So it wasn't a standard vision, I couldn't even get contacts. It was, he was looking behind for whatever those
so
were.
So did one of these providers give you a diagnosis of MS?
There's stuff in the records that say that, yes, but I don't know. I know that it's in the Bellevue, the Jana stuff. I've seen it on a couple things, at least.
The Bellevue Medical Imaging that's out of Georgia, that one?
No. That was the place that did all my ultrasounds. Eastside Family Medicine. They will have, she's orchestrated all of it. She busted in on the 13th and said she would get me insurance.
Well, this is where your friend works?
Yeah, as long as I didn't die on her that night.
And
pinky truth.
From all these additional tests, were they able to rule out cancer?
Yes, thank God. Well, we're assuming. The prednisone, I guess I should back up. The prednisone that I've been on since the middle of December can mess up blood tests. And I'm not off of it yet. You got to wean all the way down, and I was on such massive stuff that I'm down to, I think it's 4 milligrams this week or something like that. But I was a lot. So over this time we've tapered down. What was the actual question? Sorry. got sidetracked on it.
Oh, I asked if cancer had been ruled out.
Oh, okay, so with the blood test that they've done, there are certain categories that apparently are indicative of different cancers, but the ultrasounds that they did ruled out the kidney, it ruled out, we know that with the ultrasounds that they did, there's nothing here, and the blood, if it was blood cancer, apparently other stuff would have shown up. It's like any other puzzle. Like
so this information is all from December 2012 or later.
Yes.
And what I'm looking for is documentation.
And I'm telling you, I
from,
will sign
from MS as of
and I told
November
you I will sign
2012.
during ELC stuff and let you grab all that. But those records go back to 1999, and you only gave me 2 weeks to prepare for this.
No, I'm not asking you to get them. I just want to find out where I should direct my request.
Absolutely. I already told you, Eric Gerke, and he was the center for all that. He will be able to tell you who the...
So that would be the best source.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
Everett Clinic has... No, I heard that he moved. I don't know, but I did hear that he moved. But they have 6 to 7 years of constant MRIs of all of that stuff, because he monitored it.
Okay, so that would be the best place.
And he's the one that ordered the visual evoked. He's the one that directed me to spinal. All of the stuff should be in Gerke's records.
And when did you stop seeing him? You said he left?
After the bad spinal tap. He apparently left after my bad spinal tap, sometime between then.
But that was in... Oh, I lost the date now.
Like 2009.
2009?
Sometime over that period between when I needed medical records again, either for being sick or whatever. Maybe it was for insurance. I don't remember, but advance, couple of years past the spinal tap, I need this information, and he's not there anymore.
So I'm trying to figure out...
My records will still be there.
I'm trying to figure out who you saw closest in time to November 2012. Was anyone treating you at that time for MS?
No, I told you. I have gone untreated for a couple of years such that it was going to kill me. I told that judge on the record I was not at a point that he was going to send me into a big flare, and it could possibly kill me. All that's missing from the record. There is no audio right. I've worked in that court for 10 years, and there's never been something not recorded.
Well, let me just back up then about the Everett Clinic. Is that the full name?
Yes, Everett Clinic.
Just Everett Clinic in Everett, Washington.
It's a big deal. If you practice litigation at all, you'd know of them.
Okay. Do you remember where they're located?
In Everett?
No, I mean the street.
It's a series of buildings. It's big. Several streets in Everett.
Okay. And then I guess the last thing I asked you for was transcripts or recordings of advertisements that have appeared for your firm in 2012.
Yeah. First of all, I don't have access to them. They're not in my possession.
Okay.
I sold those to Bradley. They're at the radio, or he has them, or whatever. I don't operate under DUIOA since that time.
Right.
And I'll show you in the emails with Chris and all that, I wasn't running any radio during that time, because they specifically asked when I said I'm closing this, I don't feel good, and they said we'll take over all of these things for you. He specifically asked about radio and what it would be to turn back on, because they wanted to know how much it was going to cost with all of... They were going to have to do work if they wanted to keep that open. It wasn't going to be a free ride anymore. I was closing that thing. They were the one that came to me and said, no, don't, let's do it this way. And
so have any ads appeared for you in 2012?
I'm sure that there have been, but I don't know, and I'm not looking at this point. It's not relevant to this at all. It's a witch hunt. It's trying to go off of, you guys want to open that bar complaint? I'll be happy to.
So if anyone was placing ads, it wasn't you, it was...
Bradley Johnson. If we're talking about DUIOA stuff, the guy I sold it to.
No, I'm talking about law offices of Heidi Hunt.
And you know what? Law offices of Heidi Hunt existed for only a tiny bit. Chris signed a contract with 888 A Ticket, PLLC.
Okay. But that's different than the business that Bradley Johnson bought, right?
He brought a brand. It's not a business. So don't classify it as a business, because under your rules, there's a big difference between selling a brand and a business, and I'm aware of it.
Okay, so Bradley Johnson
bought the name. He bought the rights to a
telephone
number.
Right?
Yeah, and a web address that I bought for $1.99 and utilized quite well.
Okay.
That's what he got.
All right. Let's switch gears and talk about the Carter case.
That would be neato, since that's why we're supposedly here. smart this is an exhibit while we're getting ready to talk about it, because this was Chris's warning to me, and had I not been hacked a couple times, I would have had a better copy for you. But this is his text right before this was set up, that said, "I'm just saying you have nothing on me," as you said in reverse a few days ago. "See you in court, Heidi. It's not going to be pretty for you. I've already talked to plenty of attorneys about how to deal with you." That was right before that trip that you're talking about.
So what were you just reading from?
A text that Chris Marriott sent me, because when he left, he was...
What's the date of that?
I believe the 26th. I'll have to look. This one apparently didn't have it. I had a whole bunch of them that I was going to print out, but amazingly, I couldn't do that.
And when you say the 26th, you're talking October 26th,
Yep,
2012?
it was the exact time, Halloween party. Who he talked to was all of them pimps and whores, and as soon as I get a federal subpoena, I'll prove it.
Okay, let me just ask
And Rebecca, it's right in the stuff.
Let me ask some background questions before we move on
Sure.
to Carter. Are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
I am licensed in federal Eastern Washington, Western Washington, up to the Ninth Circuit.
But no other state?
No.
And your current office address is the one that's...
I can have my license. I don't want to be a lawyer. This is the point of it, and I'll still be able to defend myself. You can't take my knowledge. Yes, that's always been my address.
Okay.
Except for when I very first started, I office shared with Tom Gisberg on Wetmore for a little while. As soon as I started hiring, I didn't have enough room, and I opened that office and been there almost 10 years.
For the year 2012, what lawyers worked at the Bothell location other than Mr. Marriott?
I'd have to actually look at my... Over the years, I've had up to 5 lawyers and all the staff working for me. It changes and rotates all the time, so I don't know.
Okay, so Mr. Marriott was there for at least part of 2012.
Mr. Marriott was a contract attorney that wasn't there at all, period. He had his own whatever he was working out of, I don't know. He was no different than Hussein and all of those people that got paid to cover certain hearings or whatever. And so during the appointment, that office meeting that I said I'm not doing this anymore, after that meeting, and I'm sure that it's in the record somewhere, I don't know how many days, but they came back to me with a proposal, no, let's just put Chris on a contract, so he's not technically your employee, he's just like Hussein, nothing's changed in that regard. We'll move Di from this office out to the main stuff, and he can work out of here. And you can go do whatever you need to do, get healthy, I'm sorry, and we'll take over stuff. And they will tell you who was in there at that point, because they hired him. They hired Rebecca.
They hired the lawyer, Rebecca?
Yes. They hired Julie. I had never met for months.
So
they hired those people.
You had nothing to do with hiring Rebecca Thorley?
No. And it turns out Rebecca is...
You're laughing. What's funny about that?
Rebecca's still in my office, and Rebecca and Chris and Galen, I know for a fact, are part of this.
Part of the conspiracy?
Part of this BS bar complaint. Not the conspiracy as a whole. Do they party together and all of that? Have they for years? Have they talked about certain stuff? Sure, over beers. And I'm sure that this text was him referring to, based on all my experience with this bullshit and this system, it came on the 26th. His whole attitude before then was he was going to take me to a legitimate court, and then all of a sudden, he'd been talking to other lawyers about how to deal with me. Then I hear nothing at all until I get this bullshit complaint that I've never even looked at the file on. I had nothing to do with it.
Then I've seen reference to another lawyer, Chris Brewster, I think his name is.
They hired him too. That's Rebecca's friend. He's a contract person. None of those guys are salaried. I hired salary people. If they're on contract, that was all internal stuff between those folks. After I've said, I am too sick to do this anymore, I'm closing.
Who decides what they're going to be paid?
Galen asked me. I told them in that meeting. That's why they were asking about expenses. That's why how much does this cost? Because they wanted to know what it was going to take to keep this stuff going.
So they asked you what to pay if they hired a new lawyer?
Well, Galen had payroll. That's how she screwed up on my taxes and got me into a tax thing. Galen was in charge of a lot of that by that point. We'd had years of working together, and so as long as she didn't touch anything with taxes, She actually was a good employee, that's why I begged her back.
So did Galen hire Rebecca?
Yeah. And Chris.
And Chris Brewster, the two lawyers.
She was part of that. That was a group decision between Di, Galen, and Chris. After the meeting that I had, I said, I'm closing it. They came to me and said, no, let's do it this way. Then after that, they already had control of all of that stuff. I would get nothing more than a text or something like that that said, hey, we need this. As long as you guys have it covered. I'm not going to be responsible for being stressed out about your pay period or any of that stuff. If you guys want to keep it open, that's fine. But you're going to be responsible for everything. Figure out how these things are going to be paid. I will help you transfer it over. I will help you do all of that.
Was the Chris that you referred to Chris Marriott?
Always Chris Marriott, unless I say Chris. Because I've only met the other Chris, I believe, twice in person.
But Chris Marriott was already gone when Galen hired Rebecca, wasn't?
No, Rebecca and their friends, Rebecca and Chris. It was really close to right into that time.
Oh, it's all around the same time. And
yeah, yep.
And I don't know if I asked you before, but is Di a lawyer?
No, paralegal, but she's worked for...
Paralegal?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
She's done it for years and years, so...
So once you left in June or July of 2012, you wouldn't know, for example, how many felony cases were in the office then?
I have a few texts because I've asked what's going on. Okay. And also I know because I'm on the automatic thing, they throw my bar number. I know what's going on at the office, and they didn't realize that until later. But the automatic court thing tells me, and that's part of the reason that this is so screwed up, is I think it was another judge in South that did a lot of work out of it. But one of the judges, when we were running all of our traffic tickets, when you guys did this BS crap and let another competitor jerk me around for a long time, your own internal guy found my way and you still dragged me around for 2 years. What was your question?
I think I lost it. Let me ask you a different question.
No problem.
When were you last in court?
Ironically, the last one was the case that Tobin, it was federal court, I'm playing PI hat this time. I'm a trial lawyer. I was trained by Speedy Rice and Judy Clark. I was on trial team. It's the only part of the law it turns out I do enjoy. I enjoy going into court for trials. And so I put on the personal injury hat every so often. I think I've collected full fees in 10 years from clients that got hurt, maybe 2 or 3 times. I always give them discounts. It's not about that. It's the ability to be able to go up against an insurance company, because it turns out they don't litigate very much, and they're funner than crap, prosecutors. It's a whole different deal. So the last case I was on was Dane Smith. And, God, the cosmos has been really good. At least if this is going to happen to me, they've pulled in all the right stuff. My client was dead, got killed by a heroin addict, Dane Smith, who Tobin prosecuted and never even talked to the family. Driving down Bothell River Highway, went to nod out and hit his accelerator and came across and killed my client almost instantly.
So you had a wrongful death suit for Dane Smith's family?
No, Dane Smith was the defendant. It was for the family. God, they have different names. Hold on, Dad had a different name than daughter. But yeah, no, it was the guy that was killed. So I'm personal injury for the daughter, the estate representative of the guy that's killed.
So what year was that?
It was my last one. It was just...
Right, I was trying to find out when that was.
I'm... in one of the emails to Chris, so it had to have been around June-ish, because I said I'm preparing...
2012.
I think so, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's what I want.
Definitely, yes. And it was a summary judgment in federal court. He just had a question that was really odd, but because we had submitted everything, on paper, and the judge actually, he sat on it and sat on it and sat on it for a long time, and then he requested a hearing. Turns out that he had a question about one specific issue. He already had his order drafted and everything, but it was a summary judgment. It was when the anarchists were dealing with stuff, because there was There was everything around the court for him.
So was this a defense motion for summary judgment?
No, it was plaintiffs. They got Dane and his family to lie on the record and say that he didn't steal the vehicle, or that he stole the vehicle. He was already doing time. And so the insurance company moved it to federal court because they didn't want to pay under the clause, and if he stole it, then they didn't have to. So it was a summary judgment based on that.
And what was your client's name?
I got to actually, that was a lot has happened since then, and his daughter has a different.
So is that case still active?
We lost on summary judgment. He had already had his stuff. Depends. At this point, it's not active in regards to Dane. There's a judgment, but he's doing time. That's not ever, and so, and it's not proceeding against Mom, an insurance company. However, in my free time, if I have it, we had started looking to see if there's any sort of state claim for, negligent supervision, something along.
I see.
Yeah, but so when you say open, there's nothing going through the pipeline, but we have statute of limitations that I got plenty of time to work on right now.
Okay, I think I understand.
Okay.
So let's go to what's been marked as Exhibit 3 to your deposition, and that should be the docket for State versus Carter.
Perfect. In the city cases, he had stuff out of Kirkland, he had stuff out of South, and he had stuff out of the felony court. Which one is this on?
This is the Snohomish County felony.
Oh,
and
we couldn't actually get this. You have something I don't have.
Thank you. Can I have
a copy of this?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
yours to keep. As I understand it from glancing at the fee agreement, you were representing him not only for the Snohomish County felony, but also for...
I was never personally representing him. You mean they used forms from my office?
Your office, okay. Your office was representing him, too, for some traffic or misdemeanor cases in other courts as well.
When he came in, apparently what I've learned through my investigation is he met with Chris Marriott at the office that is sublet, and he's on contract. On that day, May 10th, he walked in, because I wanted to know who is referred by, how we even got this guy. He was a walk-in, met directly with Chris, only with Chris. They spoke about 5 charges that I've outlined in my stuff that I've given to you, and I also have JISs and all of that on it. They negotiated the fee. They talked about the fee. They talked about the cases. They did all of that. I had no knowledge that Carter existed except for I get a money email as who's signed, what they've paid every single day usually. Of course, it hasn't come for a while, but so there was ways that I could track this. And then I get my bar number search that comes through a whole different source. So I do know what's going on, and also it's set up so you can remote in and do all kinds of stuff. But they don't recognize that because I haven't let them do that. I've been burned by employees and stuff in the past so many times that I pay attention and they don't know.
Well, let me ask you, this firm has your name on it, and is it okay with you if Chris Marriott, someone walks in the door and he signs them up as a new client?
By that point, he was going to be part of the, and I'll show you, part of the PLLC. He was actually, if he had not been behaving so badly as a lawyer, the plan was to actually, they were all going to be members of the PLLC. He was looking into the rules to see if Galen and those guys could actually be members, not being lawyers.
So you were going to basically sell the business to Chris?
No, they told me if I just let them have control of it, they'd give me a check and take care of it. Go ahead, Heidi, and take care of yourself. Don't close it. We will take over all of your administrative responsibilities. You still need money. You've done all of this work. Why close it? And I didn't. I put him on contract, and then I turned all of that over to them.
So what at that point, what do you see as your responsibilities?
To make sure that I have professional people in there doing a professional job. And up until that point, I had. Chris, all those people, they've passed your morals thing to become a lawyer. They've passed the test to become a lawyer. They haven't had any sort of complaints, which I now understand is just a bunch of BS anyways. But everything from a subjective, reasonable standpoint, other than, and even the rules, check out the notes to the rules, say I only have to, as a small firm, keep a reasonable idea of what's going on in that office and have in certain standards and procedures and all that stuff. I did. Galen was part of it. She helped me create it. We had handbooks down to how you answer a call, how you lock the door, what happens when you walk in. There's manuals on that G drive that any moron could do, as long as they could read and walk and talk. Those were all created. I believed those were all being followed. I had no reason not to believe that until this type stuff. So right at this point, about a month before this, and I'll look if it's not erased, but Galen was acting so weird, and I even said on one of my emails, Galen, are you my friend? Because she was trying to get me to do things that I know she knows is not right.
So when you say 1 month before this, are we talking about 1 month before
This
the judge's
claim.
office called you on the telephone? Or 1 month before what?
It had to have been that, yeah, before
Okay.
all this.
And what
I don't know,
was
it blends. It just kind of blends. I'll have to, if you'd have given me more time, I probably would have had all of those in my own binder for you.
What was it about that call that...
There was actually just some weird, do you know how when you've done a certain, like, what I consider my best aspect as a lawyer isn't where I've been trained, it's not all that. It's that I've done so many cases in certain areas that I can tell you what this judge is going to do under this fact pattern, this amount of time, right? And so you learn from your experiences, and then you know when you walk into a court that, hey, that ain't right, that bailiff stands there, not there. Just little things that you don't mean to even pay attention to, right? With Galen, weird little things had started to happen. I don't know in that time frame. I was dying of cancer in my head. At this point, I'm checking in just enough for my moral obligation, not for your moral obligation or because of a book. It's because it's the right thing to do. I don't know if any of you understand that, but that's how I was operating.
And what is your standard for checking in at that point?
Phone meetings, emails, I'm still getting all of this stuff sent to me. My standard is a reasonable, beyond reasonable, with all of those procedures in there and everything else. If those people acted, the professionals that I hired, and had every reason to believe they would continue to act in that manner, we would have no problem. They did not. This is intentional BS created.
So we may come back to the docket if we're confused about a date or something that might help us, but let's go on to what's been marked 4, which is the grievance from Judge Downs, together with all the attachments, the transcripts.
Why has it been redacted?
Oh, there was another name on there I took out.
Yeah, and her case was just dismissed, huh? Never met her either. She lied on the record, too. I've never met her. I've never met Jacques. They both said on the record that they had personal conversations with me. Show me when. Find one that's absolute.
And the Jacques you're
lie.
referring to is Jacques Lejeune?
Uh-huh. And he's Di's friend, and so I don't know, that's what I'm saying, I'm on the fence about Di. Because I've seen his blatant lies, so I know about his stuff. Di still hasn't, but they're friends. They go drink too. So I don't know. I'm on the fence about Di.
So page, I've got the stamp with page numbers on the side here. Hopefully that'll help us. But on page 2 is the court's minute entry for November 8th, 2012.
Hold on a second. I want to take a look at this. Okay, so what was that?
So page 2 is the court's minute entry for November 8th, 2012.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? This Laurel has destroyed this audio, so I couldn't get it. But yeah, that's the date. And that's Laurel, and that's Mr.
Laurel is the court reporter reference there, Laurel
Yep.
Olson?
She's the one that, I'm sure, acting under Downs' discretion.
So you were trying to get an audio recording of this particular hearing?
Yes, because I got the transcripts for everything in this case, and those came back with, it's the only thing I appeared on the telephone. I know what I said to that guy. There's stuff missing all through that. All my record. I said I'm going to make a huge record, and that paragraph has 3 spots cut out of it. I know what my record was.
Okay, when we get to that point, why don't you, because we have the transcript here, so when we get to that point, if you could point out what...
Absolutely.
what you believe is
So,
missing there.
oh, not just what I believe, so that's why I wanted the audio, because I can't properly defend myself without proof of what happened at that hearing. He's lying, saying that he ordered me to do X, Y, and Z. That's a lie. He did not in that hearing, and I made a good record that is now missing. Not in a transcript, not in an audio. Just gone.
So I think the transcripts here are in reverse chronological order.
I'm sure, because it was fabricated, it was created. This chick on the second one is a friend. I partied with Heidi Percy and her cop husband with a different ex. This is bull.
Heidi Percy, that's the clerk who's
Yep.
listed on the minutes for the December 7, 2012 hearing.
Yep.
So let's go
And when they
to...
sent them to me, they sent them all as one under actually Janie McElroy. It wasn't till later that I realized like 3 days ago that it was Heidi Percy that did that. And I take that incredibly personal.
So let's go to page 32 of Exhibit 4. That's the transcript for November 8, 2012.
Sure. You can put in as much stuff as you want. And okay, where at? I'm going to have a full record.
Page 32, you see at the bottom there are little page numbers that are handwritten in.
Yep.
And I assume you've read this before.
I've read it several times. This judge says on the record over and over and over before he gets me, you know what, any reasonable jury will look at this after knowing this story and know what's up. Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Okay. And the purpose of the hearing on November 8, it was a 3.5 hearing?
That's what they said, but I've never had a 3.5 not audioed, and there's stuff that it was moved, so this was not standard. That's what this says. From my understanding, what I've been told was, well, Chris was gone. I knew that. There's one declaration in there that I know about, approved. It's from Galen. It's the morning that this happened. We had worked at night. She went in there from her house and actually brought it up to the court. Just little things. Like on this case, she'd send me stuff to confirm. There was I'll tell you, weird stuff.
I mean, again, I think it would be helpful if we sort of go through it in order, and then if you've got additional stuff that's not part of the record here that you think would be helpful, that's great. We'll
Yes.
make it part of the deposition record. But on page 36 of our exhibit, this is actually page 6 of the transcript, and this is the prosecutor.
You just told me page 32. So is it 32 or 36?
No, I moved on to page 36.
What did you ask me on 32? You just asked me if that's a page?
I asked you if this was a 3.5 hearing.
Okay. That's what it says at the bottom.
Okay. So
That's what it's labeled.
Now I moved on to page 36 of the exhibit, which is page 6 of the transcript.
Okay.
And if you look at the top of that page, and maybe you have to start the last line on the prior page. So Mr. Darrow, the prosecutor, is telling the court that he had received a call stating that a Chris Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R, and Rebecca Thorley, T-H-O-R-L-E-Y,
And
would be taking over the case, that Mr. Marriott was no longer there.
no, the judge wouldn't allow it. I hired 2 people to cover Chris's stuff. It turns out, well, they told me I've hired 2 people. I don't know. I'll have to look at the stuff. Rebecca was one of them at that time, or right when he was leaving, all around then. Rebecca and him are friends, and he screwed up because of his cocky blatantness, and even wrote that the last time he talked to her was on Halloween about the Carter case, and I specifically asked her because I know it was at the party, and she's denying having ever spoke to him at all and saying she'll get phone records. She has flat out lied to me several times at this point.
She being Rebecca?
Yes. And so, at this point, Rebecca was actually handling all of the other cases, had said, because my first contact with her, she had been in there I don't know how long either. And she called the bar for advice on this case over and over. You guys are so in it together. She wouldn't call me. She would, anyway. No, Rebecca has the caseload. She's in there right now with the caseload. Because I don't know how to proceed at this point.
And the caseload would include felony cases?
Only 2 or 3, she said.
Okay. And did you know anything about her qualifications to do felony cases?
She's done murder cases in the UK. And it wouldn't have been, I did that out of my own morals at that point. They hired her. If she's, you know what, if she's got a bar number and practicing, and you allow it, and the judge allows it, I consider that qualified. There's standards for rape cases. You can't take a rape case unless you're qualified. You can't do certain stuff. If you folks say it's okay, I believe it's okay, and I think it's reasonable for me to do that. But, having said that, she had been in the UK and had murder cases up to that point, so she was plenty qualified.
Okay. So why didn't she show up for the 3.5 hearing?
Because she set me up, and I'll get stuff from Di. That's where Di has been helpful. Because she refused, she kept, I'll get you all of this stuff, but because she was working with Galen and Chris to have someone not appear at that hearing, that's exactly what he was talking about right here, about how he was going to get me. They did it on purpose. Why did she not show up? Apparently under your guys' advice. She called the bar according to what the records that I have. She called you guys and asked you guys for advice on how to proceed in this case, although she didn't contact me once about all this stuff, didn't even know what was going on. Apparently there's a paper trail of her talking to you guys and Straight to cover her ass, not mine.
You're talking about Professor John Straight?
I'm guessing. I don't know. All I know is you're going to hire? No. Hell no. I'm not guilty. I'm not hiring Mr. Straight. But apparently there's stuff on the record that she was talking to you guys and Mr. Straight how to ethically handle this all the way through. That was another sign that made me, why would she pick that case out of all of these cases to make sure that she's handling it ethically from the beginning and won't do all of this? It got to a point in the emails, it became very clear to me, and I'll find one that I said, stop skewing these emails, because they would try to fabricate, they would try to make a record. I've played this game, I get it. So they could submit on this page of the transcript, kind of like what you're wanting to do, and why I'm making sure there's a full record. Because it wasn't going to fit with us being here right now. You asked her why she wouldn't show up. She told me under your guys' advice.
Do I have your permission to call her?
Please!
Okay. Is Mr.
Why? You've obviously talked to a bunch of people. Why do you need my permission? You're the bar. You don't need my permission. Why do you need my permission?
Well, I thought she was your employee. Maybe that's not true.
No, I've said over and over, she's a contract person. I did not hire. I did not negotiate the contract. I did not anything on there.
Is Mr.
He's also...
Mr. Brester in the same category?
Well, he don't have an office in there. Apparently, she had allowed at some point another desk to be put in there when Anna came there, and that's Chris is Anna's husband, who is her paralegal, who is the one that... Rebecca took my name, cut and pasted on those motions, on the declaration, had Anna and those guys do it, and then submit it to the court, which he refused to do. This was so set up at every point.
All right, well, let's finish up what happened on November 8th. So the court says that he's going to have his clerk go try to get a hold of you and Mr. Marriott.
No, he never told me Mr. Marriott. I didn't know Chris was going to be on the phone until the telephone hearing.
Okay.
The clerk called me.
Right. And
said, oh, the judge is pissed. There's a telephone hearing. And there's some emails from Galen that if they haven't, I have an independent IT guy that says he can pull everything off of there as long as there's something there. So there's a series of emails from Galen about this hearing. Hey, Bex won't do it. She's new. Can you just do this telephone hearing? And so I'm there, no insurance, well, a month and a half from my ultimate end crash, feeling horrible and trying to take this call from this judge on this hearing on a case that I didn't even know until the night before that was even an issue when Galen says, hey, we're going to have an issue, what can we do? Draft a motion is the best we can do. This judge says, so you have no one that can do it? No, I don't. I've told you in this record over and over and over, I have competent people that will do it if allowed to do it ethically. If we can do it under the RPCs ethically. Said it over and over and over. And he wouldn't give me a continuance because of health stuff. He set it for the next morning. I couldn't have, even if I was healthy, by that time we're talking 2 or 3 o'clock. He knew I was a couple hours away. There was no possible way that even if I could walk and talk and all of that,
like healthy Heidi could, that the logistics would have allowed me to get the file, interview people, there was witnesses, it would be closed by the time I even got the file. And he wanted me to be there at 9:30. This is the part of the record that is missing. And I said, I will be there at 9:30, Your Honor, but I cannot be, there's no magic to make my body healthy enough to be able to do that. If you had the power, you have a lot of power in my world, and this is missing, and I'm positive that this is really what pissed him off the most. And this is what has motivated all of this, is this paragraph that's missing. But I said, I tell you what, you have a lot of power in my world. You can go to the bar, you can jail me, you can do a lot of things. But if you have the power to make my body healthy, I would have came to you a couple of years ago with a motion and order to have you sign it, and we wouldn't even be here, because I was at the height of my practice. I had the most caseload, according to one of the treatment people, of DUI stuff. I was running a successful practice. If he could make me healthy, then he would. And I said, and he said, no, you will be here. And I said, I will bring a toothbrush, and actually, if you put me in the right jail, I'll have insurance at that point. And then I kind of laughed. And so there's a whole record of me saying, and what shows up in here is only the last part. And so I go through all of it, I make a great record. It's clearly going to be judicial misconduct if he makes me do that hearing. And, so hold on, and then afterwards, I go through and make a whole record too about even if I was healthy, me driving, by the time I get there, this is going to be closed, this is going to be closed. There's no way that I can actually, I couldn't, under the RPCs, meet my obligations regardless. Under 115, I didn't know what rule it was, but I know it was on there. It was my obligation to decline. And in fact, I'm entitled to do that if there's good cause. And I'm going to show you from 1999 good cause.
Why didn't you withdraw?
He wouldn't let me. He tried goading me into it so he could make that order. I actually said 2 or 3 times, because I didn't understand at the time, but he wanted me to say, well, then I will move to withdraw, and I'll find it for you in the record if you want, because they couldn't cut everything out.
Well, let's go. I wanted to ask you about what's been marked Exhibit 5 to your deposition, which is the motion, and then we'll go through carefully the...
It doesn't matter. You can get as much from me or not, but this will all be part of the record, so know that.
So the motion to continue, do you have Exhibit 5?
Mm-hmm.
And what role, if any, did you have in drafting this?
Nothing. Nothing. I did not... Oh, wait. Actually, yes. This is the only one that I did. This is the one from Galen. I thought this was Rebecca's. That's when you pulled it out. This is the only one. So Galen calls me, well, it must have been the night before, freaking out because there's no one to cover this case. Chris is gone, and Bex and Chris said, no, we won't do it. So I got notice like the day before.
So this is like the night, November 7th?
Yes. I didn't even know that Carter had been signed beyond a name and a case number. I had not met him. I had not negotiated anything. I had not done that.
Right.
Nor was I required to, because I had reasonable procedures in place if they followed them. So no. Galen calls, and there's some emails too in between. What are we going to do? Beck says she won't. Well, now you guys are telling me about it. I don't even know about this crap until the day before. What can I do? It turns out at least she had asked 5 different lawyers, and Rebecca and Chris. I now understand, and that's why I'm on the fence about Jock. He actually went to the motions, and nobody else in town would touch this case. Di does coverage for all kinds of stuff, and she recruited Jacques at a last minute so we could even just have someone here. And the fact that he stood in makes me think that, especially after talking to her and no one else, word was out, this was going down, because we don't have a problem finding coverage, and no one would cover it. So the 7th, Galen, we got the situation. All right, I now learn, judge is pissed, all of this stuff. I knew the files were in a mess. I've talked to Rebecca about that, and she's been working on it, because that's how Chris left it. And why I didn't renew. But, so we talk, all right, what are we going to do? What's the situation? This is 100% true, and with my authority. This is the only thing that you will find in this case that I even knew about until the events that
and
happened.
This is Exhibit 5?
Yes.
So on your declaration, the next page, line 18,
Are you talking about the first page of it?
first page of the declaration, yeah.
Mr. Marriott were properly represented? Is that how it starts?
No.
Or the next one?
No, I'm talking about the second page of the exhibit that has declaration at the top.
Yes.
Okay. So can you look at
Spent an
line
awful lot of time investigating me.
18?
Uh-huh.
So the new attorneys, that would be Brester and Thorley?
Well, contract attorneys, but yes, they're the ones
Okay.
that were working on, supposedly, they're the ones that were setting me up with you and Straight beforehand. But I didn't know it at this point.
And then also on that same page, back up at line 5, it says, late on a Sunday night, Mr. Marriott emailed me a termination letter.
Yep. Sucker punched me.
Did you write this?
Galen wrote it with we worked on it together on the phone,
So you said
essentially.
you had 100% approval on this.
I read this and gave it back to, yes.
Okay.
Well, let me make sure, because now I know Galen is part of it. I guess I should represent that me and her worked on a document that I told her she could put my signature on. However, she did that from her house and went up the next morning to the court. So let me actually make sure that
Sure.
this is the same exact document before I declare.
Okay, let's go
Because-
off the record for a minute so you can have a chance to look at
Okay.
that.
We had a phone conversation in which we drafted something that got my approval. So let me make sure this is it.
Okay, so let's go off a minute, we'll let the court reporter stretch their fingers. You take a minute to read that. Then I want to ask you a question about copies. Can I make copies here, or what's the situation?
Yeah, how many copies?
Well, it's not everything in here because, I don't need this bar grievance part. So it's that.
Please keep it exactly in that order.
Yes, yes,
That's
I'm
how I
keeping
need
it
to
in that
know.
order.
That will let me have more clues
Well,
if Di is
because-
part of this and what's, yeah, right there's perfect.
We have,
That's
well,
the exact one I have.
well, we have a nicer one behind
That I couldn't
us,
get.
but,
Yeah, I know. See, I'm operating in a travel trailer. You guys have taken everything from me. You guys, I mean the whole system. Have you conspired together? No. That's just your system.
And then,
I can give you names on this.
so you won't let me just take this back to my office and make a copy and
Absolutely
return it
not.
to you?
I do not. Why do you think I have my own court reporter here? You have spent your time and the resources investigating the one person. I'm here because I want a record, and I'm going to pay for this anyways. But quite honestly, I trust you about as much as I trust all the other people at this point. So no, you get nothing
Well, I'll tell you
that I
what.
can't just, if there's a court order, sure. If there's something like that, but right now, I don't believe in any of this.
Do you have someone in your office who can make copies for us?
Why
This
can't we
is
do it right
the
here?
office.
This is
Yeah.
the office.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got
Why can't we do it in
this
front of us?
and this
Why is there a
one.
problem doing it right here in front of us?
Okay, I mean, that's going to take forever if we're going to put on one piece of paper at a time.
You don't. There's a tray.
Yeah, there's a tray, and I think you can,
Okay,
that
well,
takes a few.
let's,
And that's why I don't have this stuff for you, because I wasn't going to take my time working with that exact printer when I have other stuff to actually defend myself on.
let's finish up then, and we'll talk about the copies after.
Yeah, we can talk all you want, but I
Have you had
want
time
to
to
watch.
review that?
I'm looking at it right now, but we're trying to distract me about the copy machine first, so I can do one thing at a time and pay attention to
Okay,
what's
well, why
going
don't
on.
you just read that then?
Happy
please?
to. You have all of this in front of you, and I'm the one being investigated.
I'm gonna run to the restroom while you're reading. I'll be right back.
No problem. She got out of her way to grab her phone. Thank you. I would not feel comfortable at all without you here. Thank you. You are getting a full record, right? There's a reason to thank you.
And a audio. And
Thank you. God. They've never seen Heidi that's under doctor's care. I'm not letting this go. I don't care how big of a mess they've made. Not that I'm questioning your integrity. I'm questioning the system's integrity at this point.
I am taking nothing personal, so
Good.
do not worry about it.
Any reasonable jury who listens to the whole thing in any county, I don't care if it's Allen County or Seattle, will easily connect the dots.
I had my nice little sugar-free healthy snack. For some reason, I must have already gotten into my snack stash. That's okay, there's chocolate.
No, I actually, these are all in you'll
Wait,
see.
if you're ready
Oh,
to go,
sorry.
let's
Yep.
wait till we get the clerk
That's fine.
page back.
It's really nice grabbing 2 waters. I'm being greedy.
I haven't finished my coffee yet, so I think we're still in. I'm gonna get a bill for this after a bunch of years of bullshit anyways, so I'm paying for it, don't worry.
Everybody ready? Okay. So we took a short break so you could read over Exhibit 5
Yes,
to satisfy yourself that the declaration that I think you said before, you 100% approved it, but you wanted to...
well, I didn't know if this was the same document that I approved.
Okay.
So let's make that clear on the record. What I
Right.
actually said was, I wanted to read this, that I know that the person that I worked on this with is part of the people that created this situation intentionally, and I wanted to verify before I made that statement that could be then copied and pasted, one little section of it saying that I said that. I wanted to actually verify that this was the same document that her and I worked on that night.
Is it?
I'll pull off of my computer exactly once I get home to make sure. I believe it's close to that, and I can tell you that this was what Galen represented to me, for me to know as fact and truth at the time. If you look through, you'll see a lot of, we are now in a position, we have no attorney available. I had no part of that. That was her we. When she says we, that was her and Chris and possibly Di dealing with that type of stuff. So I can tell you that what's in this is what has been represented to me and what I believed as truth. Whether it's true or not will take a lot of discovery in a lot of cases. So I'm not going to sit here and say I believe it's true. I believed at the time, as it was being represented to me, how things went down by Galen, who was the actual drafter of this and the filer and everything else, that it was true. So, and I can go through paragraph by paragraph or line by line if you want, and I can tell you, because in September, I'm sure she told me that that's when the date was, but there's an email verifying that I can look up to get an exact date, because I did remember the emails with Chris. So I'm sure she represented the day or whatever. I didn't go up to my computer that night on the phone. We were already trying to figure out, well, can we call this person? Can we call this person? What can we do? And I think it was 7 or 8 by that point. And so.
So if you look at the last page, which is another copy of the last page of the declaration,
Mm-hmm.
did you sign that?
Absolutely.
And you know what? After reasonable looking and dealing with people, I believed it to be true. Actually, I didn't sign it. It's not signed anywhere. If you say, see fax signature, you won't find my original signature on anything.
Well, that's what I'm asking you about. It says see fax signature. Is this the fax signature?
I authorized it through an email for this to go out at whatever it was when I said it was okay. There's an email from Galen on this morning or the night before that has the documents that we drafted together on the phone. She then went home, forwarded it to the personal account. These guys wanted to make sure they got a record on all kinds of stuff too, at their personal stuff, because they knew they could be out at any time. See that now? Forwarded this to her personal stuff and then took it up to the court. So I'm telling you that at the time it says see attached fax signature.
Right.
The document, if this is it, and I can verify it on my email, if it's there, I authorized that particular one to go to the court that morning so the court would know. Tobin had already been told that no officers were going to be there, or that no lawyer was going to be there, so don't have his officers there. Prosecutor was very aware. Galen said that he was told, and then I found out in the record that Anna has had contact with him because there was a fax cover sheet that said per our conversation on this day, which was after they continued this, even after. So there's stuff in the record to verify it, but at that time it was Galen's representation.
So I still want to know how your signature got on the last page of Exhibit 5.
They cut and pasted it. If you look, every single signature is the same one. Do you think I signed my name that way, the same thing?
No, I think they are cut and paste. That's what I'm asking you.
Yes, they cut and pasted it. Rebecca directed here. As a matter of fact, I want to make that part of the record because it's Anna's declaration.
But at least on Exhibit 5, they did that with your authorization.
That's the only thing, if it's the same document, that they had my authorization on.
Okay.
And after going through stuff, apparently sometime after June and July, when they started recreating my forms, they also believed it was okay to cut and paste my signature on things like declarations. Any lawyer knows that's not okay. Even if it's a motion that I drafted years ago and I'm familiar with that, that's one thing. They went and put my signature on declarations.
So you had no idea that was happening?
No! And I corrected it immediately when I found out. And there's a plenty good record of that. That is not okay. Anybody with common sense, I don't have to be reasonable and have checks in line for that. Any lawyer that has passed the bar knows that crap is not okay.
But Rebecca Thorley didn't know that?
Apparently she didn't.
And Chris Brester didn't know that?
I don't know if Chris is part of it. Rebecca caused this. She knew it. She called you guys and asked, what should I do next?
Then I want to go back to the second page of Exhibit 5, line 5.
Exhibit 5, line 5. Which one is Exhibit 5, line 5? This one?
That's the motion to continue.
Okay. 1 and 5 on which page? Because there's been several.
The second physical page. So the first page says motion to continue. The second page, it begins declaration at the top.
Okay.
And then I want to direct you to line 5.
Okay.
It says, late on a Sunday night, Mr. Marriott emailed me a termination letter.
Yes, and I remember that specifically. I was with my cousin Nikki and her little sister, or her daughter, who I didn't know.
But that Sunday night was in fact a Sunday night in October, right? October 19th?
Had to have been.
Okay.
And I'll pull that. I would have had it. And so I can verify if that happened. And that's why it probably says I right there. That's why she wrote it with the I, because that's the rest you're going to find we.
All right, then let's go back to the grievance and the transcripts, which is Exhibit 4.
You're just getting certain. Go ahead.
And specifically page 39. Which is page 9 of that particular transcript.
Hold on. Which one did you say? What are we looking at now?
This is Exhibit 4 to your deposition, the big 6 grievance with transcripts. And I'm directing you to page 39, the handwritten number at the bottom, which is also page 9 of the transcript.
Yes, it is.
So this is the hearing is reconvening at 1 p.m., right?
Apparently.
And someone from the judge's chambers contacted you and had you there by telephone, right?
Yep. They messed up, though, on their docket. It said that there's minutes of the day that they told me that there's no audio, so I'm going to look, of course, that farther. I noticed last night stuff was already closed.
But yes, this is the one that didn't get fully recorded. Didn't get recorded.
So let's go to page 41 of the exhibit. And the first thing that you're responding to the court, you say, yes, Your Honor, legally I believe we are probably both on the hook for it.
Yeah.
And that meant you thought that both you and Mr. Marriott were on hook as Mr. Carter's counsel at that point?
Well, I hadn't met Mr. Carter, but I had authorized Chris to do that stuff, and so when we're talking about legally, as you're aware, any practicing lawyer knows that there's not just one set of laws involved, that when we're talking about this, it could implicate this case, it could implicate employment law, it could implicate civil law, everything else. And so when I'm looking at these issues, when I answered that, I remember specifically, I'm on my deck, yes, legally, I believe for these purposes, we're both on the hook for it until he lets Chris out.
Okay. And then towards the bottom of that page, line 21, Mr. Marriott is speaking, and he says that contract ended on October 19th. So that would be consistent with the declaration that we just looked at.
I'll have to look at my timeline, but my guess is yes. I actually did look at these dates because later on he goes on to talk about how he talked to Miss Thorley. Right here, that's page 42, line 12. Mr. Marriott, I do take a different view. I talked to her attorney, Miss Thorley, didn't even know they were friends, on Halloween a couple weeks ago about Mr. Carter. It was cleared to Miss Thorley, who is now handling all of Miss Hunt's criminal matters, they worked on it together, they're friends, that Mr. Carter was essentially a client, of Heidi Hunt's office. I explained to Miss Thorley that I had been asked by Miss Hunt not to speak to any of the clients since I left the firm. I did highlight Mr. Carter as an important case that was coming up. I haven't talked to Miss Thorley about the case since then. I specifically questioned her about this because of the Halloween party and everything else. I think that's unethical in and of itself. But they do it every year, and nobody cares as long as you get drunk with them. So I asked her specifically, what did you do on Halloween? When was this conversation with Chris? Because she first said, oh, I didn't have any conversations. I don't know. And then I come across this in the record as I'm going through all this, and not only does he say right here under oath, one of them's a flat-out liar, and so I need to know who it is. So I'm asking her. Chris Lyon in this statement, he very clearly can outline facts, dates, specifically says, talked about Carter. In a caseload that we have, which obviously you know all that, my numbers and crap like that, for them on Halloween to specifically talk about it to where he can recite specific facts, tells me, Bex, tell me more about this. She denied having ever talked to him. Then I sent her a copy of this and said, so you're telling me that this on the record is a flat-out lie? I don't remember. There's a series of her going back and forth until finally, I'm sure I said something to the effect of, because at this point it's getting pretty clear that I've been put in at that particular time when I first started asking her about this, I didn't know for sure. I hadn't come across dockets that had dates changed. I hadn't come across audio missing yet. I hadn't come across stuff like that. And so, because I've asked her about this up until one of the last times we talked, and the best she will do for me is get her phone records, because she claims that she never met Chris, that would be a lie, and that she may have talked to him about Carter, and the best she can do is supply phone records, and she has not got any of those to me at all.
But as of this moment, she's still working in your law office in Boston.
What am I supposed to do with her right now? She's created a situation, I don't know, as a matter of fact, I might call your guys' little line to see what it is I'm supposed to do, or contact straight. Because she has come in, they've taken over everything, and she's now used the situation to get raises, to extort me, to have Brewster, her friend, come work and all kinds of stuff, so we can meet our ethical obligations, which it turns out she was creating.
Let me direct you to that same page 42 at line 7. Where Mr. Marriott tells the court, she, meaning you,
yes,
asked me to have no further communication with her clients at that time.
He sent
meaning
out...
October 19th.
Well, it's probably that Sunday. I'll have to look at the emails. October 19th probably wasn't a Sunday. If that was his last day, that was probably a Friday, I'm guessing. And I know for a fact, though, that the email came on Sunday because he, too, was trying to use this to get a raise. He had
so we
told
could
me,
be talking about October 21 instead of October 19th?
Yes, whatever the calendar says.
All right. Is that true? You asked them to have no further communications with her client?
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of record on that. You want to go on it now, or why I did, or what? Because it will be part of it. Yes, I absolutely, I didn't lie on here. I stated on the record, yes, I told him, do not violate the rules with people that are not your clients anymore, or I'll sue you. He had
Because
sent out
they were your clients, is that right?
He had sent out stuff to everybody that was not authorized. Yes. We're both on the hook legally, I think, Your Honor. They were both of our clients at that time.
Okay.
And I was the only one that even tried to meet my ethical duty.
So you told him you'd sue him if he tried to contact clients?
After he had already sent out a massive, on the Friday that he left, he waited until everything was closed, sent out a mass email to all the clients, apparently. I don't know, the IT guy will find out exactly where all they went. When I specifically told him not to do that, he did it at a time, and he only had his number on it. He did it. Yeah, if he was going to continue that practice, I didn't tell him no more contact. I said, do not violate. Maybe I did. I don't know at that point. But yeah, I said, stop this behavior, period. Stop.
And then on page 43, line 16, you told the court, I haven't actually practiced for quite some time.
These are, hold on, because these are the paragraphs that end up missing stuff.
Okay, I want you to, if you think there's something missing,
I
would
will.
like you to take that
Trust
out.
me, I'm going to. Oh, court. All right, so on October 21st, so the court knew the date. The court had looked in advance to know what date it was that me and Mr. Marriott's email was there. The court already had a date. Unbelievable.
Well, that's because you'd already discussed that, right? Mr. Marriott had said on the page 43, or page 13 of the transcript, 1 and 1.
They put certain, yes, there's words, phrase in here, and I have highlighted stuff, but they were creating a record at this time.
So you told the court you hadn't actually practiced for quite some time.
No, I told them I don't practice full time. MS is one of those deals, at least mine is, one of those deals that I've been able to practice just fine without compromising anything except my own personal health and well-being. And so I could walk through those gates with my head held high. I've continued to do that because it turns out I'm the only ethical actor in the system sometimes.
So you're saying the court reporter got this wrong?
No, what I'm saying is it's not complete. I don't know if it, at some point, it could be here, or it could be here, or it could be here, or here, where it's missing stuff in my testimony. But at some point, possibly during this point, or at some point that's missing, I specifically told him, because as I was creating my record, I didn't know that this was being created intentionally, but I knew, as being a good lawyer, I need to be a lawyer at this point. So I knew what I said in that record, and I told them either at that point or at one of these other points that we can continue on to, as we're getting a full record, but we only take one line out of each page, was I don't practice full time like that anymore. And I don't practice at all when it's not ethically okay for the client to do it. Period.
So then let's go
Actually, what page was that? What page were you saying?
the page we were just on.
No, I was on 21. I'm going from memory right now. So where was that paragraph that you just said? Because it's not on page 43 where we started when you were trying to time me to the 21st.
I had directed you to page 43 of the exhibit, which is page 13 of the transcript. Whoops.
Yes.
And it's line 16.
Yes, line 16. Okay.
It says, I haven't actually
Hold on,
practiced
because
for
there's
quite some
another
time.
spot that, you know, if they would have gave me a complete transcript and not got rid of the audio, it'd be really clear for us what was said, wouldn't it?
Can we move on then to page 45?
No, I am going to answer your question. I'm not going to have one line of stuff so you can meet your elements of whatever it is you're trying to do right now.
Well,
you asked me a question, I'm going to finish.
I thought you had answered it.
I have not. I'm reading and seeing where this varies and where it's missing because...
All right, please do.
I am. We had the audio, we wouldn't have to question it now, would we? We wouldn't.
I'm not questioning it.
You've been working for the last month to question me and only me. That's fine. That's your right. But I also know mine.
Well, please tell me what you think is missing from this portion
If you'd
of the
let me
transcript.
read it, we'd already be done.
Well, you've had it for some time.
And you keep doing that. And I've already said that I can't listen to you and watch what you're doing and read and think at the
No,
same
ma'am,
time.
I mean you've had it for weeks.
Absolutely. No, actually, I have not. I have had a partial one for weeks, and I've been avoided 11 times to get the audio until I was apparently told at the office it just doesn't exist. So no, I haven't had it. None of us have had this record, have we? Do you know what actually happened at this hearing? If you do, how could you? There's no transcript of it. There's no audio of it. The reason I said I believe legally, yes, you're pulling out parts, that we're both on the hook is because I've tried to get out of felony cases before. I know how hard it is to get out and the standards that it is. Although I haven't actually practiced for quite some time, I haven't practiced full time, it's in part of the record, because I'm standing outside in frickin' cold. Unbelievable. That's what I meant in that regard. See, he's twisting the same thing. I'm trying to clarify. This is a paragraph trying to clarify where he's trying to bootleg me like you are. And I'm making sure my record is clear that he's wrong. That's what I meant in that regard. I don't believe the client wants him on the case. I do not want him. I did, in fact, after he... Yes, I did. I'll give you copies of that. Told him not to do any more of that. Not to contact the client, not anything like that. Told him not to do any more of that conduct. And that, yes, I would sue him in that regard if he continued. Now, what was your question? Is that true? That's true in me explaining other stuff that he's trying to get me all confused on. So, yes, that's true in that context.
Okay. Could you turn to page 45 of the exhibit, which is page 15 of the transcript?
Yep.
And I want to direct your attention to your last comment that begins at line 23.
Mm-hmm. And the only reason I was not there and wasn't there this morning to tell you that is because we were literally working. That's the email from Galen. I'll tell you, it was probably 8 o'clock by the time she got my fax approval for that. To try and have that occur. And I can give you a list of people that, testimony gone. Those are all the lawyers right there that we tried to contact, that he then goes on to 3 times say, so you don't have anyone available, then you have to withdraw. Missing,
where
so
are
I
you?
never,
Lost me there.
right here, page 46, the lines that you're pointing out, the ones you're trying to use against me that are missing from the record, right here.
Oh, you're saying the top of that page.
Yes.
So you're explaining to the judge that you tried to get someone to come but were unsuccessful, is that fair?
I'm explaining to the judge that we tried to get 5 people plus the 2 in my office to handle this case, and for some reason, no one in town would touch it.
And you didn't feel that you could drive in and do it?
I could be there at the hearing, but we just went over this. No, I was too sick to go through 100 and some pages by the next morning.
Okay.
That would be physically impossible even if I was healthy. And that's missing from the record specifically. All of that was made. In the paragraph somewhere it says I want to make a huge record, and it's a paragraph that has like 3 things cut out of it according to that lady. I made a long record during that time. And it has probably most of the stuff that you're asking me. Is that true? Is that true? It's explaining that stuff that's missing. So, what's the actual question? I don't know, because it's missing. If I had the audio, we would know for sure.
Okay.
I know I acted appropriately, ethically. I know that someone didn't, and I don't have a record of that. So
let's move on to page 49 of the exhibit, which is page 19 of the transcript from November 8th. And again, the about line 4 where you begin speaking, the paragraph that begins absolutely.
Absolutely. Yep, I remember that because I was paced to the other side of the deck when I said that. I think I even got up on the seat.
So you're telling the court that under your fee agreement
You have a copy of it.
that you can actually choose what lawyer is best for them, and then you go on to say, I guess not necessarily what's best for them.
If you look, and it was cut out, see those 2 lines right there?
Mm-hmm.
After choose what lawyer is best for them, line.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of me talking ethically that was specifically cut out to make it look like I wasn't.
At line 8, you're saying part of the transcript is missing at
Yes,
at line
those
8?
two dots are my testimony that is just gone.
And do you have any memory today of what you said at that time?
Probably, because I remember the absolutely in walking, because by this point, it was clear. Absolutely, because I've dealt with this exact situation with several situations in the past when I had outside, the fee agreement on it, and I'm sure what I did was explain here, and I don't know what words I used.
Sure, I'm not asking for exact words, but if you have a memory of what you believe is cut out of the transcript as line 8, then I'd like your best memory of that.
I told him that because I had up to 5 lawyers and all the people come and go, whether they be interns or whatever, and so you get a lot of pitfalls. You understand this client gets mad at this stuff, the court wants it this way, everybody wants it differently, right? And so my only concern as a business owner, not as a lawyer, but as a business owner, is to make sure I'm complying with the tax man, the phone's ringing, and I'm complying with you guys. And so I know those rules real well, because I'm not going to let someone like these guys walk into this situation just... I'm not. You're not going to get me on violation of the rules that sticks, that's good. You guys can do whatever you want. I'll give you my card back if that's what you want. It's a privilege to be a lawyer, but you're not going to find me violating the rules. This is where I explained to him, because of past situations, and it's not just that. It was past situations, and then it turns out when I did have the 5 lawyers and we had weekly meetings, we'd have our calendar meetings, and we'd also have lawyer meetings.
You're telling all this to the judge?
Yes, I'm trying to.
That's left out here.
Yes, I'm trying to explain to him about my business model. That's what I'm saying. There's complete paragraphs missing from this transcript that I can't get because they're just missing all of a
So
sudden.
you're describing to the judge your business model at this point?
I have told him...
At line 8.
I don't know if it's at line 8. Don't try to tie me to line 8. It's part of this conversation that's missing. At what point, I don't know. All I know is the record that I created for him during this conversation, I then, several months later, get this. It's missing spots that I specifically remember telling him. I'm trying to figure out how to defend myself in this, because I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know about Carter till the day before, specifically. And so I'm telling you, somewhere in the record, I believe it's right here, but so many of my spots are cut out. I can tell you what I represented to him that day. We can find it or we can't find it, but the stuff that I know that I said that matters to defend this, for the most part, is gone. And that's part of it.
What else would there be besides your describing the business model? What else do you believe
We can go back through. I will actually show you, because it's so freaking dirty and corrupt. That's what I'm saying. If there's 2 dots right there, it's something that is positive for me. So you go through this transcript, and anywhere that you find 2 lines instead of my testimony, it's because it was deliberately created that way.
But what I'm asking you is your best memory of what you believe was left out, whether there are 2 dots or otherwise.
And I'd have to show you on each, there's how many pages of this exhibit. How many pages? And you're asking me to, off of my memory, go off of whatever dots it was. If you want to go through it, page by page, I can give you my best recollection of when it was. But do I know that I told him the business model in line 8? No, because there's no proof of that. What I remember is I gave him this information. It makes sense that it would go right here, and it's missing right here. I gave him certain information at certain times that's now just gone. Can I tell you? No, because somebody destroyed it. What's their regular practice at the court for recording these hearings where they're trying to get someone disbarred? They don't that stuff can just go missing? Because I know their regular practice. And I can tell you 100 times out of 100 times, that stuff's recorded. And I'll be able to show it. So, do you want to know what I represented to him? Because you're not going to tie me to a certain line on a record that's been cheated and fabricated months later.
That's what I'm trying to get at, is anything that you can remember as you sit here today that you believe you told the court that's not in the transcript.
Well, as we go through it, I'm sure there'll be more, unless you want to go through page by page. Specifically, what we're talking about right now is the business model, and I know at some point because it's 100% true. I've had so many different business models. I mean, people wanted us for that reason at some point, because we would have lawyer meetings and calendar meetings. We would all come in, at least 2 lawyers would look at the file, usually more than that, and then we would discuss the case without even knowing the name of the client. It would be, that's Perfume Girl, or that's whatever, but that model of discussing, hey, this one is in front of this judge, or this is the client and this is their concern, or whatever, of picking the best lawyer when I had 5 of them in there, was the best. We had a lead that made sure, and then Galen was in there with Abacus, and I got insurance benefits, as long as they did all the training on that, to make sure that there's no mismanagement of dates, there's no mismanagement of that stuff. But the lead lawyer that it was assigned to would also be in charge of that too. But who actually showed up at whatever hearing or whatever stage, the client knew before they signed us, we made it part of the fee agreement. They were supposed to initial next to every single paragraph. I put that in there. Chris didn't have them do that. There's a whole long colloquy that I assumed was going on right there, where you discuss with the client, more than one person is going to look at your file. After all these years, we've done it that way on purpose, and here is why. They make a conscious decision to sign. They do, and then we practice that way.
Okay. So
there's no difference here than when I had salary and was doing that than when I had contract people. I didn't believe.
Then if you could go to page 50 of the exhibit, which is page 20 of the transcript, and if you need a minute to read that, go ahead, but my basic question is that would you agree that the court decided that you, Heidi Hunt, personally represented Mr. Carter at this point?
Oh, the court had decided that before this day. Yes. The court wrote an order that said, and the specific order that was drafted, that was submitted to you, simply says, I moved to withdraw and whatever. That's not true, and there is at least that much in this record. They couldn't cut that out. I had said at least twice with what they still have here, no, I'm not moving to withdraw. I want to do what's ethical for the client. No, I'm not moving to withdraw. And that's when he said, okay, well then I guess we'll be here tomorrow for a 3-5 hearing. At which point, I was strong-armed into, and now I understand, I wish I wouldn't have, because I made a record for them, but I thought I was doing what was in the client's best interest, and they just wanted me off the case, quite honestly, so Chris could have it. I don't know. I didn't know what the motivation was at that point, but there was some motivation at that point. Yeah, there is an order that says I was the lawyer. However, this record right here and the stuff that I have shows that I was actually only ordered to appear at the 3-5 personally myself, or have competent counsel there ready, which I did. Jacques, who had met the client 6 months in advance when he was getting a 3-month continuance for Mr. Marriott, so Mr. Marriott could be in Europe. That was granted.
So this actually, what the outcome then was that this was reset to November 15th, and Mr. Lejeune then did the 3-5 hearing, right?
Yes, on this hearing, and it's in here. There's, like I said, there's enough of it where this judge told me. And then there was some mysterious call, supposedly of the office, that Galen said this judge was talking about this afterwards. And apparently, we got an anonymous call from someone that said, it better be Heidi there. We heard the judge talking. And Bex wouldn't tell who it was, and then she denied that as well later, because she didn't know I had that from Galen. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, well. There is an email from that day, from apparently afterwards, the judge is still talking about it, and I still have friends in this county. Because I am ethical and good, and they've seen what's going on.
When Mr. Marriott left in October 2012, and you had the conversation with him about, don't talk to the clients.
No, I said don't violate rules with the clients.
Okay.
And if I can't trust you to not do that, you're not here anymore. Don't contact them if you're going to continue this behavior. What role did you take in terms of looking at the cases at that point? I know you said that the files were a mess. Did you physically look at the files, or
Were you relying on Beverly or Galen, or how did that come about?
A lot of it was reliance on the people that were in there that had been hired. But I did go in and look at stuff, I don't know what days or whatever, and I'm sure I can do a paper trail back, and in federal court we'll have plenty of time for that.
After Mr. Marriott left, did you try to prioritize the cases that were in the office at that time?
Wasn't my job at that point. I had tried closing the criminal practice completely, and that was not, I don't know if I did or not. I know that I have at least email lists of what's open, I have all of those things, but at that point, I can't tell you exact days or whatever, but yes, I went in and looked. I wanted to know caseloads. I was being shook down for more money on contracts and everything else to comply with you guys. If you don't pay me, we're not going to comply. And so, yeah, I went and looked. I wanted to see what was going on. Did I go in the very next day? I don't know. But yeah, I want to know what the hell's going on. Did I look? Yes. I want to know how many cases you're running, because I know how many cases can be run. What kind are they? How many felonies? I asked the same question. It's probably where you got that from, some deal you got over there.
So I want to skip ahead to page 59 of Exhibit 4, and this is the transcript excerpt from the November 15th hearing. So this is the rescheduled 3.5 hearing that Mr. Lejeune handled.
Hold on. November 8th, 4/11. Okay, what was your... I needed to know that date.
Okay, so I'm looking at the November 15 transcript that begins on page 58 of the exhibit, and then I do want to direct your attention to the next page, which is page 59 of the exhibit, or 29 of the transcript.
You're talking about Jacques' hearing?
Right.
Why would I have any Jacques light on the... If you're asking if I have personal knowledge, you know I do not.
I just want to ask you if you agree with the colloquy that begins at line 22, where the court says, all right, that's because Ms. Hunt is Mr. Carter's lawyer for the duration.
No, I do not.
Is that correct? Mr. Lejeune, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and that's a flat-out lie. And somewhere in here, Mr. Lejeune also says that he's talked to me personally. I've never met him. Same with the whatever Isbin that you dismissed on. She represented on December 7th, which Di did have missing from that stuff. So that transcript is missing. I did because I wanted to look through the transcripts. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. That's part of the reason I want that binder back. I need to find out if she's just accidentally part of this or not. What was the actual question? Oh, do I agree with what they said? Hold on. Do I agree with hearsay with people that were going out of their way to try to get me disbarred? I'll look at it and let you know. Thought it was going to be done at the office for the notice of appearance. Mr. Carter says, yep, you can represent me. The judge says, oh, somebody he's never met to make this complaint. That's a lie. Jacques met him 6 months before, had 6 months of being familiar with this case. See, and this is why I think he's part of it. Yes, Your Honor, just for purposes of this hearing. I have emails from him and Diane Galen that he doesn't say anything until the next day or whenever he sends it. I'm sure it's in that book that you've got, as long as it's a complete and accurate thing. I made sure the stuff you're requesting was. Emails after this that said, hey, I wanted to let you know I can't do that anymore. I mentioned to Di I can't do that, and he was putting everyone else on notice. But at this point, it was represented, we're going to co-chair, Jacques' going to take care of it, it's okay, and I have emails to that effect too, between different people at the office. In fact, Galen specifically said right before this, and I looked to see which I had, sent me an email that said, it's being handled, I've talked to the judge's clerk, he knows you're out. It was already pre-done in advance that Jacques was going to co-chair, and actually, since he was familiar with the facts, he was familiar with the client, he was familiar with all that, if it wasn't going to be Chris, who hadn't done anything anyways, quite honestly, Jacques would be in the client's best interest, from my standpoint, to do this. I'm not physically able to, I'm not familiar with this stuff. There is clearly something going on here that isn't right. My order, what he actually ordered me on the 3-5, the actual order from the hearing, not what was signed when I wasn't there by him and the prosecutor, those 3 lines that they're basing this on, was, you will be prepared, or have someone prepared for the 3-5 motion hearing. Not forever, not any of that. You will be here or someone else will be here. After I created a big long record showing it was going to be judicial misconduct and telling me he didn't have the power to make my body healthier, I'd have him sign an order. And so, what I do agree with is, I don't know, other than what was represented to me, what actually went on. I know that stuff went on that wasn't represented to me, and I know that Mr. Lejeune lied on the record. However, no one else would touch this case in town, and the fact that he would makes me think that actually this was unintentional. But when I picked him to be the person for Mr. Carter, it was because he would be the one to best represent him, having knowledge of the case, having met Mr. Carter, having been in the same court, working on it. So I can represent to you that I believed I was doing the right thing for the client at that time. I can also tell you that Mr. Lejeune has indicated several times that I had some personal contact with him in acquiescence to this. I have never spoke to him even through a text or email. It's always been through Di or Galen or someone else. Someone else that it turns out I don't know if I can trust. At the time I wouldn't have believed that I couldn't. So, he was the lawyer, from my standpoint, for the 3-5, which was what I was ordered to cover. After that, we were fired because the judges made such a record about how horrible we were that the client fired us. So there was no other hearings that I didn't appear for. There was a 3-5 that technically Chris was the lawyer of record in the morning that he did not appear for. That's very clear. That he was the one that scheduled it, he was the one that met, he was the one, every single thing. I am the lawyer. My stuff was nothing more than forms that I didn't realize they had actually cut and pasted and changed around.
So it would have been okay with you if he showed up for the 3-5 hearing, if Mr. Marriott did it?
No, and it turns out, no, at that point I had told him, I can't trust you to not violate rules. And if that's the way it's going to be, I don't want you having any other contact. He had already not been. He had, you know what, don't try to get me like that. He has an ethical obligation. I can't say any words to him, right in the rules, to direct him to violate laws or obligations, no matter what I said to him. It doesn't change his duty as a lawyer to that client.
Didn't you have a duty too?
I had a duty to watch him. That was my only duty.
Duty to watch who, Marriott?
Yes, to supervise. I am a supervising lawyer at that point. I am a firm owner, supervisor. You want me to pull out the rule? I know what the rule says. I followed it. My job was to ensure he was doing his job. Thought that was the case. Turns out after that meeting, they were going to be savages. Heidi's getting rid of it. All right. Apparently we're going to go balls out. I don't know because I haven't got to ask them these questions yet. I will find out their motivation at some point, or they'll do a lot of stuttering. I can only tell you what happened. I can tell you my best guesses as to why in different areas.
No, I don't want you to guess.
No. Well, you do. You're trying to get me to speculate on all kinds of stuff so you can trap me on emotion later, but whatever.
Let's go out. It's 1:45. Let's go off for just a minute to talk about the schedule. You know, I'm okay, but there are other people here. Maybe someone would like to actually eat some lunch other than another Sears bar. I have one more area, and I want to talk about the December 7 hearing to go through. So again,
I would love to.
Pardon me?
I would love to.
So
she lied too.
Again, kind of, depending on how long the answers are, I think I can be done in an hour or less. So I guess I'd kind of like to know everyone's pleasure if you'd like a lunch break.
I want to power through if these guys are okay.
A small break would probably be good.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
And then that's just me talking. So.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily want to take an hour break, but little breaks to stretch our arms, and I'm good too.
Is that good with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
And then in terms of the copies, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. So we can use your copy machine, is that?
Well, we can, and the only reason I hesitate is because if it's a ton of documents, it's going to take a long time, because this does not go very fast.
No, it's my old
That's
old one.
probably
That's the exact
better.
one I have
I've
at the
never
house.
used it, but I'm assuming you just stick it in and say copy, so, I mean, we can try that too.
Okay, all right. Then I think while you're all stretching your legs, I'd like to start on the copies. If you can help me figure out how to turn it on.
It was making noise. It's obviously on.
It's already on? Okay, good.
It scared me. I thought my cell phone was still on.
So I think you can just set it in there.
Okay. But I want to do some, like, get the label, so I need to open it up.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I think it thinks it's supposed to copy something. Yeah, you can.
So I can do this.
You can put them all in the top and hit. You can do it
Yeah,
a chunk at a
anything.
time, probably 20 or 30 at a time.
Yeah.
Put them in the
Yeah.
top, hit copy. That's what you can do, and then when you
Yeah, I
need
think
new
it's
paper,
just- it
load
was
the paper.
sleeping. I think it's just waking up now, so.
Oh, okay. And then is there more paper under the cabinet there if we run out?
Right. Sure. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I think I accidentally said copy, so I think it's just spitting out a blank sheet of paper.
Okay.
I thought I was waking it up and I told it to copy.
Does it have Folgers
There we
in the
go.
cup?
Okay. So I'm gonna have another. Did you know there's candy in there?
I gotta tell you, at this point, you guys have done such stuff to my health. I can only eat when I'm not stressed out, which has
Okay.
not been a while. So thank you, though. If you guys are going to this much work to get my license, why don't you just take it? I don't want
Well,
it.
can you give us just a minute to talk?
I certainly will. I was going to ask if you want more coffee, Heidi.
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, I was going to make some fresh. This is probably...
I live in a travel trailer in flood
Well,
zone
I'm just
by
not
the
sure
river.
how warm it is.
I don't have to
mean-
play this. It's all right. I don't need a fancy special cup like those attorney
Well, because
lawyers.
do you want me to make more? I'll make more when I come back in.
Flustered them all that way. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Paper cup is fine with me. I don't even need the little names on it. It can only be used to turn against. I'm not into Comcast lawsuits. I can tell you about it if you want.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to ask you about that because you said that a couple times.
I've never wanted to be a lawyer. I was sexually assaulted on the job, and after 8 hours of a deposition and me being abused to the system and not being protected by this lawyer, it hit me after lunch as I was looking at all these guys in suits that were flown over on golf days. They scheduled stuff around golf. It hit me that there's nothing different between me and these people on the other side of the table, except they have a piece of paper that says they're entitled to do this to me. And at that point, I moved to Seattle. That lawsuit was still ongoing at that point, but I couldn't keep hearing about it. It was in Tri-Cities, Horn Rapids, Murray Franklin. Turns out they have a Seattle. They're based out of Seattle. I think they own Talking Rain and all kinds of stuff. But this was one of their construction companies where they're putting up Horn Rapids, 3,050 houses. It crashed when everything else did, but they had started putting up next to Hanford and Richland and all of that, a community. It was 93. So we were just starting to see these boxed communities come out where big contractors like them would go, but they would do a whole block of $1 million houses or $500,000 houses or whatever. And so this new thing that they were getting ready to do actually was 3,050 houses that had areas. It was all theirs, but there had expensive houses that were tied into less expensive it was like a community like that, but several of them placed together, and then they had little golf courses and things like that. And as they were building it, that was one of the things that, here this guy sexually assaults me, and I got to give him my taxes, I got to give him my, oh my God, it was just unbelievable, 8 hours worth of stuff. And
So did you settle that case?
for nothing, because my lawyer strong-armed me into it. I was mad enough to go to 7 years of law school.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. It was that day I realized the only difference, and I'm so proud, this is the Heidi that I'm talking about, that's easy to walk into that situation on the 22nd.
I'm not too technically proficient, so I was trying to copy the outside binder. I'm afraid that's the power button. Do you know what they hit?
I wish I could trust you to be able to do it. Power, and yeah, I believed in the system for a while. It should, start. Oh, just fine.
Oh, boy, I could put a copy.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
So, that was 93, 94, and that's when I met Chris, my first class at Edmonds, and at that point, it took a while for me. I had signed loans, took a long time for me to get sobered up from all that anger that I had that said I'm going to be a lawyer, and by that point I was too proud to tell all my friends and everyone that, no, I'm going to go back to driving pizza, or I'm going to go back to working at Conoco, or whatever, and so I did the math and figured if I busted my ass until 40, it at least made financial sense to continue. I'd already signed for student loans and crap like that. I'd already invested all that, so that had to have been almost when I was going to Gonzaga. I had sobered up from my anger from that deal, but I was kind of committed because of my pride, and continued and ended up becoming a lawyer. And I did really great stuff for a lot of people, and everybody loved little bright cheery Heidi when she brought cookies and stuff. But then a couple of years into it, I did really, really well, and I found out later that I beat, turns out, all the old white guys in Snohomish County, that they were apparently got lotteries for the bar. We're talking bar number 382 and stuff like that. We're talking about, there apparently went for bar numbers early on, and Tom, I remember him discussing it. So they have their own group too, or they did for years and years, and their senators' daddies did and everything else. They call it going to the Tabernacle, which was actually Anthony's on the Water. And I found this all out later from John Siegelbaum's daughter, because I didn't know it was. Turns out the universe is taking care of me on this deal, and at least giving me really neat information at spots to be able to pull stuff. But the whole reason it stuck out in my head, John Siegelbaum's daughter, Royce Ferguson, helped spread it. So it had to have been about 2 years into practice. I'm kicking ass. I went from my first 2 months as a lawyer at Tom's. I was still on food stamps. I still qualified for food stamps.
That's with Ginsburg when you first started out?
Yeah, and loved Tom. And actually, he's been asking what's going on, and I've told him I don't want him to, because he's like, asked on my Facebook, what's up, will you message me? And it's like, I know he's already got a lot of shit for helping me. Tom was great. When I got out of law school, I knew I didn't have any money. I knew I didn't really want to be a lawyer. I'd done the math, figured I could represent all those people from high school, all those people that, you know what I'm saying, want you to do all of that stuff. And so I started looking around because a car had actually crashed through my house 10 days after I started Barbary. And I was in HUD at the time and had to move. But the place I was at, I could have had a home office. But a drunk driver, ironically, because then I'd go on to be a DUI lawyer. It was exactly 10 days into Barbary, because I didn't realize that all these years, by the time I got to Barbary, I had sold everything. I had gone without books in the classes that I could. We're talking 7 years of food stamp poor. I was beyond that. And so now they're telling me, oh my God, Heidi, you have one more class, because all that time in school didn't matter, didn't teach you what you need to actually pass the bar. Now you got to go pay these other people all of this money that you don't have, sit through this other next hoop, and then go do it. And I did not know how I was going to get that money, because I had tapped out, loaned, begged, borrowed, short of stealing. Don't think at that point it wasn't on the list. It was. Well, I didn't have to go there, thank God. My friend Joey, I was telling her what was going on, and she said, oh my God, that was back when credit was everywhere, and she had apparently in the mail, she thought it was cosmic, had got a pre-approved credit card for almost the exact same amount that the Barbary class was for.
Really?
Yeah, and so she paid for it, and the payments were small enough that it was not a big, it wasn't the $2,000 or 25 or whatever it was, but I came back.
Oh, was that much?
Yes, and to somebody who had already begged, borrowed, and was getting close to figuring out how to ethically steal, because by that point, I was a different person than the homeless kid. Anyway, so 10 days into Barbary, I remember getting home after the first day and saying to Leslie, who was my partner at the time, and she wasn't much of a partner, and so I had to, very rarely, because I just handled stuff, but I came home and said, look, here's the deal. This class is going to be hard, and I need to figure it out. It's this amount of time. We don't have the luxury of me failing this, whereas all the other people, if they failed, Mom and Dad were going to send them away for their vacations anyways. I didn't have the luxury of waiting 6 more months, right?
Right.
And so we had this conversation after I got home from Barbary, and I said, because it just kills me, this is how much power you can throw out into the cosmic world by accident. I looked at her, I said, I don't care if the walls come crashing down around us. I need you to help me during this time. I've done all of it up to here during this short, for both of us, for everyone. If you want to eat for the next 6 months, I need your help here. Literally 10 days later, drunk driver comes crashing through that place. And like I said, I had it set up on HUD, so when I got off of HUD, when I didn't qualify for it anymore, I could do a home office. It was going to work quite grand. But then this drunk driver went and screwed it all up, and it almost killed us. It went through, he got caught up on a fireplace, and I still have part of his car at my house, because he ended up running, the thing was still going, and had he not got caught up in a few more feet, we wouldn't be having this conversation at all. So anyway, that happened, and I tried to actually stay there, because all I was doing was going to Barbary. You know how it is, you went through it. Well, I don't know about Barbary, but you know, studying for the bar. Yes. Well, if it was anything like it was now, I was very busy making sure that I passed this. And so the insurance guy came, they got it tarped up because there's no wall there, they got to have estimates, they have to do all of that. And I don't know at what exact point, so I'll have to look. But at some point, it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to study at that house and be able to focus without insurance people and stuff like that dealing with claims. And so I told Leslie, and actually Leslie and my brother, these are the only times they've ever actually stepped up. Told them, I can't find a new place, I can't anything, but I got to have a wall. In my home, I can't have this big open stuff. And so they found this cheap little place right around the corner from where my office is now on Silbert that I could not, this is a Tom Ginsburg story, but there's some background, that I could not, there's no way that I could have practiced out of that house, even with my friends. It was a duplex, it was so run down, and nobody going to come pay somebody on, you know what I mean? It wasn't even welfare, Jesus. So anyway, I was in that house, and I didn't know where I was going to practice. I knew I didn't have any money. When I met Tom, it had to have been the very beginning of June 2003, because I moved in that office June 6th, 2003. I still have his welcome HH that he put up and everything. But before that happened, I just wanted to look around. I knew I didn't have a place to practice out of if I was going to practice, and now I had this degree and I was having a bunch of loans. I was going to have to do something. And so he had put an ad in, I didn't know about, do you guys send out stuff to people who have just passed the bar? I thought I got it in...
I'm sure we do. I mean, that's not my area.
Okay, well, from recollection, I was just looking around all over the place, and I think his ad was actually in the WSBA book, but I don't know how I would have got it unless you guys did send it out. So, but he had a little ad that he had office space. There's a couple different people that had stuff. Called him, oh, why don't you come on up? And at this point, I still have a lot of contempt for old white-haired guys and stuff. It was them that has sexually abused me, put me through. When I say them, I'm referring in different areas from experience and that personal thing. I didn't expect to like Tom. I didn't expect anything. And we went in there and we talked for like 4 hours. And it turns out that my idea of what that old white guy in a suit was wrong, at least in this particular instance. It was really right in these other ones, but with Tom, it wasn't. I had to do a mental check, because it turns out the person in that suit was somebody that I could sit and talk to and laugh with, and we did for 4 hours when I was just looking to see what was available. And
so he became like a mentor for you?
More than that. So I called him the next day, I think it was. It had to have been, or the next whatever, and within a couple, and said, hey, I can't afford that place right now. I literally had food stamps and like $200 in my pocket. I can't afford it right now, but if it's still open when I can, I want it. We talked, it would work perfectly for me. And his response to me, coolest thing in the world, Tom will go to heaven. He's not that person. He says to me, and was on the phone, blew me away. No one had ever been this nice, especially after that point. He said, Heidi, and I didn't realize how big it was at the time. I was just dumbfounded by it, but if he had not done this, it wouldn't have happened like it did. I wouldn't have been Heidi Hunt, who they still recognize my name and crap like that. He says to me, well, you'll never be able to afford it if you don't start working. I tell you what, come in here and give me what you can. And once you get to a point where you can afford half of it, pay half. But until then, give me what you can. I trust you. And so the first month I gave him $100 for rent. The second month I gave him $300 for rent. It was quite a long time until I paid full rent. But so that's where I started. Tom was, and then of course he went to high school and played football with all the judges and Clough, and they're all a tight-knit, and I had a perfect score, and I didn't realize at the time because he told me, all right, what do you have today? You have Judge Clough? Okay, go introduce yourself this way. Who do you have today? And so my first initial contacts with all of those people that I would then go on with the public defender's office to have this contract with they shouldn't. I found out later let me have till I was 3 years into litigation, but they don't follow rules out there. Clients knew more than I did early on, quite honestly. Criminals know the system better than somebody with a book. People always say, well, what's going to happen? It's like, well, you know what, there's a chart that can tell you what's going to happen, but I can tell you, that's my value. I know what Judge Clough is going to do on this case in these facts. I'm not going to get sucker punched by Judge Wiseman. I haven't. I've watched too many other people do that. And so my true value is knowing the groundwork. And I know it very well because I processed, essentially. I had to call you guys. I think it's the only time, maybe when some of this other stuff, but I haven't trusted you guys since. Well, I started out not trusting you guys, but called. God, what was that specifically?
This was you called the ethics line?
Yeah, I tried calling once asking for stuff. And actually I did afterwards again with when I decided after you guys' 6 months or whatever it was, your admonishment, when I decided I was going to start doing traffic tickets again, probably about the same time as Chris and everything, because I was going to close down the criminal stuff. I tried calling you guys one more time to make sure that when I started doing it, because you were rolling with such BS, and the guy that originally started doing it said, no, Heidi's right, there's no law here, and then I was drugged through 2 years of stuff, the hearing officer, everybody violating the same rule, it's quickly struck, and then you guys dismiss it on standing, when I've argued there's no standing. I'll open that stuff back up if you guys want. I was going to walk away from it too. But, so, whenever that was, I got that decision that doesn't really say anything, and after litigating it for that time, I still don't really know what you guys have decided to pop me on. I just know that it affected my stuff really good, and it was a competitor that did it, and that type of stuff. But when I was going to go back to traffic stuff, I wanted to make sure to comply with you guys. And so I wasn't quite clear, can I do a full refund? Can I not do? Can I whatevers? And they're always going to answer. That's how I know Bex was either working with somebody at the ethics hotline, or she's not telling me the truth. And eventually I'll get it. But I have called it enough on those occasions to know how they're going to respond. They aren't my lawyers. They aren't this. They aren't that. Based on these facts, they didn't give me any more information than reading the stuff with me. They regurgitated what the rule said and then said, oh, and if you get screwed up later, that's the best I can do for you. And so I operated the best that I could. I believe I'm complying with all the rules, but you guys haven't. You know, when I took my oath said I'm supposed to define that stuff. The preamble says I'm supposed to define that stuff. That when there's an area of law, like what does fine mean in this particular context for IRLJs, which has not been defined, that it's my job to test that and find out what it is. That's exactly what I did, and you guys punished me for it and then billed me for it.
Well, you know, I mean,
and now we're here.
Can't do anything about that, but
Well, actually, if we open it back up, we can. I wasn't going to. You're right, we can't.
But I did want to ask you about your comments where you said, you know, you're really not that interested in being a lawyer.
I've never
anymore.
wanted to be a lawyer. Are you kidding me? The only part I like is trial. I would love the privilege to be able, I secretly hoped you guys would do something, but I've never violated anything to be able to do it, because I don't want to, I feel guilty. I can't tell my friends who call in the middle of the night, I'm not going to help them, knowing that I have the knowledge and ability and skill to help them, right? And I don't want to live dealing with having people's lives in my hands all the time in this corrupt system. I've saved people's lives with a Carl's cookie, and other people I've seen them literally walk to death because they didn't do a class. That wasn't my client, but it was that valuable stuff I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No. I started this because I was sexually assaulted, and then because the city owned part of Horn Rapids, apparently they owned found out later, the ground, and so that wasn't filed right, so the criminal stuff was dismissed.
Oh, against your attacker?
And in a civil case, I was strong-armed. My lawyer never told me that all the stuff at discovery is not going to be used at trial. I was not fully informed. Alex Scabania. I was not informed of the truth and nature of what was going on, and was strong-armed into at the last minute believing in this guy who I had no faith in, and being stuck with possible costs and all these horrible things for people that are thrown over with suits and everything else. So, no, I got strong-armed into a BS settlement right before it went to trial, and I was mad enough to go to law school.
Well, let me go back to your comment about, you know, you're not interested in being a lawyer anymore, because...
No, I never was interested in being a lawyer. Let's be clear.
You know, I'm just investigating this. You may not believe this, but I have not reached any conclusions at this point. I don't know where this is going, but if you are physically unable to practice...
I'm not all the time. That's the problem.
Okay.
If I was physically all the time, then we wouldn't have this problem either, because I could get in my head and say, it's okay, Heidi, you are not letting anyone down. I know that if I'm not out representing some of these people or have my name on it up until these people right here, that things are going to be done ethically and correct, because I put it that way. And early on, I used to feel bad taking people's money, because I know what working for $5 an hour is and how many hours that they have to work to pay my fee and everything else. And I looked around in court one day and seen all these people charging double and not helping these people, not doing anything. That's probably why you're seeing a lot of resentment and anger. Is I got dead spots on my brain to help people I've never met in a system that's supposed to be set up to help them, and I'm the only ethical character in some of these cases, and I can give you. But you don't have to,
what I was getting at, and maybe this is like totally off the wall, not anything you're interested in, but you know, do you feel that
No, I already looked. If you're talking about I'm not voluntarily doing anything, because...
I'm talking about disability, if you feel that you're disabled.
But that's what I'm saying.
So you've looked at that, and that's not anything you're interested in.
If you guys would have left me alone, I would have closed it 10 years. My 10-year anniversary is coming up in May. I would have closed everything. But I am not going to go out, because this group of Danas and those guys who are essentially people that have egged a lot of this shit on, you're not going to make me go away. And now I'm healthy enough. All that stuff that they did before I couldn't defend, because I had a caseload and I was sick and I had no treatment. Mm-hmm. I now have a doctor's care. I'm getting better. Mm-hmm. I'm not going away because I'm getting pushed out on a dirty deal. I would have done it voluntarily.
I'm just asking you what I think was the same question the judge was asking you. Is, you know, if you have to withdraw
for help. No, it's not the same as the judge was asking me.
Well, not exactly the same, but I'm asking you if your disability prevents you from practicing. And you're telling me that's not true.
Yes, and I'm also telling you that judge told me that I'm a lawyer regardless, and I had to be there under the RPCs. And that's part of the record that did still make it to you guys. So he as part of the record, told me it's my obligation, regardless of my physical disability, to be there.
Well, I think it is, unless you're withdrawn.
I would disagree on those particular facts.
Okay.
And if I'm being strong-armed into withdrawing so he could make a order that he could then dummy up later after he actually gets rid of the record that the order was created on, you got to remember, I was just doing good lawyering, not trying to protect myself. I didn't understand. I was trying to protect the client, not me. I wish that this made me disabled enough that I couldn't practice, because then in my head I legitimately could say to my friends, to Brandon, who was a criminal, to the armed robber kids that are now paralegals, want to be okay walking through those gates. It turns out the only thing that we have here, it's not money, it's not any of that stuff, it's integrity, it's walking upright, it's doing the right thing. And it turns out that I know based on my experience, I may be the only person that changes a life, and it's exponential. When I helped that armed robber, Cody, and he is no longer an armed robber, it doesn't just affect Cody, which is huge.
Oh, no, I know.
It's exponential.
Yeah. Right.
I understand the good I can do. And I wish that, I secretly wished that something would make me not have this so I could actually say, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lie about it. I can't lie about it. I know that you can't believe that based on this stuff, but I haven't had the ability to lie since I became an ordained minister. I don't know why. Not even good. Not that I was, but
I mean, it sounds like you don't really trust the people that are working for you.
These guys are not trustworthy. What I've looked at in this stuff is no. Not only do I not trust them, they have set this up to take over the business. They thought I was dying too.
Well, I guess I'm just kind of questioning the whole business model.
Well, the whole
your name is
business...
on everything, and I guess we're going to find out. Maybe you didn't know your name was on everything.
Actually, I didn't know. My name, the way they have it split up is they have 888 a ticket on stuff, and they have law offices of Heidi Hunt on stuff. That was all stuff that they changed without my permission. I would never draft any sort of forms that's misleading, in my opinion. Is it 888 a ticket, which is a PLLC that if I'm going to be able to sue, if I can sue, because that's going to have different legal consequences than Heidi Hunt. And so the stuff I drafted complied with the rules. That was something that the IT guy and his backup, because now he knows that there's going to be a backup, will be able to, they tell me, pull off of there to find out when those forms were changed, what computer it changed from, who did that. But no, when we had that conversation and I said they could take over managerial stuff, first of all, that was their idea, and I certainly never said anywhere, and you're not going to find it anywhere, that isn't fabricated. Probably here. I never said change forms, put my names on declarations that aren't mine. Yes, I never said it's okay to violate rules. That's all stuff they did on their own. After that day, and I'm sure that the records will show that once I get them. Because I know what I did. This is actually just verified for me that, because at every turn, I did everything right. I know that. That's actually why a lot of this stuff isn't in the file, because by the time 2 o'clock ran around last night, 3, whatever it was, I thought, you know what? I don't give a shit what she thinks. It's going to a higher authority anyways, at this point. You know what? It's just going to make my damage claim higher. If we're off the record right now, if you guys do something underhanded like that, go ahead. I'm cool with that. I actually am starting with some other friends, and it's just going to be more damages. We've started it, and you guys have gotten in the way of it. A whole new business under the medical marijuana law. So I don't need it for income. That's also a difference in the Heidi that they're not expecting. See, these similar things have happened, not just SWAT, but little things here and there. And that Heidi back then had to decide where her time and priorities and energies had to go. And at that point, it was on the armed robbers of the world. They were my priority. And so they aren't used to me actually defending myself. And at this time, I had just posted that I was almost deathly sick. I don't think that even this judge would have done this if they didn't legitimately believe like I did. I wasn't going to be here much longer. They had watched my physical. Everybody had.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that there were medications. Well, first of all, I didn't realize that it was inflammation and that it had... I didn't realize a lot of things until I was under proper doctor care.
She needs to get her phone.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I think the private part is over as far as I'm concerned.
Is that right?
Oh,
my email
okay.
right here.
It's all going to be very public. That's what I told Tom when he wrote. Heidi, will you send me a private message? Actually, Tom, it's very public, and I care enough about you that no, I want you to stay out of this. It helps me, and you're probably already getting bashed all over for helping me. Tom may be my best asset because you clearly know who he is. You clearly know that he's an upstanding guy, and
he gonna tell you? Because
I mean, I don't actually know.
no, well, if you know the name. Did you just know him because of this investigation?
No, you mentioned him, or saw his name written somewhere. Maybe you mentioned him in your response or something?
When you were stalking my Facebook, I did a thank you in November. That was before anyone knew that I thought I was dying. I was making this big record. Even Julie, one of my friends, said, Heidi, why are you doing these giving thanks in November? And I said, because I'm not doing good and I want a record made. I didn't say any of that stuff, but I wanted Tom to know. I was thankful. My dad, there was a thing on there about him every single day that I was healthy enough. I did a thank you, and Tom was one of them, but before I posted it, I asked him in an email, and I have those emails somewhere, and he's actually the one that taught me. Thank God for Tom. I'd be so screwed right here if it wasn't for Tom. I still have AOL, but it's because he set up my account to where I would have records from the very first day that I started. He told me, one day you're going to want this. I thought it was such bullshit. I got to tell you, one day I wanted it. Tom. So, yes, I have emails during that time where I asked him and said, I don't want to post this, so that was November, if you're going to get stuff. And he responded back, Heidi, I've always been proud of you. He knows me. He knows exactly the stuff. We worked side by side. He's now in Puerto Vallarta, kind of practicing.
He's retired?
He's semi-retired. He just keeps his PI cases because they're not work. He's smart.
Okay, so I copied everything up to fee agreements.
Living in his condo in Puerto Vallarta and practicing, still a practicing lawyer.
So the next part is, I assume this stands for Snohomish County Superior Court.
I'm guessing. I don't know. Wait, me and you are looking at that one at the same time. That's why I need copies of it. Because the file that I got when this whole thing started is in stacks all over, highlighted, copied. There's no way I could have put it in any reasonable order for you in time.
Okay, so I might copy that section, but I'm not going to copy the whole bar agreement file. I mean, obviously I have all this stuff.
I didn't make that heading. Somebody went in and made that 888 ticket.
Yeah.
That was changed without my authority. Oh, you do have a copy of that. I don't need to put it in there.
So this is what you're talking about?
Yeah, Anna tells, so I'm told when Rebecca comes on, oh, she has a paralegal at the firm that she's at so many days a week or whatever. Can she get moved over too? You guys know what's best. You're working in there. I trust you. Same thing as always. You know the caseload. You know all of this. There's no reason at this point, after all of my office meetings and everything else, that my experience with Galen as an office manager, that I would believe anything is going any different than it would have been all of those other years. So I just have emails about Anna when Bex was starting to come on, saying, well, what about Anna? Can she come too? It's like, depends on salaries, it depends on, are you guys covering this? There's a lot of depends. But Anna came on, they negotiated at less time. I'll find all those if they're not gone. I'd never met her before this either. Ever, yes. Apparently had a desk in that office for a while, because that's how I said Chris must have had a desk. Anna, the husband and wife. It's a very incestual group up there. They're that tight. You're going to find a lot of husband, wives, sisters, brothers stuff. And so I learned later that Anna drafted this. Well, read the declaration. Read it. And Bex told her, this is part of how I know I was set up, Bex told her to cut and paste stuff on this ex parte motion. She did cut and paste stuff, all without my knowledge.
And I think we're going to talk about that next.
That's fine. And then Downs refused. I haven't found a trail to connect them yet, but I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I can tell you that Anna, in covering her ass, the neat thing about PACs is they have a PAC mentality, and in the end, if it comes down to it, they're all going to look out for number one. And once this was filed and everything got going, and it's, oh shit, Heidi's getting better, it looks like she's going to respond to this. Now what are we going to do? Anna, it appears, I'll find out when I get her under oath, but by that declaration, it appears that she cared more about covering her ass than anyone else is in there, because she specifically wrote, this is what I did, this is who directed me to do it, this is this is what it was, because I had no idea what you guys were even talking about when I got this complaint. And I'll show you the emails that I sent to the office. We had an office meeting and said, I need some information as to what the hell we're talking about here. That's when I found out they had cut and paste, done all that. I didn't even know that the client apparently had threatened to, see, they had all these conversations with the bar and Professor Straight, but nobody contacted the owner. Bull. Can I prove it with certain people? Yes. Other people, I will eventually know one way or the other. But for her to be in this situation, say it's all this stuff, and not contact me one time about any of it, be working with you guys to stay ethical to cover her ass, because her emails are very clear. I called the bar to make sure I was covered, that type of stuff. They created this, they did all of this, and I found out about it on the day you gave it to me, or Ms. Congleton, whoever, gave it to me. I have no idea what that was. I later find out, because that whole email will come out, but at the telephone thing, what the hell is this about? I don't even know what are they talking about, this filing thing? Who did that? And Anna, that's when she stepped up and explained what she pretty much wrote in that declaration. And later that day, after the thing, I sent an email off to Galen, to everybody, because I'm defending this stuff. This is what I want from you. I want a fee agreement, JIS this is what I want from you, this is what I want from you. And from her, I wanted a declaration about how this had occurred. So, I found out about it on the day of the declaration. That Bex had specifically told her, with Galen's acquiescence and Guy's, but I don't know if Di did it intentionally or not yet, that all that even occurred. Didn't know the client had made death threats, that people are going to start dying. Didn't know any of that. And these are the little things that I said. After a while, you get enough of these. You walk into a courtroom, the bailiff ain't standing in the right area, and you should pay attention. There was a lot of bailiffs not standing in the right area on this case.
Well, I don't understand what that. You mentioned that before, but I don't get that.
You walk into a certain situation 100 times, you get the same result 100 times. You expect that when you do it again, you're going to get that same result you got 100% of the time. That's the fact pattern when I say bailiff. I've been trained to think in fact patterns and prioritize emotions. But that is, I've learned in talking to both lawyers and lay people, they understand examples of stuff that they understand much better than how the law works sometimes. So it's better to use a parable, I guess, for all.
Yeah.
And so that's my parable for the fact of, if I walked into this situation 100% of the time and dude's standing right there, exactly the same, judge do it exactly the same 100% of the time, I'm expecting that that's going to continue on, even though statistically I know it may not at some point. I am going to believe that out of the next 100 times I'm going to get the same result. And that's what, whenever I use that reference, that's what I'm talking to. Based on my experience, knowledge, paying attention, walking in the right way, this is what happened all of these times. And the best I can do is I can't predict the future any more than you can. I can look at laws, I can look at facts, I can do whatever, and then based on my experience and those exact facts, not because somebody's friends did it or whatever, and I can give a great example of that, but because I do, it's parables. But so I've learned, especially through this when I'm explaining different stuff, that I do that a lot. But that's what that means. It means I had no reason not to believe that it wasn't going to be this way when I walked in, based on me doing it 100 times that way. And with Galen, it was a couple thousand times, so I had no reason to believe. And I certainly wouldn't have thought that lawyers would lie on the record blatantly. That's, I think, probably what offends me so much, is they clearly thought I was dying, or they were so arrogant that they really believed that they have enough power to do this, and clearly they do. I'm the one being investigated.
Do you have a Staples puller by any chance? I don't see one in here.
We're not actually friends, are we, on Facebook?
No.
Have you followed any of the posts? I know Jerry has, because clearly he said, that was brilliant. I wasn't even going to come here. I was scared to death of you guys that I would not leave here based on everything. At that point, cops had broken into my house. I was going, cops. My dog had been, I thought for sure you were creating this BS subpoena that there's no way I can comply with, getting records back to 1999. The only advantage you'd have is that this is the one case you could jail me. Wasn't coming anywhere. Well,
no, I just actually happened to be working at home, and so I work at home, right? I'm pretty quiet. I got me and the 2 dogs. And on my desktop, I had Facebook going, and my laptop I had a transcript going.
Yeah.
I looked up and it says, Jerry Southwest liked or commented on a post. And I was like, oh, hey, that's kind of cool.
Oh, it's brilliant. And you know what? I have overanalyzed this 123 times as to different fact patterns, case scenarios. Brilliant! Oh my God! I even cried over this for a little while because I didn't know if I was ever going to make it past this day.
Oh, wow.
I swear I didn't quite know. And who knows, because I informed them in advance that you'd be coming, so who knows what was actually sitting here. But I went through all of the logical processes, and the only way to get from point A to point B to want to have me here with this BS, the only advantage, if you want my license, you can take it through this with a form. We don't need someone coming 3 counties from not even following timelines and all of that. There's something going on. I've already seen it. And the only benefit that they would have to put me here is if they had the ability to fine me or jail me because I didn't comply. I think it was. Me and some friends sat and did all kinds of, and they're brilliant too. That's why it's like, oh my God, Jerry, that was so smart. Because I just wanted to make it past this hearing. If I make it past this hearing safely, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But at that point, so much stuff was going on that wasn't a guarantee.
Well, I like him a little bit. He usually has good ideas.
Oh my God. Brilliant. Brilliant. And actually, one of my friends was brilliant in that he always goes back to the Art of War, which Speedy made us read on trial team, and I was so mad. Yeah, I didn't go to law school for any extra work, right, at all.
No.
And this friend of mine, Kim Hunter, in law school, kept bugging me. I didn't care. I wanted a piece of paper so I could get even with these people that did this stuff to me and make this stuff right? That was my wasn't money, it was this is fucked up and I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my early on, distracted again. What was my actual point?
The Art of War.
Okay, yes. Yeah. He reminded me that the territory, that the one place that I actually have, and he didn't even know that he did, I told him afterwards, because he said, I'm sorry if we didn't help you. So, no, actually, you helped me a ton. Between him and Jerry,
yeah.
I think I'm going to make it out of this okay. But at that point, I didn't really know what was, what was up. But, no, Mike reminded me accidentally that the terrain is important, and you guys to file up here and harass me at my home that isn't really my home, that somebody had to be underhanded to get me served up there, not even tried anywhere else, just blows me away. But the neat thing was that I had
Where is the best place to serve you?
I'm a lawyer. You didn't even try my office? On the day, if that's what you guys were trying to do when my dog disappeared, that's where I was that day. You didn't try my office, you didn't try my house. You drove 3 counties to have the sheriff serve me at my recreational 385 square foot travel trailer. So, these things are a little bit odd in how things are normally done, because they've done it before the timelines for responses and everything else. I have no reason not to believe this is not a scary situation at that point. Thank God Nikki was there during the dog thing. Anyway, but he reminded me terrain. And I know these judges up here, and they're not going to be a part of, I tell you what, if they were to jail, if she was to do that, which you're here to protect that, but I would have, turns out, egos and cockiness and trying to hurt Heidi a little bit more by screwing with her at her house, her recreational property, actually put this thing in my terrain.
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank God. Thank God. I am very aware that these judges up here will not play any of that game unless they've been partying with people over the, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
one of those. So between that, knowing who was going to be the ultimate, as long as I didn't transfer down to Snohomish, I was going to be okay. But if I ever touched Snohomish County Jail, I would come out flat. There's no doubt in my mind. And that would have happened before this day anyways. But at that point, it's like, oh my God. And so I was reminded, all right, well, I'll tell you what, those judges aren't going to be any part of that crap, and it will be very public at that point. And then for him to say, why don't you bring your own reporter? Oh my God. That would have saved me all kinds of heartache from the beginning. Cause,
Right.
I went through all kinds of stuff in my head. Because at that point, I'm very stressed out about not keeping my license, but about keeping my breathing.
Yeah, that's what helps me.
You know what? That was not even my issue.
Yeah.
And I'm not even going to get into all that stuff. I don't have the stuff, and it looks like we're going to play this game, and so I'm not even going to introduce some of the stuff on. I'm not going to give them more puzzle pieces. I already know what I got. And we can lawyer on through. However we got to. But, at that point, the way this had all progressed, and as I was unfolding, that's a flat-out lie, okay, that, oh my God, this is, all of a sudden, every day I'm getting a little more stuff. It's like, it went from, this is a bad situation to, no, this is a conspiracy, to a list of, okay, wait a minute, this, you know what I mean, this is this person's direct action, this person did this, but I can't quite tell if they were being manipulated, because those people do know the legal system so well, you know what I mean, it's, but, and there's, I'm not even tried to, everyone says, get good security. I've already got a couple systems. They're already hacked into it today. I'm not even going to play that game. They want to know what I got, and that's fine. That's why I give the dog back, because, oh, don't you want security? It's like, no, it'll be safer for everyone if whoever it is that is doing this can just come and go, because I don't have any records there anyways. I don't know if it's that cop. Somebody is. I'll find out, but there's at least one or two people that are very avid that I don't spit stuff out. And there's a lot of people it could be, because I know a lot of crap on a lot of people. But I'm sure it's the cops. Anyway, thank you. That's why I was asking if you had followed it, because if you only get pieces, it sounds a little crazy. But there's enough in the, that's why last night it's like, you know what, I don't care what it sounds like at this point. I got enough here that I'm good regardless of what happens. Everybody closed up all their, got so much stuff before they did it, so.
Well, Jerry gets all weird if I add up his old friends.
Oh.
What are you asking them? Nothing.
You've been to SELA, right?
I've been to
Okay. He got out, so he's
Hey Cindy, it's Linda. I'm still at the
I actually
Can you
kinda
just put a note on my door so that
Do you know that I did not,
See you in the morning.
I like it too, but I did not know that until the last probably year or so. They beat me up because I was gay. They did all kinds of, turns out that it wasn't all that fun to be there back in the 80s and be a homeless kid.
I haven't been there for, I've been there to, like, we go visit Jerry's mom a lot.
Yeah.
But that's on Knob Hill. But he showed me.
Yeah.
The trailer park and stuff.
And you know, as a kid, I didn't even recognize. I go back there now and I think, Jesus, if I wanted to work hard enough, I could buy this town. I really could. So I don't want to put the effort into it, but I already know.
But my mom was married to a man for years. It was so funny until I reconnected with my old stepsister on Facebook. We actually ran into, we've been working out at the same gym and kind of small talking a little bit, and she was like, "You're mom." I'm your stepsister.
Oh my God.
I'm like, because we haven't seen each other for so long. But my stepdad's parents had an amazing house in Selah. I just remember when I go visit once in a while, because I was just a stepkid, so you didn't really go a lot. But she did all sorts of canning. She had her own little orchard and huge garden.
Love
and
that, yeah.
Like the brick basement that she had all of her dry storage.
Where'd she live at? Was it in town or was it out Weenass?
It was probably out the Weenass.
Yeah.
Because it was like a big place, but gosh, I was a kid.
I'm sure it was out the Weenass. There's
Yeah.
only trying to picture because I live here,
Yeah. That's so funny because we were driving around there one time. We were out dirt biking and he was trying to show me where we were going to go dirt bike. And I follow him on some of the stuff. Like, are you just trying to get rid of me?
Trust me, I've learned that feeling recently. That's funny.
Okay, I'm done copying everything I'm going to do out of this notebook, and I'll just put that on the record when we start up again. And I haven't looked at the other one yet. I'll look and see if there's anything in that one.
We're not going out that. Well, we're kind of going out that way. It's probably about to Helena this weekend.
Right on.
Yeah, go ride some dirt bikes. He's going to go to Desert 100.
Fun.
Long drive when we go to Desert 100. That's out in Odessa.
Yes.
But we'll probably see his dad, so that's kind of fun. That man is easily bought. I made him brownies like the first year Jerry and I were together for Christmas, and
he's good. Do you know there's some judges that it turns out from Carl's Cookies? I've never tried a Carl's Cookies. I've tried their maple bars, but the cookies I have not, because I've seen some crazy stuff happen. Yeah, well, early on, it didn't mean to be this way. Karen Halverson, who's one of them, but Speedy taught us at trial team, and he had a way of beating lessons into you. Who's the most important person at the courthouse? And we would go through, well, it's the client. No, well, it's the judge. No, well, it's the prosecutor. No, well, it's us. No, it's the court clerks. They have so much power. They have your records. They have everything.
They know everything that goes on.
Yes, appreciate them. And early on, I was running such a big caseload, and they'd help schedule me stuff and everything else that I just had on a regular, every 3 months, I'd rotate. South would get some in this 3-month period. Cascade would get some in this 3-month period. And so there's a specific day where I literally saw Judge Wisman walk a chick to her death. She came in, it was crazy, but see, those are stories that you can only get pieces of.
Yeah.
They're fun. They're on the work it somewhere, though. And now that Monica's doing this book, we're good. She'll do something even if I'm not here tomorrow.
Everybody good? We'll power through, try to finish up. So we're back on the record after a break. I had an opportunity to copy some of the documents that Ms. Hunt brought with her today. I want to go back to Exhibit 4, which is Judge Downs' grievance, and beginning at page 6, which is the transcript of the December 7, 2012 hearing.
Okay, which page again? Sorry, I'm trying to separate these.
It's Exhibit 4, page 6.
Yes.
So have you read this transcript before?
I've read all of them.
Okay.
She lied specifically in a couple areas.
Her first comment to the court, she says that it's my understanding Ms. Hunt's firm has filed a motion for continuance to the 7th.
No idea. That would be something that she would have talked to Bex or Galen about.
So you'd have no information about that?
I have no idea what they did on this case except that one declaration that I acquiesced to and the telephone hearing.
Which we already talked about.
Yes.
The prior hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
There is no actual contract. It's a word of mouth.
If
my understanding.
Who would? Well, let me back up. Do you know who asked Ms. Ibsen to appear on December 7th?
My guess is Bex, based on everything I've got, but I haven't
And
got to
is
those.
Bex Beverly Thorley?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what they call her at the office. I don't. That's what I've got used to, just because that's what the emails or texts will come through as.
Okay.
I have only met her in person three times maybe. We've talked a lot. We had a lot of communication, but I have no idea who this Espen is. Not a clue. However, I do have some mysterious fake DVDs that showed up with her name on it that was in an unopened envelope that said Carter on it, and I have not been able to play them since I'd noticed that I had them. So, who knows, maybe she gave me some records, because they are dated, but I haven't had time to look at them.
Then going to page 9 of the exhibit, which is page 4 of the transcript, line 7, this is Judge Downs now speaking. He says, this is completely unsatisfactory. Where is Ms. Hunt?
Yep, and that's setting up in the record. I was not ordered. I was ordered to be prepared for the 3-5 hearing or have someone else prepared. I did. Before this hearing, I was terminated by the client per the rules, not the court. I don't need, under whatever subsection it is I quoted, the court's permission if there's good cause, and there was plenty of good cause at this point. I believe that I had made a full record, not that the audio was going to be gone.
So you're saying you were terminated by the client before December 7th?
Yeah, yeah. December 5th.
How did that happen?
You just got a copy of it right here. December 5th, between Galen and them, I cut a check. They apparently talked. He terminated us. I gave him a $1,000 refund, which he was not entitled to, so he could get another lawyer, so this case wouldn't be held up. And I did.
Okay, let me copy
and
that.
I was paying Miss Isbin out of my own pocket to make sure that I continued to have the client in the best position. Did I say he was going to be the lawyer? No, and I don't think anyone from my office did. I hadn't met either of them. However, I was going to foot the bill to make sure he had proper representation in the natural course, at least available, so no one could bitch at me or accuse me of not having done my job. Under the rules, even if I'm discharged unfairly, I still have to do what's in the client's best interest. What was in the client's best interest, I believed at that time, was to be able to have another lawyer on board at exactly that moment, or at least available. I didn't know how the judge was going to continue to act. I didn't have anything, and so by this time I was terminated, had already paid him back money to hire someone else, anyone else, I don't care, and had counsel at least available outside, not affiliated with us in any way, shape, or form. I'd never heard her name before then, and apparently that's what John Straight told Bex, or the ethics line. Somebody told Bex, and that's why, at least according to her explanation of that whole motion, ex parte motion, her explanation is, yeah, we had this stuff, but in between there was this conversation or whatever where he threatened to, people at the office were going to start dying one by one or something like that, some death threat, that she then called John Straight on. I think it was Straight, I'll have to find that email. You were the ethics line or John Straight, and John said, if you have outside counsel, you don't need the ex parte, you're fine. Move and withdraw. Whatever advice it was, and you're going to have to ask her, not just do you have my permission, please, I can't believe you haven't. You've researched my Facebook from 2 years ago, but you haven't talked to her once. But anyway, so...
Let me just stop you for just a second so we can get this marked.
Sure.
Is that 8?
This is marked.
9. Okay. Thank you.
Did everything right.
So what we've marked as Exhibit 9 to your deposition is the refund check that you were just referencing in your testimony, and it's dated December 5, 2012.
It is. I didn't write it. I didn't, as you'll see, it was Galen Matlock who signed it. My knowledge of this was through phone calls and emails and texts that he was firing us, and I wanted to make sure that he was able to continue to act in the course. So I'll find all of that stuff too.
Okay.
But yes, that is the one that came out of that account, my general account that Galen wrote.
And beyond what you've already testified about, do you have any additional information about these alleged threats from Mr. Carter to your office?
Only what's in the text and emails and what's been related to me that happened, because I'd have to look. I think Di was there at the time.
That you just gave me this morning?
It should be if they did it in the natural course, but what you're refusing to listen to is what's in the files, is what has been pre-created beforehand to make sure it was in the file. And so I also have emails and stuff to go back. This was a setup. It was created, that file was made to look at whatever way it was, and I haven't actually looked at those. I've looked at all of the evidence.
So you're saying the file that you produced to me this morning, your client file, that's somehow a setup?
No, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, is until I look through that and see what's actually in it, I don't know, because I personally did not make those. I was busy doing other stuff, and this hearing was getting close. I texted or called or emailed one of them the office, Di specifically, and said, I need all of Carter's stuff done exactly like it would be in the regular course. Because also, I did know that they had changed, you know, my files were set up a certain way, and I don't care if they want a notice of appearance on the top or bottom. And so those things, I don't believe that any reasonable person, so they had changed a lot of that type stuff that I was aware of just by virtue of walking in and seeing stuff, opening files. So I asked her, because she sat on this the whole time, she's the one link between her, Chris, and Galen in that email, because I can almost tell you when it happened, and I'm not sure about Di. So this was both to comply with the subpoena and make sure that I fully complied with it, because she has everything on Abacus right there, along with dates, entries, all of that. And it was also to see if Di's actively stepping forward. I haven't had time to look to see what she put in that binder or what she didn't. So I'm assuming it's exactly like it should be. But
so back to
be audio.
Exhibit 4, page 9, which is page 4 of the December 7th transcript, about line 11, the court says to Ms. Ibsen, you know, well, you need to find out basically where you are, because Ms. Hunt is supposed to be here.
I'm not disputing the court probably said that, and there's probably an audio for this one, so I'm disputing that that's the truth, that the statement is true, because that is not true, and the record, both of what I have and what is missing, shows that I complied with that order. But I will agree that the court apparently said that without me being there, without me knowing, without me anything. Sure looks like it. That's the transcripts I've been provided. I will not attest to any of the transcripts I've provided because I know they're not complete. So you wanted me to tie me to a hearsay statement of the judge in a situation that I don't.
So on page 10 of Exhibit 4, which is page 5 of the transcript, the court orders Ms. Ibsen to go find out where you are. And find out if there's some reason why you can't be there at 2:30 today.
Direct lie. And she writes back that, where is it at? It's marked on a different one. She tells the judge.
No, I just want to know, first of all, if, did Ms. Ibsen make some effort to get a hold of you?
No! Nobody tried calling me at all on this deal. I don't have a text, I don't have a call, I don't have anything. She didn't contact me, Galen didn't contact me, nobody, I had nothing. No idea. The last contact I had on the Carter case said, Heidi, it's covered, because Galen made sure, that's one of the things that was weird, was, well, I wanted to make sure there was this anonymous call on this day, on the day of the hearing at 4:11 from Galen, that says, actually it started at 3:56, FYI, Bex told Di that she got an anonymous call from a girl who was at the courthouse who claims to have heard the judge say it better be Heidi arguing the 3-5 motion next week. I responded at 4 o'clock, not true. At first he insisted, but I have a record of him saying otherwise. Said me, or he would substitute, but someone would be there. She wrote back at 4:05, I was sure that's what you had said as well, just wanted to hear it again so I could tell Bex that you made a record of your health issues and that you would not be there to handle the hearing. And
we're talking about the 3.5 hearing now, right? And I mean, we're talking about trial call on December 7th, which is different, right?
But what I'm telling you is my last contact that I had with anybody at the office, I was told in a different email that I was looking for that I don't have here after this one, that Galen has talked to the judge's clerk, the judge knows who's going to be appearing, all of that. I believed that I had 100% met my obligation based on the order that I was given on the deck. The order I was given on the deck said you'll be here at the 3-5. The exact words, if we want to be technical. Yes, do I represent him at the 3-5? Probably it's implied, inferred, whatever, but no, the actual order that's in this or missing from this record says you will be competent or have someone competent for a 3-5, and that was the only order.
What was your obligation on December 7th, if any?
None. I had been terminated by the client. I had taken care of making sure that he had representation, both money, so he had someone of his own free will and choice. He had at least $1,000 to go give them. He could pick any lawyer he wanted with that. Or he would have this chick, who was not affiliated with our office, per Beck's conversations with Straight in the bar, appear on his behalf. I had obligations continuing after I'd been terminated under 115 or something like that.
Why didn't this chick, Beverly Ibsen, know about the termination and the refund?
She had to have been on it. She had to have been, she directly lied on the, she flat out lied on the record. She has to have been, I don't know anything about her, I will find out about her, but she explicitly lied to set me up on this thing, on the record. She said we had contact, all kinds of stuff. That is a lie. I didn't even know that this hearing was going on. No one attempted to get a hold of me. No one did anything.
If Ms. Ibsen had called your office in response to the judge's direction, I assume you might not know about that.
She dealt directly with Bex, and I'm getting the IT guy to get all of that.
Okay.
Bex was the lead attorney, and so she had lead attorney power.
What is lead attorney power?
Lead attorney power means they're managing the case. They're making sure that regardless of who shows up in court for whatever purpose of that hearing, that notices are in, that deadlines aren't missed, that all of that
so
stuff.
So Bev Thorley was the lead attorney for the Carter case after
No,
Mr. Merritt was gone?
Bex was. Rebecca was the lead attorney. She was supposed to be.
She
was setting me
Rebecca
up.
Thorley.
Yes,
okay.
but she was
but you refer
doing
her
nothing.
as Bex, right?
That's what they refer to her at the
Okay.
office. I don't know her well enough to, that's now become habit.
And you said she had some experience in England as a lawyer?
Did murders over there. Has at least done at least one murder. I believe practiced over there over a decade. Because I do check to see if they're qualified in that regard.
And do you know why Miss Thorley didn't just show up on December 7th for the trial call?
Yeah, because she refused to according to die. That's what I'm saying. She was part of this. She had told me up until the day before that everything's fine, or 2 days before, and then she waited till the very end, and everybody said, oh, we've got this situation. That's when me and Galen did that thing. Bex led me to believe that her and Brewster, that I had two competent lawyers working on this. And then right before the hearing, no, I've talked to the bar and I've talked to Straight, and I can't go in there. I can't do it.
And that was because of this perceived threat?
No, that was before this threat. That's because of perceived ethical violations on this case. That's what I'm talking about. It was a setup beforehand.
And what was the perceived ethics violation?
Call your line. I don't know. And you know what? I do have emails and stuff because Jessica Campbell was there for a while and got scurried out the door and said she was scared because of this bar complaint and all kinds of stuff. So I have different references that will get pieced together. I might be able to give you that information exactly at some point, but if not, check your stuff.
Well, let me ask you, Miss Ibsen, I think she got this case on a Wednesday, and I think this trial call is on a Friday.
She didn't get this case, so let's stop rephrasing that. I had an
She got
independent
the
lawyer.
file.
Yes, and after I had no obligation to him, I was doing a favor. I was paying out of my pocket to make sure he at least had somebody independent to be there. I didn't say this is, and I never spoke to him, and I don't believe any word that the office said, you have to have Beverly for this hearing. He'd already terminated us days before. He knew he wasn't having another one. This was only for his protection under the rules and under my conscience, because at that point I didn't know what the hell was going on, just some weird shit was going on.
But why is Miss Ibsen there saying that, you know, she'll be ready to do the trial on Monday?
Because she had contracted with Bex, apparently, and said, I will be ready if I have to, because at that point the judge wasn't letting me out. The information that apparently she was fed, and we've never talked, so she can't say I did it. So whoever in the pipeline, and there will be a paper trail everywhere in today's technology, I believe Bex is probably who, because that's who she directly was working with. But as the owner, I was having her there as somebody, we are done with this case, I'm simply making sure the judge is being an ass, they're keeping it on track, I don't know what's going on with this, but I want to make sure there's at least somebody there ready and available for him. If he wants his own choice and can talk to the judge about it, he has that option. If he doesn't, there's another lawyer that's been licensed by the bar, has no affiliation with me, I've never even met personally, to protect him if he so chooses.
And in your opinion, could Ms. Ibsen have provided competent representation, having had the trial for a couple of days?
I did Cody's trial in 7 days. And how could I?
Cody?
The kid that I got the Washington Professionalism Act on. We got that case a week and a half beforehand, and we were ready for trial because that was what was in our client's best interest. Could I have been able to do it by the next morning? How could she, if that judge is asking me to be competent and prepared and telling me it wouldn't be a violation, to have less than 24 hours, how could it not be? if she had a weekend for all of that, if she had all of that stuff, you got to pick which one you want. Either I suck and I'm not competent because of this, or this is what you guys got to choose. And I can tell you if the judge wouldn't have been gunning specifically for me, which is clear at this record, that yes, things would have been fine. If she was allowed 3 weeks, he was allowed 3 months on the first one for vacations. They wouldn't give me 24 hours. Even without my disability, I explained. Even without being physically sick right then. I couldn't have drove down there by the next morning, picked up the file, had suits clean and ready, and been there. If he's telling me I could be competent within 24 hours, why the hell couldn't she be competent by the time she got that if she's already had it? I don't know.
We're talking about a 3-5 hearing and a trial. We're talking about a felony trial, right? On December 7th.
Yes, we are. Does he have constitutional rights at all parts? Are you telling me that he has less significant rights, or that the 3-5 hearing is any less important? If that 3-5 hearing is done good and properly, and the judge rules the right way, we don't even get to trial. So guess what? The 3-5 hearing is more important than the trial.
And the judge gave you a week, right, to prepare?
After cut out stuff, and I made a record showing it would be misconduct if he didn't.
Okay.
Because no, he wasn't going to. I will show you in this record because it's still there. Well, then I guess we will see you after I said twice. I do not know. I'm not moving the straw. I'm doing what I can to make this client get the best representation possible. Well, then I'll see you here in less than 24 hours, counsel. There's no way I could have been prepared over that period of time. You're putting me in a, and I made it on the record, you're putting me in a, and you're giving all of us a Hobson's choice. This is, he has a
from
right,
November 8th to December,
and all my cases were, of course,
from November 8th to December 7th when the trial call occurred, I mean, you had a month to know that
no, I
the
didn't.
trial was...
I was told on the 15th or whatever, the 14th, that it was handled, that the judge knew, that Jacques was doing it. Jacques led everyone to believe...
You thought Jacques was doing the trial?
Yes, I thought Jacques was co-chairing all of it, and Jacques didn't tell us. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he lied on purpose or not, but he represented on the record that he was this person, and then I have internal emails and what I have represented from me that Jacques told the court all that, had led everybody to believe, yes, he's going to go ahead and continue on with this, and the very next day or whenever it was they were doing the findings of facts and all that, it's in that set of emails right in there. There's a little tiny paragraph that says, oh, and I'm sorry, I've looked at my calendar. I can't go any farther with this.
But we looked at that portion of the transcript from the November 15th hearing when Jacques says, I'm here for the 3.5 hearing
That's
only,
why I
and
don't,
Heidi Hunt is on for the duration.
And that is why I don't know if he's actually part of this intentionally or not.
He
lied
intentionally.
Setting this up. I did not do this. I did not touch this. There were lawyers and at least 1 or 2 judges that fabricated this stuff. And I want to know who actually did it. I can tell you who did it. With Jacques, I can tell you he was an actor in the thing, but I can't tell you right now with what I have without getting subpoenas and questioning him and all of that stuff, which I will do, what his motivation was, why he lied on the record here, why this was. But I'll get him at some point with the transcripts that I still have, along with all the emails that he wrote to Di and that I got and all of that stuff, and I'll find out exactly what went down. But I can tell you that he lied on the record and then turned around and sent an email saying, oh, I can't do this. Was that intentional? I don't know with him. I will at some point.
Are you accusing judges of lying?
I have flat out said Mr. Downs has not just lied. He has gone beyond that.
Well, why don't you explain what, in your view, is Judge Downs' misconduct here?
That is a whole different hearing that I would be more than happy to come back for, but that's splicing out different transcripts he was on. That's actually...
It's just this one transcript, isn't it? The December 7 transcript?
Oh, no. Mr. Downs was... I pissed off Apple, who lives next... doesn't matter. But, no. That's going to be a complete full record. If you want to schedule another one, I will bring back all of that highlighted, specifically in relation to the judge. But what you're asking right now is stuff that's going to be a day or 2 of testimony. And stuff that I can only look at what I have and base, this is what I know happened, this is how it happened. I will find out why at some point. I can tell you with some people, but, so no, Jacques flat out lied in spots. Did he do it intentionally? I don't know, but I know Miss Ispin did. I know for a fact Miss Ispin lied intentionally.
And what were her lies?
I've never spoke to her. She represented to the court, is Heidi Hunt's understanding this, that she's fulfilling her obligation, all of this crap. She told the court that she went and looked for me, went back, no one contacted me. She evidently didn't even try to contact the office. I'll find out. But she lied. She told him, I'm here from Heidi to contract. I have spoken to Heidi, this is her understanding, and then she pretended that she spoke to me after the recess. That's all flat out lies. Flat out. That's what I'm saying. I'm offended that people really think. They either thought I was dying and were doing this to a dying person, or they think I'm this damn dumb. This is blatant, arrogant stuff. Flat out lies. There's no truth at all.
Then let's go to page...
To get me in this position right here.
Page 26 of Exhibit 4.
Love to.
And I want to direct...
What page did you say, sorry?
Page 26.
Okay.
It's page 13 of the transcript, and I want to direct your attention to the very last paragraph where the court is saying that he wants to indicate on the record that he received a motion for an in-camera hearing on the Carter matter because...
Yes, that's so he could make a record. I had no idea about that. I was dumbfounded, and that's why I know that he's part of this, because he went out of his way to make that record. Go on. And it stayed in this, not cut. He was doing that specifically for those motions.
And then if you look at the last few pages of Exhibit 4, let me give you a page
How
number.
come you don't want more information about that?
I'm coming back to it. I just want to show you something else.
Okay, on what page? Something else of two people that created
Page
it?
61.
Sure. Yes,
So that you see that's a note promotion calendar?
I do. And do you see it was cut and pasted by Bex?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So that's a cut and paste of your signature on
Yes,
the
and
page?
so is the declaration. And whereas I might be able to believe that some lawyer was stupid enough, and I don't believe Bex was, to believe that they could use my cut and paste signature on a form that I made, that's one thing. But for her to write declarations and cut and paste my name into it is unbelievable. Any lawyer that passed the bar or that you guys license knows that on a personal declaration they can't cut and paste and not tell anybody or anything.
Have you seen a declaration that goes with this?
Yes, and if it's not here, then you don't have the full record. I'll bring it to you because that was, well, right here. Hold on. Declaration.
That's a different date, right? A different matter? That's
No.
a motion to continue.
I don't know. I thought they did it all at the same time. I don't know. Because it's not in your guys' transcript, kind of like audio, it's missing as well. There's a whole court date I have, because I came across one piece of paper last night that I know
Oh,
about.
I see. Well, I don't know if I see.
December 6th.
Are these related or not? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, what I have parsed out and pieced together, and
Mhm.
can't say for sure, is the ex parte became because of the conversation of the death threats. So, oh God, we got to get this on the calendar really quick. In between that time and whenever they hired, but see the date's the same, so I don't know. But it's not filed the same. And you're going to find that on all kinds of stuff, right down to JIS links. That's how stuff has been, they didn't think I'd look at it that close. So what has been represented to me was the in-camera thing happened and within a short period of time, I don't know, hours or days or whatever, she spoke to Mr. Straight, and Mr. Straight or whoever apparently told her that yes, we could get out of that case, and in fact there's enough to get out of it if he's making death threats, but apparently she had been talking to Beverly, and Straight said if you have other counsel that's ready, you're certainly fine. So apparently they did the motion to continue to give Beverly time to be prepared for the trial. I don't know. Those are other people that we need to get under oath and ask them. But that's what's been represented to me. But if you look at the dates, for instance, on the 3rd, and on the 3rd, I've done a lot of timelines. This one is stamped the 3rd, and it's clearly the ones that he's trying to say I did screwy. But this one was drafted on the 3rd as well, because the forms I created popped that in. They would have had to go and deliberately changed stuff, and I'm going to find out who changed what on forms, because I did make originally all of that stuff, and they had very limited stuff that you couldn't screw up. It's either the state or the city. It was they didn't have options to be able to screw me like this.
Right. And is it your understanding that Galen would have delivered this motion to request an in-camera hearing?
I can tell you what, normally I would say it would be Galen or Di or whoever it is that was working with them, but Anna's declaration makes pretty clear what happened there.
Okay. And just give me Anna's last name for the record.
Cornish, Kornish. And I hadn't met her in person by this time either. So when they write, we filed the motion, they filed a motion that happened to have my name somewhere on it that they decided along with the corporation that they were being a part of as of July or June.
Because that was another cut and paste job.
Yep. So many violations. Can't believe that anybody really thinks that you guys can put me here and get away with it and me be alive.
So, we didn't look at that specific line, but in the grievance, well, I guess we can look at it, and it's the first page of Exhibit 4, page 1. The second full paragraph there.
Yep.
He says, two enclosed documents bear stamps if they were filed with the clerk, but in fact, those are just conformed copy stamps, and they were not actually filed.
Yep. You know what? That's what he represents, and that's what I have in front of me after investigation. I know as much as you do looking at it. You actually you probably know more about this particular event than I do, because it sounds like people are willing to talk to you, and they're not willing to talk to me. So.
Oh, I see. So Anna Cornish, a paralegal in your office.
For Rebecca. Rebecca, when she came on, they said, can Anna come with her? That was their deal. I said, if you can cover expenses, you already had my meeting, we already did all that, you know the terms of me keeping it open. It was decided at some point, apparently, Anna could come on at halftime or whatever. And so Anna and Bex are working directly together from their other firm that they came from. And Chris is Anna's husband. It's a very tight little knit group of these three right here.
Chris Brester?
Yep.
So Ms. Cornish's declaration goes through the mix-up of trying to get them filed and being referred to the judges.
On the 29th,
chambers.
when they say we, on the 29th, I found that it was the we we're talking about is Rebecca, Anna, and then there's different parts.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So she's explaining both the...
I had no idea what happened. I get this from Downs, and I say, what? I don't need... What's going on here? I can see this, but I have no idea, folks. Let me know what happened here.
Okay.
We talk on the phone.
Do you know why this was prepared, this February 4th, 2013?
Yeah, I asked her to prepare it in anticipation of all of this.
Okay.
Because I don't know at what point they're going to turn or whatever, and I want their crap in writing the second I can actually get it in writing, if I'm going to need to protect myself or whatever. And it was clear by that point, by the time she wrote it, Downs had already filed this BS stuff on stuff I didn't know about. Her Becks were the reason that it was there. I needed to know at that point, what's up? What are they even talking about here? Becky had me amend the wording on the declaration because she was not the one. Becky did this. My responsibility is to trust Becky is going to follow the rules and be ethical, because she's gone through a very vigorous screening process that you guys have given her and has experience overseas. I never would have thought that anything like this would even come close to a
So by the screening process, you mean the bar exam?
Yes, and your guys' moral, I should have known early on. I actually thought there was something to that. And I had a lawyer laugh at me when I said something about being past and the moral Jesus. He laughed, well, lawyers ain't nobody moral. That was in the very beginning. And so, but there was a time I actually believed that your guys' process weeded out the bad people that shouldn't be practicing and took care of that. And so while I still had plenty of ways in the office through my forms, through my procedures and all that to check on stuff, I think even if I didn't have any of that, any reasonable person in my position would be okay relying on the Bar Association and all the judges and all of the country that she came from and all of that stuff. Part of my decision was relying that you guys, I did my job relying that you guys did your job.
So tell me, like in November 2012, how much of your day were you devoting to your law
I was
business?
sick. Yeah, the answer's not going to change. I already told you. I'll have to get declarations. I was at my place, not able to move except for that trip with Chris that was cut short after 2 days because I was too sick to do anything. I couldn't even stand. My answers are not going to change. You can ask them tomorrow, the next day. You can rephrase them. You can do whatever. It's going to be the same answer because it's the truth.
So the answer is you weren't doing any work in the law office because you were too sick.
I was a few weeks away from December 13th, which is the ultimate day that I was on my way out of here. Had Jana not been here and got medication and everything else. Yes, I was too sick at that point without any sort of treatment to even get my groceries. I couldn't even go to Red Apple on my own, high school friends to make sure I was eating, drove 2.5 hours to make sure I had food. I was on my bed. I can tell you I was totally, my teeth almost fell out, my hair did. 4 days, I was passed out, didn't even move, and didn't have water, didn't have anything, apparently, and that's what actually did all this stuff. I should have, at 3 days, you need water. So, I'll tell you what I did. I was suffering because of my situation, and then this, a whole bunch.
So while we're still on the record, I want to talk about the medical release form. We already talked about this some, but again, I'm trying to figure out the best place to contact.
I already said 7 years, Everett Clinic, who my primary guy was.
But that ended in 2009, right? I mean,
yeah. I haven't had any, yes. My reward for working hard was being denied insurance. So you're right. There's a couple years I don't have nothing. I suffered through it without anything.
Okay, so you have records up to 2009, and then they would start again on December 13, 2012, is that right?
No, they would start, Jana said if I make it through that night, made me pinky truce, that I would go to her doctor if she got insurance, if she did all of that stuff. Insurance, of course, didn't kick in, didn't do all that. There was a meeting with the doctor beforehand, because I had vet prednisone, and I guess if I have done anything wrong, I don't know if there's an actual rule against that. I didn't go out of my way to get it, but I had a Yorkie that died from something similar. I didn't even know what the prednisone was, and once she's gone through all of her analysis, because at that point I think of cancer, and she's gone through training on cancer, MS, all that. She's asked me all kinds of questions and gone through all kinds of reasoning and all of that. I'd already been okay in my head. I was getting ready to walk through the gates. I was being in pain. I was quite a bit of peace, and so she said, we need to get you an anti-inflammatory after seeing my tongue. She knew what was going on, and I just so happened to have the exact thing that she mentioned from a dog that I had. I took massive doses that day. Did not die, and the pinky truce was, if you make it through the night, that you'll do these things, and it's a grade school pinky truce. I can't break that. It turns out it's strict liability. I looked. And you'll have to look. But there was one before insurance kicked in with some doctor that she has that's very special, that only comes in every so often to essentially evaluate if we needed to do something emergency beforehand, before insurance kicked in. But we already knew that there was going to be at least a pre-existing condition and maybe more. We don't know what it was that almost killed me that day. We aren't sure. So I started regular treatment the next day or the day after. As soon as they could get me in, after I got notice from insurance that I had insurance, Jana had me in there immediately. But there was an appointment before then that was essentially a consultation, but it was to make sure that I didn't need to be admitted immediately. And by that point, I'd started taking them on the 13th, and I'm guessing maybe a week. I don't know. The prednisone is amazing. It was amazing. Saved my life. But I took massive amounts at first. So by the time we have scheduled appointments with insurance, we're talking about a week, 10 days, 2 weeks that have gone by.
Okay, let's go off the record for just a minute and deal with the medical releases, and then we'll close it out. So I'm going to give this to you to fill out because you have to have the date of birth and social security number.
Well, I'll fill it out, but I'm sure you got that.
So the name of the organization, the first one is just going to be Everett Clinic. That's
the name of it, yeah. And I can't believe you haven't heard of it. They have several blocks up in Everett. Like they'll have neurology here. They'll have I'm guessing years ago it started out as one little thing, and they kind of spread out all across.
Okay, why don't you look at that?
It's called clinic, but it's really not a clinic.
Okay.
Have on-site MRIs and all that stuff, but they're on-site. It could be a block away. Who all is this stuff going to go to? Because I had planned on giving you guys everything, and I got to tell you, I can tell at this point that we are going to have more of these meetings, that my strategy for litigation is different than my strategy for dealing with somebody reasonable on the other side of the table who's not part of this. So, I want to know, I had two paths, and at this time, based on what's going down here, the path that I'm saying is, this thing is going to be whatever you guys end up doing, it's going to be on me. And at this point, I'm not giving you anything more to be used or spread or to be disseminated to then get beat up with like this other, my response on downs and stuff like that. I'm not giving you any more pieces to the puzzle if you guys are really coming after me like this after having all of that evidence.
Well, let me tell you my concern.
Go ahead.
Let's go back on the record, please. We've been talking about the release, and I was just explaining, and I want to put this on the record. My concern is I want to be able to verify your statement to Judge Downs that you were suffering from MS on the date of that hearing in November.
What do you want for that?
I'm asking you to let me know the best healthcare provider medical record to look at to get that information.
It would be it would be the ones afterwards, the ones from these guys that actually treated that stuff. I hadn't done anything with Everett Clinic since I believe 2009, early 2010. So they're going to have records, just like you said. Well, you didn't have insurance for 2 years or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't going to be able to tell you regardless of. They're going to be able to show you MRIs. They're going to be able to show you all of this stuff, but I hadn't had contact with anybody since the bad spinal tap. So
will there be some chart note from 2009 that says Heidi Hunt has MS?
Oh, there'll be plenty of that stuff.
Okay.
And there's other stuff, totally stuff in the record. I can bring in, look, you want to talk to Jana, you want declarations.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go off then. Let's go ahead and do the Everett one. And then
I don't know that I am. That was my question to you at this point. So I'm not being tricked into this. That's what I'm saying. I want to know who all this is going to at this point. It's attention to you.
Right.
But I understand there's a process that goes on, and you answer to other people.
Well, you can look at the rules. The investigations are confidential.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I can't share it with anybody. You can share stuff. The grievant can share stuff. I can't. Unless and until it's ordered to hearing by a review committee.
If you're following the rules, though, and I have to assume, you're right, the rules say that you have to act a certain way. That's true.
Right.
But I can tell you in this case, nobody's followed the rules. That's why I have an independent court reporter here. I have no reason to believe, at this point, based on all of the information before me, that you are going to follow the rules.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm sorry, too. I wish that it's really a bummer, and I hope so.
You are sadly mistaken. I'm sorry you feel that way. So my only question is, are you going to sign the release?
I'm trying to find out the confines of this document and what the four corners actually hold.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. Do you have a physician who will sign a statement that says, Heidi Hunt?
I can go home and send you something from my records that says that. If that's all you want, yeah, go ahead. Get it from them. They have the same records. I can tell you on this date it was written on this or whatever, or deal with them.
So who's the doctor? Who's the best person for that?
Well, I have a team.
Okay.
And Jana's in charge of the team. So I would have to ask her. The Dr. V, Van Patten or whatever, who's supposed to be essentially, I guess, my lead doctor,
is semi-retired, so she only comes in every whatever
So
time.
this is that East Side Family Medicine Clinic?
Yes,
Okay.
that would be the best place to.
All right.
There's stuff in the records very clearly there.
Okay, so let's do one for that. That would be better than I think. East Side.
But am I given? Well, at this point, I can tell.
It sounds like those records are going to be pretty limited because you just started going there in December.
They're not going to be limited. Those guys have gone all the way through all of my body. They will give you scans of my spleen, of my... They're not going to be limited. They're more complete than Gerke's were.
Okay. Well, you know, I guess I'm trying to say I have a
They're not going to be as long.
I have a pretty limited interest, so I'm trying to figure out how to focus this so it's less intrusive for you and less
Do you have a
expensive for
limited
me.
interest? Because if you
Yes.
do, I'd be more than happy to work with you on that. But
Okay.
I need
Well,
to
let's
believe
figure out how to do that.
Okay, let's do. Because that's why I have the respect for the people that I had, because I'm not trying to play any sleazy games with you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. So why don't you see if this is acceptable, and then I think maybe the thing to do would be for me to call over there and say, you know, look, I don't want 3,000 pages of medical records. I only want a chart note or something that says...
Janet, you want me to have Jenna fax a chart note here? I bet you I could text her. She knows that's going on, because originally I was going to have her actually look at my body to make sure that there was evidence that if I didn't make it out of this hearing, that I was good. I'm sure that she's working. She's been blowing up my phone with everyone else, I'm sure. Keeps going. She's probably at work right now.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
That would probably be helpful, but I would still like to get the releases as well.
Okay, how come? If your scope is limited, no problem, but if we're trying to work together and not be sleazy,
Right.
and be able to trust each other,
Mhm.
if you're telling me my limited scope is this, and I'm telling you I can get that taken care of in a minute, why do you still need to be able to proceed and screw me? If we're working on the up and up.
I need something directly from the healthcare provider.
It's gonna come directly from the doctor to here, on their head notes, on their whatever.
All right, why don't we try that?
What do you
Let's
want?
see.
But if you're truly acting in good faith, okay, Janet, 9, are you there? I can also call and I'll go get her. Need you. And I'll just call them real quick too. Hold on. I think I have it in
Let
here.
me tell you, if you want to get something sent right here, I think this is how to do it.
Thank you.
So have them fax it to licklemtvhp@hpeprint.com.
Perfect.
And it comes right through here, but it takes a few minutes. That's what I've heard.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So she can send it, and it won't come like...
I need the number to East Side. I thought I had it programmed, but I don't know what it's programmed under. Hold on.
Okay, so let's take a break for a few minutes while you get a chance to try to...
Yes.
If anybody else wants to stretch or...
Jana. I thought it was under Jana. All right. Is there even a phone book? It's in there. It's just East Side Family. Damn it. I always just text her. I know that I saved it when they've made calls to give me test results and crap like that, but it's a back line. Doctor. What did I put it under? Because I know it wasn't East Side.
well, where are they at?
In Bellevue. East Side Family Medical Center. And I'm getting ready to die on batteries before too long. So,
What do you do?
yes, I got it. I'm so mad at Apple. What's that?
I just got my charger, but it's not going to work for Apple. I'm sorry.
I have a charger in my car.
You know,
I think it was my dog.
he was, and actually,
I was thinking about the dog.
on a cost benefit, if he ends up dying, I gotta tell you, these guys are fucking themselves royal, and what's wrong with him, I know, I need to go do that, but I also need to protect my career, my health, and everything else, and it turns out that's more of a priority than duty right now. I hate that. It's bullshit. Alright, 411. Screw it. 411. Here, I'll even put it on speaker so everyone can hear.
government info. Say a city and state, or say other services.
Bellevue, Washington.
Okay, what listing?
Eastside Family Medical Center.
Eastside Family Medicine Center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, it's a
Eastside
phone number
Family
on that.
Medicine Center.
Phone number's on what I gave you, isn't it?
112th Avenue.
It doesn't matter, I'm getting it now, but I
425.
think I gave it to you. actually.
453-1039. Also, hello. You can say, repeat, or hang on and I'll connect you.
9. Hang on. It's not on there?
Okay, I'll connect you.
I was in a hurry cutting and pasting. I thought I put it all on there for you.
You have reached Eastside Family Medicine Clinic. Please listen to the entire message as our options have recently changed. If this is a life-threatening emergency, please hang up and dial 911. If you know your party's extension, you may enter it at any time. For the appointment desk, press 2. For the radiology department, press 4. For patient account billing, press 5. For the referral coordinator, press 7.
I don't know, I'm usually just getting test results.
Or your provider, please press 0 and the next available receptionist will assist you. Please hold a moment. Eastside Family Medicine, how can I help you?
Hello, this is Heidi Hunt, and I'm in a deposition right now, and I need some of my records, or at least one of them, from you guys. Is Jana in there? I texted her, and she's probably doing a mammogram or something because she hasn't texted back. Can I just talk to her, please? She'll know what I'm talking about.
I'll see if she's available. Hold on for a moment.
Thank you. There's a lot of resources over there being wasted on me. Actually, people suffering. Lawyers that commit murder, you guys don't go after. Joyce. Hi, Janet. It's Heidi, and we're sitting in the deposition. Hello. We're sitting in the deposition right now, and I want to keep my focus limited at this point because it looks like it's going to be litigated. However, this nice lady on the other side doesn't believe that I have MS and would like at least one chart note. We're compromising, I'm not releasing everything, but at least something that says that I have MS, I was sick in November. Can you just pull something off of anyone in my file? I know there's chart notes from Dr. Van Patten, stuff like that, and fax it to us. And then
email it.
Oh, email it? Oh, email it's fine, it'll come through quickly.
Well, I can't do email because you have to be signed up with a secure portal email for me to email any medical records.
Say a secure one. Do you guys have fax then at all? There's good.
Can
you fax it, Jenna?
I can fax it to you.
Okay, hold on. They're looking. If they don't have, they'll figure that out.
Yeah, because medical records can only go through a secured portal.
Thank you so much.
So you bet.
That's why you're so valuable. You know all of this stuff. So yeah, we just need send over whatever the most limited that you can find quickly without it taking up your day. I'm sorry again.
Oh no, you're fine.
But just something. She's telling me that that's all she needs. Otherwise, she wants all my stuff. And if that's all she needs, you can provide that right here and now, especially if it's a secure portal.
Oh yes.
So,
Okay, confirming.
She's getting the fax number. Hold on 2 seconds.
Well, I'm confirming that this is a fax number right here on the phone.
Oh.
If it's hooked up to this. Hi, Lisa. Hey, we can receive a fax in this office, right? Is that the number, the 3363029?
Can you hear that, Jenna?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's all right. She's just talking. I didn't know if you could or not. I didn't get it written down in time.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. I'll get it from her.
All right, I'll put that on a piece of paper by the phone so I have that. And then that's hooked right up to the HP thing, right? It's going to come right through? All right. All right, thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Can you fax it to 360
Okay.
336-9628?
And attention to whom?
I'm attention to whom?
It's coming right through here.
Attention, Linda Ide. Is that how you pronounce it?
Eide.
Eide. Please make sure that's on there
Okay.
prominently.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you so much.
Just give me just a couple minutes and I'll get this printed and faxed right on over to you.
No problem. We'll be here a little while anyway. So thank you so much. Sorry I bugged you
Oh, you are
again.
so welcome.
You rock.
No, you're fine.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I'd get that quicker if I just called. And then
Oh, and that's why I wasn't going to wait for a text. That she's doing a mammogram. That could be a while, and I knew they would go find her if needed.
Okay, that's supposed to come right through there.
Perfect. Then we can move on to the next, because you're right. My puppy's out there suffering more personal torment.
So, are we okay?
Go back on.
The damages just keep adding up.
So, we're going to wait for hopefully a fax medical record before we leave today, but I would just like to ask Ms. Hunt at this time if you would like to make any additions or corrections to the statements you've made in the proceedings so far, or to clarify anything that you've said.
I have told you over and over and over again. You can ask me in different ways. You can cut and splice pieces of the record any way you want. A full record is going to reflect the truth every single time. No, I've told the truth.
And then you indicated that you might have some additional information for me about how you think that the judge...
I will set a whole, not how, I will show you on the record where the judge specifically lied. I'll show you what's missing from the record to further this. I can't show you until I am able to get in and figure out what happened to that audio and some other stuff with a subpoena, just like you got.
So I guess what I'd like to do is that
But I can show you different stuff where he clearly lied.
I'd like to continue the deposition so that
Perfect.
we can finish that up.
Figured I'd be here for days. I am not hiding a damn thing.
I don't know that it's necessary to set a specific date at this time. Let's leave it open for now.
That's fine, because
Okay.
I'm sure none of them expected me to be here and litigating this, so they may take a whole different attitude. I don't know. But at this point, they were picking on somebody not their size.
Okay, so let's go off and wait for the medical records then.
Okay, so I want to make sure I got all the
Yes. I had the horrible experience of somebody walking out with
Yeah, how
one
many
once.
did you actually put in there? Because I know she had a bunch pre-marked to how many are actually got admitted, and which ones are they? I want to list specifically, or
Well,
can
you should have
do you
copies of all of them.
I don't have Yeah, let me
Oh, I do, but I also know that
I'm gonna-
I've done enough depositions to know that in this stuff you get sidetracked just like we have several times. So I want to make sure you didn't slip something in front of me at some point, because unfortunately that's how I've been conditioned to be, especially in this deal.
Okay, wait, take your time.
I would need to know what has been admitted first really quick. I have 5, I have 3, I have 6, I have 2, and I have 1. And I have 4. Are those the only ones? Because she said she had like 9 or something like
Well,
that.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Did we not?
Okay, so there's a couple more that were pre-marked that you didn't get entered. If they're even there.
This is yours, right? There's nothing marked here. I'm not trying to snoop. I'm just looking for stickers.
Timelines, I had to figure out what was going on here in the very beginning. I had no idea. A lot of research. love to be able to show you exactly who. I'd love to have the time to be able to reschedule that and show you exactly where in the record I'm talking about. Highlighted, bulleted, timeline. Gotta create it anyway.
Oh, I think I lost track of one. What was number 8?
That's why I'm looking. I wasn't being a jerk. It was looking. It naturally happens.
I went from 6 to
9 because it was
9.
mine. You apparently had pre-marks up to 8, and you only introduced. You're not going to make 2 of your elements. Pull them out.
Okay, we just skipped the number then?
Well,
Because I have
couple.
6 and a 7 here.
And,
I didn't use.
and then where's the 8? Because you just said the next one was 9. And I do want to know what's going on now.
Pre-marked 8 and then 9.
Oh, okay, no, I
There's
do
a lot
have
like
an 8.
that
I do have an 8 here.
Pre-marking not on the record too.
Oh, I've already understood that can be used dirty. That's why I'm looking to see.
Or it
That
can
was
just
a
be
hard
done by
way lesson.
confusing.
Yes, well, it was a hard way lesson at one point that I filed. I
Let's
don't
go
even
back on
remember
the record
case,
here.
but
Let's straighten this out.
It was to make sure that
Everybody okay?
yes, I either had an extra exhibit I left or didn't have one. I was like, wait a minute.
Everybody ready?
Okay.
Okay, so we're back on the record. So just to clarify, we have talked about exhibits 1 through 5 that were pre-marked. We pre-marked 6 and 7 but didn't use those. And
You
as a
used
result-
6. I have 6 in front of me. I've been handed it, so that's exactly why I wasn't questioning you, but I was questioning this process. Why do I have in my hand 6 if it was not
6
introduced
was the
properly?
grievance response, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You guys are in charge of the lawyers.
Ready? So let's go back to 6 for a minute. That's your February 5. That's right. That's your February 5, 2013
Let's just
Response-
introduce them all in order on the record so we have a clear
response to the
record.
grievance. Okay, let me just do this for the record. Number 1 is my subpoena to you.
Yes.
Got that?
Yep.
Number 2 is your response to the subpoena. That is your written response, not the actual document.
Hold on. Because we didn't use number 2 either, did we?
No, we
You
did.
didn't-
That's your subpoena to seek a response.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
took.
Okay, hold on. Okay, yes, it is.
Number 3 is the docket for State versus Carter.
Yes, it is.
Number 4 is the thick one, the grievance from Judge
Hold on, I'm gonna
Downs
check
with the transcript.
Dates on this really quick because mine were cut and spliced on when I had. I can check it later. Okay, go on. Oh God, they put my name everywhere. I didn't have access to this one, tell you guys. I only had the other generic version.
So number 5 was the motion to continue.
This is important, yeah. Go on. Yes.
Number 6 was your February 5, 2013 grievance response.
Yes.
And again, we decided we're going to continue the deposition because, for example, there at the end of that first paragraph, you mentioned that there are motives beyond the Carter case that triggered this complaint. And you want some time to do some further research about it.
I don't need to research it. I know the motives. You need time to be able to hear it, and you want documents and emails and things
Okay.
like that. I know what happened. I'm not here for me. I'm here to create a record and to show you the injustice of this, but clearly that's not going to go anywhere, so I'm going to litigate it.
And then 7, I guess we didn't use, but let's go ahead and put this in here just for the
Well, let me,
sense of completeness. 7 is a copy of your, whoops, that's
well,
my
for the sense of completeness, so you can make your elements. If it's not something that we talked about,
7 is a copy of your,
Yeah, see.
of your webpage.
yep, it is.
And as I understand it, if you, whether you Google Heidi Hunt or you Google 188 a ticket, this is a page that comes up for both, right?
Or if you Google a variety of things, because I
Okay.
was great at marketing and because Google does what the hell they want to do.
Okay.
So, I have no idea. I haven't done that for a long time to actually see. Back when I did all of that as my job on a very regular basis, I checked it daily.
And so, do most people come in through the radio ads, or how do you get clients from that?
According to Chris in one of his emails, that email when they were taking over stuff, that's
Mhm.
what he said they come in through that way. I don't know at that point. I got sick, I sold it, and I don't
know other than I put procedures in place. I hired what I believe were competent people to talk to Chris about it. They think that they can violate rules and then say it's her firm. And you're allowing it.
And then 8, the one we hadn't talked about before, that's the notice of appearance. Did I hand you that one?
No.
Okay, let me do that.
You guys want to... I hope you open that one back up.
So this is, I think we talked about this, but I forgot to actually make this an exhibit. So this is the notice of appearance that...
Who hand wrote original down here? Because it's not an original. That's something that was marked when it became an exhibit. This isn't how you got it.
This came out of the court file. See how it's filed up top?
Yeah. So somebody at the court wrote original on it?
I don't know who wrote that.
Because they don't have the original at the court, remember? That's the whole basis of his stuff. The original's just missing. It was just Heidi did something and it's just gone. We can't figure out how this happened. I want to know how that original, where that came from. Because it's not an original. The whole basis of his complaint was the original wasn't filed. I want to know whose handwriting that was.
This is back from May of 2012.
And if you look at even what's still in the record, he refers to this, I don't know how many times, it is your name on the notice of appearance, Miss Hunt. It is all of that. This is what he used as a basis.
Well, isn't that your name and bar number then?
No. Written in type? Yes. Is it signed by me? No. It's signed by Chris, the attorney of record, who did all of this, who signed him, who negotiated, who appeared on his behalf for 6.5 months prior to me having a telephone hearing with this judge.
So you don't think you have any responsibility for this?
I already told the judge. I believe legally I do, and I know morally I do. So, no, that answer's not going to change either. No, I think under the rules and all of that. That's why I provided him with 2 people in replace of Chris, with $1,000 so he could get his own lawyer if he chose, or to have Miss Isbin stand by him. I gave him option after option after option. I met my legal duty and my moral duty. So I didn't sign it. I didn't know any of it. They changed, and I know that they're gunning for something. That's why I want the date on it, because I didn't write this S on here, and I remember that there's actually the basis of that other crap. It's misleading to write offices if it's only one office, and I don't have offices anymore, so I went back through and changed all of that, because I know how ticky-tacky you guys are when you don't drink with you, or go to the ice cream social.
Oh, so you're saying the word law offices instead of law office?
Yes, somebody added that S. See how it's a capitalized S?
Yes.
Somebody, when they modified and put this on here, I have no idea at what date this changed, because I didn't put that there. I'm going to find out. I did not.
Your form would have just said law office of Heidi Hunt.
Yes, and that it would have had either just blank, or it would have had, like at the one time when I had 5 lawyers, we'd have different people that were actually listed. If they were salaried on the firm, then they'd do that. Chris or Galen or somebody did this without my authority at some point, and they went out of their way to do, you wouldn't just add an S right there in only one spot. They would have had to open the form, unlock the form, and do all kinds of stuff. That is somebody looking to get me on another ethics violation or something.
I see. You're looking at the first page of Exhibit 8, line 16.
Yes,
with
see how there's that. Yes, somebody had to unlock the form to put that S there.
It's on the footer, too, right?
And they would have had to unlock the form to do that, and they missed it in other spots. They did a sloppy job. That's what I'm saying. Nobody thought I was actually going to look at this, and it turns out I'm going to be able to backtrack everything. But I'm telling you, for that S to get there, somebody, and I'll find out who, had to unlock it, put that S there along with the other changes that they made. I'm guessing Chris, because it's his name on it, it's all that. But Galen has been just as much a part of this, and she was with me 9 years ago when I made these forms originally, and she's been there when I've updated them all of these times. So I don't know if it's Galen that did it or Chris, but I'll find out. But I know that this form, the way I made it was, they had very limited, they couldn't screw it up. They had very limited options to what they could put in here when I had my name on it. And it was locked such that they could only go from a tab to whatever point. So for somebody to put that S here, it was whenever they made these other changes, I'm assuming, because it could have been 2 times, could have been 3. I don't know until I look at my hard drive and see what computer it came from and everything else. But I can tell you that when all of this crap was done, that was put there intentionally. And the only purpose it would intentionally be there that I can come up with is because there is a
opinion, I don't know if it's advisory or whatever, that I remember reading, because I do know my rules. When I closed that Everett office, I took the S's off of everything, because we don't have law offices anymore. And if you look on the other stuff, you're not going to find them, except for the stuff where people went out of their way to create problems for me. I'm going to find out who created that problem. They thought I was too sick to be able to find that out. But I can tell you that that's been unlocked and changed. I did not do it. I want to know who's the original. I'm not going to count this as an exhibit. I'm not going to say I voluntarily admit this and I agree that it's true and accurate until I know what's going on here. So you can put it in with my objection, you can do whatever you want, but whoever wrote that on there is part of the conspiracy.
Well,
And I'll find out, because that's how much I've looked at this stuff.
Well, I'm just wondering, in the file that you provided, that has some documents from the court file. I just wonder if it's in there.
Well, it's not going to show who changed it. I know who submitted them. Chris submitted them. He signed it. I don't know who actually went out of their way to create that violation for me. I'm going to find out. And I'm going to find out the day that they did it on. I'll tell you exactly how sick I was that day. I'll do all of that. And this was in front of you want to know my last case, my last practice? This picture was taken by one of the cops, because it just so happened that they were doing the anarchist trial right there, so they had cops all over the place. It was like a bomb zone. And on the way out, I asked what's going on, because it wasn't standard procedure. And they said they had the anarchists, and I knew this was probably going to be my very last case that I did full all by myself from beginning to end to trial, because I was not healthy enough to, whereas I could, if I'm feeling okay, continue something or argue. I could have argued that 3-5 if I was feeling okay, given proper time, if it was a judge that was reasonable and hadn't done this. But this is in front of the federal court that day. The cop took it. That's where this picture came from. It was my very last case.
What was the date of that, approximately? Do you know?
It's the one I told you about, that Hoban was the prosecutor on, that he didn't even talk to my client. So it went for a long time. That's the one that the insurance company moved up to. They bumped it into federal court to argue that they didn't have to be covered under the statute because the vehicle was stolen. In all those years, only time, sleazy, slimy stuff. But so it was recently, because it was within the last however many months. We'll find out.
Just to finish with the exhibits, then Exhibit 9 was a copy of the December 5, 2012 document that you provided with their refund check to Mr. Carter.
Yes, and I have no problem admitting that, and admitting that Galen did all that, and I was provided afterwards. What are we doing with number 8, though? Are you admitting it with my objection, or what's going on with number 8?
Yeah, number 8 is an exhibit to your deposition.
Okay.
Then I want to return to you the notebook that you provided this morning in response to my subpoena as the client file. And during the day I've copied the notes section, the date section, the email section, the fee billing section, and the tab marked SCSC, which I think we agreed stands for Snohomish County Superior Court.
I would think so.
I have not copied the sections marked bar grievance or transcripts. Then you also provided a second notebook, and well, let me just hand that to you and ask you. That appears to be material about Mr. Carter's other cases in municipal or district court, is that right?
I'll have to look to be sure. Di provided me that yesterday, and I only thumbed through it to make sure that your subpoena was met. Timelines. My God, get clients in my own ass on timelines. Kirkland Muni. This is Kirkland Muni, and something screwy, and I'm going to look into it. I don't know how he got these charges dismissed, but he took the Kirkland case. He has file notes in there that I'm sure that he didn't mean to leave in there that say, I will take Kirkland after all of this, after he wasn't supposed to touch my clients anymore. He did on this case.
You're talking about Chris Marriott?
Yes. He wrote in the notes, the internal abacus notes, one of them says, I will do his Kirkland stuff. The date is past all of this stuff. I tried to pull JIS. It lists the prosecutor's name. It lists the pro tem judge's name, I do believe, but it just says counsel or a defendant is represented. So it doesn't have his name on it, but he specifically said he would take this case, and it ended up getting flat out dismissed, and the JIS, from what I have right now, doesn't show that it was him, but I don't know. All I know is something screwy happened on the Kirkland case I'm still looking into. Because...
Those charges were dismissed there? Is that what you said?
Oh, yes. So are you going to use that against me or for him? What are you going to... See, that's the thing. You guys got to decide. Pick a side and then go. Otherwise, I'm just going to tear you up. I will represent that this is what they gave me in regards to this, and I know, based on JIS and things that I've been provided, that there's more stuff that I want to look into that will verify my claims that this was set up, and there's a lot of people who violated rules, but not...
So your concern is that Marriott was representing Carter after October 19th?
My concern is not just that. That's my concern from an outside. My concern is there's so much going on with all of this other stuff that is not regular course, that is... I've been so screwed with missing transcripts and audio and that type of stuff, that when I looked in this case, well, these cases, and glanced at them, I recognized, based on all kinds of stuff, from court dockets to things like notices of appearance, things that you look at as a lawyer, that the way this was handled, something screwy went on. Have I had time to investigate that? No. But I know that this was a case that he got May 11th that should have been dismissed regardless with an ADIS class, so don't act like he's some sort of big lawyer. I've done a whole bunch of that. Pot charges, they do not prosecute. There's only a couple lawyers or prosecutors around. They don't want to take your student loans from you. First offense, ADIS, and dismiss. But none of the record shows that, and there's no notes, client notes that they've supplied me for that. I don't even know if he wrote anything on Abacus. All I know is in this file, as part of the notes, after he was gone, and it shouldn't have been continued on a simple possession from May 11th, and the JIS docket doesn't give me any actual information that is usable, that gives me enough information to know I need to go look farther into that, but not enough to give you an exact answer. But I can tell you that somewhere between, well, clearly May, but October, and when those charges got dismissed according to JIS, because what I've also been provided was from Galen, it has different dates on. I looked at the JIS. It says record not complete. There's 2 months, and I can't get access from my cabin to JIS.
So it was dismissed in October?
It was dismissed after that. I don't know. You have it, and I gave you, I think I gave you what I have with the fee agreement. So maybe it actually, maybe it actually shows the dates. Hold on. Because that would be great. Fee. Today I asked Galen, today I sent all of those stuff out. I said, send me this, send me that. Oh, and if you look, Galen did 3 separate, and I'll show you the emails. I said, this is what I want, and I need his final, and I need all that stuff. I need the invoice. And she was jerking me around on that. She knows how to handle these things. And I found, after I left, she supplied me with 1, which is what I have, but then she left on her desk a whole bunch of files, because she put herself in a position that she was either going to be fired or whatever, and we mutually agreed she'd be laid off on the exact same day, ironically, that I was served a couple hours later. Anyway, she left stuff at the office for Carter and some other cases. I found, as I was looking through these things, because I did want to know if the things you specifically said, and I said would be there, which was the fee agreement and things like that, were in here. She went and did an invoice. There's 3 separate versions of invoices that she did. Like I was going to play some sort of game. I'm not going to pick what invoice I submit. These are all of the 3 that she did. She sent me one of these, and I don't know which version, because she originally sent it without reflecting the $1,000 that she had given back to him when I asked for it originally, and I said, no, I want a complete one, not, hello, that's not a final invoice, Galen. Give me a final invoice. What she supplied me reflected that, and I think it's one of these 3. 3? Is that how many there was? I just know that she left at her desk several versions of this fee agreement for me to use. Looks like 1 that she did, 2, 3, 4, 5. She did 5 versions of the fee agreement that I could pick and choose from.
Are we talking about the invoice now?
Yeah, that's what I meant, I guess,
okay.
yeah, sorry.
Sure.
And I guess I didn't supply you with that because I didn't. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm making a list on all of these of who's doing what. I don't know if Di is doing that crap on purpose. Hold on, because I do believe I brought that. It was supplied by Galen with flat fee agreement. Okay. Kirkland Muni docket. So this one, hold on. Because early on I didn't pay attention to where I got these copies from originally, because I didn't know that I was going to be so sabotaged. So I got to make sure with the dates. This is the one I was talking about. So we have dates printed, we have dates on the docket. Kirkland, okay. 11/26. So 10 days, no, the 8th was the day of our hearing. I had told him, according to his testimony, on the 19th to not have any more contact with clients, but someone appeared, and it looks like him, and I'll find out, because all it writes is defendant present with counsel, on 11/26, and that case was dismissed after all of this happened. But before I responded.
But you don't know that it was him.
I can tell you that it lists the judge's name, John Olson. I can tell you it lists what prosecutor it was. I can tell you that JIS, which is the only information I have in front of me, the file notes and the JIS at this time, I can tell you that it reflects defendant present with counsel. It doesn't say who that counsel was, if it was Chris, someone directed by Chris, or whatever. I can tell you the file notes on Carter, one of the things that was apparently forgotten to be taken out as part of the record, there's an entry note from him about Kirkland specifically, and that's what made me look at it, because I knew that Kirkland was, they negotiated the fee agreement on the 11th or 10th or whatever, and for this to still be going, that didn't make sense. I understand what the normal course is, and there are times that you continue for your client's benefit, but on a possession charge out of Kirkland Muni with those prosecutors and that judge, it is an ADIS and dismiss. It's not, there's no reason why this case should go that long. And so the stuff I was supplied originally, I have another version of this from Galen with the first one, has different dates right here, but this one still shows. It's a court docket. This is what the judge could have easily pulled up and probably had in front of him. But it says on 11/26 that Judge Olson, pro tem, which is probably one of his buddies, because each of these happen to have worked with pro tems on these other cases, unbelievable. PA Warburton, it's got to be a new person in the last few years, because it's not a name I recognize. And then defendant present with counsel. City moves to dismiss. Upon entry of, they did the one, and I have an email from Galen that says, oh, I thought they were all dismissed, because that phone conversation where I said, send me this and send me that, I want to know what happened, what's going on, tell me exactly how we got here. In the email back, she had told me that all of them were dismissed, and then when she supplied me with the docket, she said, oh, I'm sorry, I actually fibbed about Kirkland Muni. They usually, they're really strict on no-balls. It was driving with license suspended. If you have your license, most of the courts will move it to a traffic infraction for $250 and call it a wash. And so that's normally what would happen. Certain courts only operate certain ways, and she had forgot when she wrote that thing originally. At least that's what she represented to me at the time. I don't know. That's it. So, along with the JIS that I got from Galen, was with the fee agreement. And it was pretty close to this too, but I noticed last night as I'm making my list that dates, there had been, see the print dates? I had just been looking before a whole bunch of stuff, I had just been looking at dates, making my timelines of events that had actually occurred in the courtroom, things like that. Or days that motions went out from abacus or whatever. Well, I don't remember what it was, but something drew my attention to the fact that I actually need to not be paying attention as much. This all matters, but once I figured out somebody had a hand in this, these dates, when these things got printed and then handed to me, are going to be hugely significant in showing I had no idea what was going on, and they were in fact manipulated, and what I was supplied was not the same.
And you're looking at the GIS docket for
Yes.
the City of Kirkland versus Elroy Carter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But, so, whoever that defense counsel was, operated under Chris's direction according to that note that file note, which should be in your thing too.
When you refer to the file note, that's in your software program?
Yeah, Abacus is an expensive-ass program, but it covers all of your deadlines, everybody has an individual user, everything can be tracked, it's one of those that it's worth covering my butt. And malpractice, my insurance and stuff like that, there's been times over the years where if you do little classes to understand Abacus, that's how important it is to them, that I can get discounts or whatever. And so Abacus is very important to me, and it makes it to where this stuff should not even be able to happen unless you know how to unlock forms. But at some point I noticed that I needed to be aware about what was being supplied to me, and they hadn't paid attention to when they printed stuff. And there's emails and dockets and things like that you can see, okay, there was mad covers up this day. And Mike had been in and out doing stuff. He said they started having closed door meetings and things like that. And so I don't know what was going in during those meetings, but what was ever happening during that time wasn't good. And all of this stuff made me understand I needed to not just pay attention to what the judge had possibly skewed, but when it was printed and given to me. And so I have a timeline of not just the events, but I've started a timeline of when I was told about events. And it turns out that when I was told about events, there's clear stuff that they had missed because they were either in a hurry or doing whatever, but stuff that was printed and said represented as one thing. And if you just look at this, when you're defending a bar thing, half sick, trying to run an office, it'd be real easy to miss the print dates and time and stuff. It turns out they did too, apparently, because according to my timeline, there are documents that they remembered to fix that, and then there's ones that are represented like it's all on the same, but if you look, that one little bit was actually from a whole different day they printed it.
And who do you think made that alteration?
Galen or Chris. I know the two of them for sure.
They're still working at your office today, though, right?
No, Chris Marriott?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Chris Brester.
No, Chris Marriott.
Okay.
No.
Right.
Chris Brester has had very limited stuff as far as I know, and you'll have to talk to Bex about that. But as far as it's been represented to me, he looked at this. I didn't even know that he had called the prosecutor on this case until I did all of this stuff, but apparently he had at that point. I knew he was looking at it because I was trying to cover my ethical obligations from the thing that I did volunteer that was Galen. So that was before... That was when I didn't know what was going on. We're looking for coverage. I'm trying to make sure that the client has someone there that's competent, ready, and able to proceed on his behalf. Things have changed dramatically over the days as different stuff has come out. But there's a good enough trail at this point. I feel safe that I'm protected once everything comes out. So, but yes. I will represent that is apparently what the office has given me in regards to those files, and I will represent that this is at least parts of a JIS record, but I know that based on what I've reviewed, this needs to be looked into further to find out what exactly happened here.
Okay. And so, for the record, I mentioned the parts of your main Carter file that I copied from the felony case, and then I'm not taking any copies from your second file, which is the municipal district court cases.
Okay. How come?
Because I'm concerned about what happened in Snohomish County.
Okay.
I mean, if you think there's something relevant in the...
well, if you're getting at the truth, if you are trying to investigate what truly happened here, and you're willing to look at my Facebook pictures from November and stalk me on Facebook and take that time, if you're truly trying to find out what happened, I would think that you would want to investigate what really happened. But instead, you're looking at advertisements and things like that, trying to come at me at all kinds of BS ways. So if we're being honest with each other here, and what you're truly trying to do is get at the truth, then you wouldn't just say, go ahead and take it. Instead of spending that time researching me on Facebook and crap like that, you'd actually research what happened in the case and who did it with the client.
That's why I asked you what was in the notebook, ma'am.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that's what's in there, and I will represent what I just represented. But
and
if you don't want it,
I don't know that Mr. Carter was harmed in any way by what happened in district or municipal court. Am I wrong about that?
I have no idea. That's why I'm investigating it.
I mean,
The end result, dismissal, the logical answer is no, he was not harmed. That's the best result you can get.
Right.
However, I've learned over doing hundreds and hundreds of cases that just because you have a good legal result doesn't necessarily mean you have a happy client. There's a whole lot of different stuff that goes into that. And so until I know more, I can't say as a whole. From a legal standpoint, a dismissal is the best thing you can get. Was he harmed that way? No. However, how he got that dismissal and stuff like that, if there was rules violated and all that crap to get it, and I'm the one that's sitting here, and I might be harmed by what happened in that case. I want to know what's going on. If you want to know the truth, you would want to investigate all of it. So it doesn't matter. I'm making a record, but what I'm saying is...
If you would like to give me that notebook so I can take it with me and study it further, I'm happy to do so.
I'll provide you a whole copy at our next deposition, because clearly you're going to keep me going, and I'm all right with that. That's the way it's going to be. Letting you guys decide we'll do it.
So we're waiting for a fax on that machine?
Oh, yes, apparently. Maybe I should text her real quick and make sure. Shouldn't have taken her that long.
Let's go off the record and you can just check and see if she's able to get it.
This has been blowing up. She's able to get it. She's right there.
Yeah.
There's plenty of stuff that has it. No doubt I can think of what I have that has it on there. That's not a question at all. The question is, did it get faxed right? Shanna, coming now, dear, at 3:39. We didn't get it.
Mm-hmm. Is there paper in there? I put new paper in it.
Yep, there's paper in here.
What number? Let's verify. 'Cause, see, I would normally say this is just a kind of weird thing, but in this point, there's been so many weird things that Janice shouldn't have a problem faxing this to you to clear it. Is it just coincidental? Probably. But I'm noting everything at this point. When did, we didn't get it, what number? I'm asking her what, to verify that we did everything on our job, our end we were supposed to. She sent that text at 3:39. So within 19 minutes of my first text to her, waiting, doing all of that, she sent it to you within 10 minutes. Probably. So there's no need to, you don't have to pick through the file. Can open it at any random page and pull something. She knows that. So, this is not waiting on something I'm doing.
It sounds like there's like a muted ring or something coming from here.
You know, when I copied, I had to push copy. Is there a different button?
Well, I did just push fax, and then it brought me up the thing to fax.
So as if you were going to fax.
But as if I was going to
fax,
because I thought, well, maybe I have to change it. Well, my understanding is that you do not have to switch anything around. I can call my office again and find out real quick.
Please do.
I'm trying to looking for a small office.
I've been small and big. I've been both. I understand the business models in both. I understand the tax implications in both. I understand the RPC rules in both. Turns out there's a difference. Just by hiring one person could change whether you're a big firm or small firm.
Someone faxes that.
Try to bust me on these rules.
I don't need to
make it cheap stuff. I haven't violated
around, do I? It should just come right through, right? No, it didn't come through.
Play
It
games.
sounds like it's trying to do something, but it didn't come through.
Sorry, I'm a little
And
knowing that I'm not going to be hurt anymore. I'm getting back to
and there's
the
paper in there.
trial.
What was the number you gave me?
I used to tell clients, because
336.
juries, they watch you from when you get out of your car. They do all of that. So it's like, act innocent.
Yeah.
I realize that you got eyes on you, and ultimately people would, what's innocent look like? I don't know. I can tell you at that bar hearing what innocent looks like. Innocent is pissed off and wants to tell its story. That's what innocence looks like. When you are being falsely through crap and you've gone through all of this stuff, turns out, if you're not scared, because of some intimidation and stuff like that, when you're not in survival mode, you're mad and you want to tell your story.
Up the,
I'm mad, and I want the world to now know what's going on. We're going to do this, we're going to do it, but we're not playing lawyer games with getting a line here and a line there, and then making crap disappear or change dates.
The medical record, and she can't email it, but
every single one of these people that have put
when
me through
I
this,
called it with my phone, I got a busy signal.
Thank God he did on my disability.
I'm wondering, it seems like it's... Oh my gosh. Yeah. But my question is, I shouldn't have to switch anything. It should all be ready.
Wait, this is Jana Wells.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it's wireless. I was gonna say, there's no phone line going into the fax machine.
That could be a problem.
But I think it's on the wireless network.
Oh.
Every one of you guys is like,
Okay.
oh my God, so she's got to refax. Anything wrong?
Okay.
This is possible.
If they want to fax it to this number,
I'll
that's
see if
her,
she
and then
hasn't
she
gone
can
home yet.
email it.
Of course, let me see.
All right. Well, I'll call you. So
And where's it gonna
975-2313. Right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll call you back then. And
I'll call her. She's not checking her stuff. If she doesn't have late clients, she's supposed to be there till 6, but she might not be. My time is just as valuable.
everything's put
It's
in.
more
I don't
valuable.
see anything that's
To me, my life.
here. All right. Well, I'll just call you and let you know. Maybe if it's going to come through, she needs to get a hold of somebody, and then.
Well, if she's really only, if she's
Well, I'll
looking for
call you back and
justice
let you know.
and truth, I can get her that right now
Okay.
without invading all of my stuff since '99.
800-975-2313.
Got it.
If this is a life-threatening...
Gotta go through this process again, sorry. I have like life and death stuff to be dealing with that is very well documented. And instead, you guys got me in here dealing with this. There will eventually be MRIs that will be directly attributed to this abuse of the system. Yes, please.
So it sounded like it was something was going on over here.
I've just been hearing, like, off and on through the day, like a muffled ringing. I don't know if that was something with that and could interfere with the fax or not. I don't know.
If you truly want to do that, go back and investigate and talk to your people.
Hello?
Hello, is Jana there? She just faxed me something showing I had MS, and of course it didn't come through. We need to do a different fax number now to
Okay,
show
who
that.
faxed it? Was it Janice?
Jana.
Oh, okay, just a moment.
Thank you.
Can you hear that? Where am I going? Okay.
Because I'm calling it.
Oh. I see.
But it's not going, and I'm not getting the...
Yeah.
So something, apparently someone was in here and something's not hooked back
I
up.
wonder if you just stole the telephone line from that telephone there and just faxed it through the telephone line instead of trying to
This is what's happened with my security, this is
Well,
what
where
happened
do you
with my
plug it in
internet,
here,
this is
though?
what
Do
happened
you know
with
how to
my...
fix it?
Hi, Jana. Somehow something got crossed in this law office
If you know
that
how to fix it.
can't get faxes in. Court reporter, unbelievable. But could you please fax it to a whole nother number so we can get this on the record?
Does she want to fax it to my office?
1-800 975
75
2313.
2313. Still attention Lori or Linda Ike.
Yes, please. Same thing, everything. We looked, we didn't even see, we were waiting for you, and then I checked the text, you had done it right away. It was like, oh crap.
Well, actually, I had Hoopy did it. She just came back and she said I've done it 4 times and nothing is happening.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. Will you
Yeah.
please put those in my file, the fax confirmation. That is evidence. Please put them on with the dates. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. It's
Okay.
going in there.
Thank you for watching my back.
Oh, yeah.
If you can do
Got it.
that, we will continue this later after I get some other stuff, but this will pacify them for today, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Well, until they regroup and figure out what the hell they're gonna try to do next, because I'm far more prepared than anyone expected.
Well, yeah. Mhm.
So, 800-975, yeah, 2313.
1-800-975-2313.
Yes, thank you so
Give me
much.
just a flash and it'll be right there.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, bye. You too. There are a few people that go way back and a few really good people that are going to have my back all the way through this. It turns out the universe put them right where they needed to be.
And this phone number should be,
Is the 800 coming to here? It's just going to take a couple seconds. The manager, the office manager actually did it. Jana didn't do it.
Hi, so they are going to fax it to you, and I'm going to unmute my phone. Can you just let me know when you get it and when you send it to us? So we'll just kind of know to be waiting for it. I tried to call it, and it's just ringing and ringing the faxes. So something's just not plugged in correctly, I think.
Could be that was the stuff early on that made me just curious as to what's going on.
Yeah, no, I don't know
All of a
either.
sudden my stuff
All
is
right.
resetting
Yeah, so I'll
randomly.
just unmute my phone if you could just let me know.
I don't know. Yeah, it was just weird. It's like, all right, what's going on here? And then it's like
yeah, I think
taking
that's the last
notes.
thing we're waiting
But
for.
once I found that little thing on the wireless hub, it's like, oh shit, I know that there's physical proof of
and
what the
there's
hell
paper in
is
here.
going on right here. I need protection. Well, I got this dog, it'll protect you. Bring her over. But it wasn't until there was physical stuff. No, early on,
so she
it was like, this is weird. It's like, how come every single electronic in my world is not working all of a sudden? From my car navi to my security to my, and I don't know, who knows? I'm actually going to have my IT guy, it turns out, the new guy, the backup can do all of that stuff. So who knows? I think a lot of it's coincidence. Maybe all. But if nobody's touched it, if it was set up in that way for X amount of time, I've set up fax machines. There's no reason why it should not be working in the same regular course as it did yesterday, the day before, the day. It's been there since that machine got moved over there. Somebody come unplug it. Don't know.
So what's your position on the Everett Clinic release? Are you going to give me that one?
I've already told you that if you're truly looking, you represented to me that you're looking for the truth, and that as long as you have something that says I got MS on it, that's the truth for you. I'm having her supply that right now.
Right.
Why do you need, if that's what you need to satisfy your conscience?
Because I need something, I would like something from before. From before.
That's not what
the
you
day of the
represented
hearing.
before I was having her fax this. I specifically asked you.
I think that would be very helpful. That may be adequate. I'm just asking if you are.
I am, at this
refusing-
point, you know what, if you're dragging only me back here to defend this after everything you've looked at, it's clear that I don't know exactly what your position is, but it isn't what the preamble is and what your job description is, and so therefore I am now asserting that I feel safe enough to do it. If we're going to litigate this, get it the way the laws and rules say. The way that you would require me to do it or put me in here, do it. There's a reason, there's a way to do it. If what you're telling me is truth.
So is that a no, Ms. Hunt?
Well, are you not standing by your representation that the best you went through, what's the best? We just agreed that that's 3 years away. It was in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
You just said you didn't need it if you got this. I just am getting this for you. I'm spending time, more office time at a medical thing that's just as busy to alleviate your concern in this investigation, at least according to what was on the record when we discussed this, when I called her. Now that it's coming, are you trying to get me to refuse like the judge did? Are you going to put me in a position that I have no other way? Because that's what you're doing. No, I came in here wanting to give you everything, but I believed you were looking for the truth, or I hoped that anyway.
So is that a no?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Heidi, what car are you driving?
The BMW.
Is this little gray one right here in front of the sign?
Yep.
That people are they're looking in the car.
Probably because of Duke, and I haven't moved it.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you, because that's...
They're probably reporting her. I see everybody going around this car.
Because the dog's in the car by himself.
Bye.
Well, it's good you noticed. Maybe she can head it off.
Her dog died.
What?
Oh my God. Please, tell me that dog is not dead. Tell me that dog is not dead. It's not moving. Where is the dog? She's holding it in her arms. She's out there.
Bill has one dead body! Bill has one dead body!
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Feel him. Feel him. He's still warm. Show me how sorry you are and how feeling you are. How feeling are you? How feeling are you? How feeling are you? Now, he is dead! He's somebody caught! I hate you people. Shit all over. Oh my God! What are you doing? I couldn't let it all because you break fucking in!
All right, let's call it off for today.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think. So, can you go on just one more minute?
I tell you the fuck what?
One more minute. Can you go
Continue this shit. You bring me back in here again. Do it. I'm your body.
So, we've just taken a break. We're still waiting.
My dog is dead because of this stuff. My dog just died while I was in this stuff. Get back here and record this. Get back here and record this. Still fucking alive, dead. I am gonna fuck you people up. It's only 47 degrees. He cooked.
And I've told Ms. Hunt that I'm sorry her dog is dead, and I think we should just stop for today. If the fax comes in, if your office would forward a copy to each of us, we'd appreciate it.
I tell you what, give me that thing. I ain't leaving till I'm done. You go ahead and leave. Call cops, do whatever you want. Make more of a record.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I'm not leaving till I get a copy of that. We're not just sending it to your office.
All right, fine, we'll wait for it.
Yes, we will. He's all I had left. And now he's in my arms dead. Getting stiff. You're perpetuating this. You are using this system and allowing it to happen. The bar is going to be responsible in the end, too. Please put on there, my dog is dead warm, in my body, in my hands, shit all over me from his very last breath. He's all I have left. They've taken my money, they've put me out in a fucking flood zone in a travel trailer, and it ain't enough for these sons of bitches. If I can name you people personally too, I will. I will take each one of your fucking houses. As he drools on me with his last, do you like that? Take a look at this. I want you to look at this. You need a gut check. Before this, you needed a gut check. Is this what you went to school for? Is this your justice, Miss Moral Disciplinary Lady?
You're gonna die and walk through those gates too. This is what you've done. He was sick anyways. I already said if he died, I was gonna get you guys for it. I haven't been able to take him to the doctors. Oh my God, I can't even comprehend this. He's cooked. You want to feel him again? His last breath is shit. His drool coming out of his mouth. Fuck. And they just let him die. They said he was barking when they first called. How long were they out there? I want to know who those people were. I want their names. Hold on.
Off the record?
Let's go off while she's out, yeah. Thank you for asking. So your understanding is that you would get a call and then the fax would come in?
Well, I told her to call me and let me know when she sent it, so we would know.
Oh, the lady at the medical center?
Yeah, this is my office. This is my boss. Because she said she couldn't email it, so Lisa said, well, have her fax it to me and I'll email it. Because they couldn't email it.
Oh, so she's faxing it to your boss and your boss is going to email it to you?
She's just going to email it.
Okay.
We're just taking that one extra. Hi, did it come in yet? Okay. Oh no. That is the problem. Their server is down, the HP server. It's not this.
I'm sorry, whose server? The medical clinic?
Yeah, no, the HPserver.com people.
Oh.
So
we're not going to get it today.
We're not going to get it.
Okay.
It's done. Okay. It's down and they're working on it, so we're not quite sure how long that will be. So it's not this machine. Okay, well, call me if it's going to come through in like 5 minutes, I guess. Let us know, but otherwise we can't just sit here and wait for them to fix their server. I mean, what's that? Okay. Well, because the witness, she will need to call again for a third time and ask them to fax it somewhere else. And we've had a few issues here, and I don't think that's going to be possible. She can ask her to call back that lady and fax it to someone downstairs.
Well, we'll just deal with it when she gets back.
Yeah, no. All right. Yes, she's definitely. All right. I will call you if I need you again. Okay. All right. That'll work. Yeah, I know. It's kind of out of everybody's control. All right, well, I'll call you or you call me before this ends. All right, thanks. It's the HP server people, it's been down, and she doesn't know how long it's been down. That's probably why it just keeps ringing and ringing, because it's not the machine itself.
Okay.
Some cold water.
I'm fine, thank you. So did you come all the way up from Seattle, or do you live north?
Oh no, I actually live south of Seattle.
Oh, jeez. So you got to fight all that traffic to go home, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, he died. He died. Dead. Hey, got it? Figure out your facts.
Can you explain the situation? We're not going to get it, apparently.
So the problem is the HP service center is down. So it's not the fax machine, it's the service center, their service is down.
And so we can't get it, there's nowhere in this building that has a fax, is what you're telling me? As he's hardening up and stiffening?
What about if we do this? Let's adjourn for today, and
I'm not having stuff floating around out there. Let me see if my vet's there to cremate him. He's still warm. I got to figure out what I'm going to do with this. Am I taking the dead dog home all night tonight, all by myself, worried about who's breaking into my house? I have some... Let me figure it out.
But I'd like to let these folks go.
I know you would like to. I would like to not be in this position in a fucked up... I would like you to not be abusing your shit after some other people abuse their shit. So, we would all like a lot of stuff.
You're not willing to adjourn the deposition?
Not until I get a full deposition. Yes, Perrinville? A brief hold, please. It's important.
See if we can fax it to a different person.
I don't think that's a good idea with medical records.
You'll let them float all around the Bar Association, but for purposes of getting this done, you won't let me. No, I have not. My dog died, and I need him to be cremated. It's a very long story. It's Heidi Hunt. And I don't know if you've been there for a while, but I had Daisy, and I was referred by Galen, and I just had Duke cook in the car, and he's cooling off, and he's dead, and he needs to be cremated. I don't know what to do, but I'm at a deposition right now, and I need to know how late people are going to be there, because I can't have his dead body all night, getting harder and harder and harder and colder. Is there going to be someone out there to take him after that? I don't think I'm going to make it by... Well, it's 4:30 maybe. I might make it by then. Well, I know that there's people that watch the dogs in the back, though, that can open the door or whatever, or check on them sometimes, so that's why I was asking. Will you talk to Dr... Can I talk to Dr. R, or... She knows who I am. She will wait for me. She understands the significance of this. I will probably be there by then, but she would not let me have to take my dead dog that just cooked in front of me home. She would make sure someone's there to get him. Hunt, H-U-N-T, Heidi. Okay.
and hopefully it will be not too long, but I'm waiting until something's in thin air that I want to get. Okay. What's that? This was Duke. He was a little, not even 2 years yet. I got him when my other Yorkie died in my arms on Easter. So I already had some emotional stuff to deal with. I'm sure you saw that on my Facebook. Thank you. I got plenty of worries, but not this one, I guess. Thank you. Bye. No worries.
So as I understand it, the fax is going to go to your boss, right, when it works, and then she was going to email it over to you.
Correct.
So let's have it sit with your boss. Are you okay if her boss sends a copy to each of us?
I trust, no offense, I've already gone through this, but I trust your reporters, the ones that don't have full records, as much as I trust the people making the records.
She's an independent certified
So
court
supposed to be
reporter.
the person that lost my stuff.
So that's a no?
It is. I don't trust you guys at all, and you've now taken everything from me. You are doing stuff exactly above the book for us to watch. Is something going on with my volunteering?
Let's go back on the record here.
If you're asking me to be helpful with you at all, I can tell what your position is. I'm not helping you to prosecute me on bullshit stuff anymore.
Well,
we'll litigate it.
We have been waiting now for an hour for...
I know, my dog died in the process. I got how long we've been waiting.
For a fax medical record.
That you guys couldn't get.
And we have learned that due to
office.
some equipment problems, we are not going to receive it anytime soon.
Although there's several offices in here that could do it.
Therefore, I am suggesting... Is that this door?
Yeah, I called the cops. Because they called the cops. And I want to report if it is. Come on.
Okay.
Do you want us to go off the record?
No. I want everything on the record.
We're in the middle of a deposition.
Okay. So, what...
Are you...
These guys have been... The Bar Association and some other corrupt people have got me in here on a bullshit deal fighting for my license, and in the process, I have had my house broken into a couple times. I've had some stuff go on, such that I brought him down here with me today.
Okay.
And because we're waiting on some stuff, and because I didn't go check him on the last thing, I don't know, but she just said they're around the car. I talked to a lady, he was barking fine, and then he was dead, and they called you. And that's when I came out to see his dead body just in perfect time. He's still warm, he's still all of that. I don't know, it was only 42, 43 degrees. There's no reason, I don't understand, I don't know. All I know is I'm holding my dead dog right now at this deposition, and the only reason I have him here is because I couldn't feel safe leaving him at my place because of this crap. What you want to do with it, that's up to you. But I want it all record. I want records of everything that's been done.
And I can understand you're frustrated with everything it sounds like that's going on.
Honey, I haven't even processed that my dog is shit all over me with his last breath, and he's still cooling off and hardening. I got a whole lot of stuff to process, and it's been not even how many minutes.
I can hear what you're saying. So, what is your name?
I'm Heidi Hunt.
And
what is your position? The other lady I have her contact information too. She also has my cell phone number and everything, the lady that reported it.
And that's the whole reason...
Did you talk to her?
Nope, I'm going to call her. She's not out there right now.
No, she left after I talked to her and got her contact information. How did you know to come to this room?
Because someone else heard screaming from this room and thought it might be coming from here, so that's why I knocked, and that's why
sorry, I need to find out. There's been a few bad cops in this deal. I trust you just fine, but I want to know how you knew that it was this room.
They saw me looking at your car down there, and then they said, "Are you here for the dog?" I said, "Yep, that's why I got dispatched here." They said, "I believe it's in this room," and that's the reason why I'm here now.
Did you get that person's contact information by chance?
I did not.
That's fine.
No.
I would like all of them. If you're going to make a full report, please make it a full report. It will be not just a supplemental for later. It will be, then I'm just going to have to call you in for a deposition or whatever. So whatever, if you write it down, make sure it's complete.
Yep,
And please
and
get
that's
every name and contact number.
right, and that's what I'm here for.
I know, but I've read
Okay.
thousands of police reports and know that that happens most of the time, but does
Okay.
it happen all the time? I don't
Okay.
know. So I'm just letting you know
Okay.
that this is going forward,
Okay.
and there will be litigation at some point, whether it's this related or not, and this event will be part of it. And
Okay.
to avoid hassle with you, if you've stood on the stand, or if you haven't, then you've written
I
good
have,
stuff,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
okay, then you understand that there's a process this will go through.
Yes.
And
I
in
totally
that
understand
process,
that.
I want all the contact names.
Okay.
I want all of that stuff. If you're
Mhm.
gonna make a report that you're gonna forget, because you've dealt with all of these clients in between, and you rely on a report because you've been trained to tell all the truth in your report and all of that
Mhm.
stuff, which is what you're gonna say on the stand, because that's what you've been trained to say, I want a complete report. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
And I understand that you probably will do that, because you're a good guy. I have no reason not to believe that.
Yep.
But I have no reason to believe that I'd be sitting right here, right now, with my dead dog, either.
Understood.
And after today, it's very clear that there's going to be big issues here. And to save us both some hassle in
Okay.
a deposition later, or not, either way, I don't care. I'll bring you on the other side if you want. All I'm
Okay.
saying is, whoever those people are, or if you continue, if this stuff's going to come back to me or going to be put in a public record somewhere,
Mhm.
it need to be 100% complete, or I'll have to make it complete.
Okay. My role here is just basically to investigate exactly what we were dispatched to. I don't know in regards to this
I went out and got
disposition
him,
and what's
I
going
went
on
out and
with
got him
all
on the
that.
first break, gave him the stuff, he was doing just fine. They
Okay.
even said, maybe you should go back out there. He was just fine when I was out there, the temperature was cool enough, I had no reason to believe
Okay.
that waiting on this fax was gonna be his last breath.
Okay. Okay.
And as we were waiting on this mysterious fax that we can't get, because HP isn't, that's the time that he died. We
Okay.
actually broke and and I actually went out there, but I was
Okay.
trying to take care of my safety first.
Understood. Okay. And ma'am, you said your name was Heidi Hunt?
Yep.
Okay. H-E-I...
D-I-H-U-N-T.
Okay. Do you have a middle name, Heidi?
Lynn, L-Y-N-N-E, 52570. Contact is 425-877.
Hang on. 425-877.
4144. My driver's license number is H-U-N-T.
Okay. I don't need all that at this point. And the BMW is registered to you?
Yep.
Okay.
Paid for because I knew that I had to protect myself. Shit.
Okay.
Under the value that you guys can't take.
What is your dog's name?
His name was Duke.
Duke, okay. About how old is Duke?
Not quite 2 years.
Okay. Okay. And what kind of dog is Duke?
Yorkie.
A Yorkie.
He was.
Okay.
As you can see, he's getting colder right now, so he isn't anything right
Okay.
now.
Okay. Is Duke, is he purebred? No, not.
He probably has a certificate with him. I don't know. I'm not an anal
Okay,
son
I'm
of a
just-
bitch who goes through that stuff,
Okay.
but I didn't get him because somebody in a fancy suit said that that's important. I got him because he was a loving dog.
Understood.
So the breeder that I got him from, my family has from before, the Yorkie that died in my arms, same breeder, they're all registered. Did I
Okay.
take the time to do it? No. I'm
Okay.
not a pompous ass. I love them.
Understood. Just
Okay.
clarification for my report, so.
And she's recording, I had to have a whole separate court reporter here because I don't trust them so much.
Okay.
So I'm just making sure we're getting a complete record of everything
And
at
that's
this
the reason
point.
why I'm just trying to clarify. So, what time did you approximately arrive here today?
9:30,
Okay.
not approximately, it was right at probably 9:31. I was over there early, and me and Duke were in the car visiting how it's gonna be okay.
Okay. And you said you took a break about what time to go check on
They
him?
should know exactly. I don't know. When was the first break that I walked out there with them? A couple hours. Right around 11? I don't know. I got here at 9:30. I said every 2 hours I gotta go out, check on him and
Okay.
do stuff.
So around 11:30 you
Had
said?
to have been.
Okay.
And then we were supposed to only be doing a little more stuff and waiting on his fax. And so I didn't go out during the next break
Okay.
to do stuff because I thought I would be out there shortly and we'd just be going home.
Okay. So you went out there 11:30. You let him
It was
out.
fine.
You
We
gave
walked,
water.
he
Okay.
peed, he went
Okay.
over, he peed a couple times, he ran, he was happy, he smiled,
Okay.
excited. I told him it would be okay, and then he cooked.
Okay.
In 40-degree weather, I'm gonna have to process that. I'm gonna beat myself up over this forever and ever and ever, what he went through.
Okay. So 11:30. You walked everything, you put him back in the car about what time do you think?
Shortly thereafter, it was only, maybe 10-minute break, I don't know.
So about 11:40?
You're asking me stuff that there's a record of it that you'll be able to get exact time.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so I have a chronological
timeline. I've been through a whole lot of stuff. I'm giving you approximately. This is what happened. I got here, I couldn't leave him at home because of the stuff going on there. I brought him with. I went out and checked on him once during our first break at whatever time this is, approximately 11 to 11:30. I was going to check on him on the next break. I was going to do it on every break. She even said, oh my God. But we were waiting for one fax coming from my doctor's office that wasn't coming in. And so I didn't go do that break because I was under the impression that we were going home shortly after that, and I didn't need to take him on that second break because I was going to be out there anyway.
Okay, understood.
God, Baronsville is down in Edmonds. I can't do that. I'm going to have a dead body. I'm going to have his dead body all night.
And so last time you checked on him was 11:30. Then you came back up here, and then at what point did you get the news?
When they were at the car.
Okay.
She said they're around your car, and I went out there to see what's going on, and she said your dog is dead.
And that would have been.
I said no, he's not. You were on the phone. And 911 was on the phone. You guys heard me on the phone.
Okay. That's why I want to just clarify that. At that time, they called 911.
And I want to clarify stuff, too, but I've had too many people put stuff in my own mouth and then turn around and try to use it against me on this deal, and I can't give you specifics because I was dealing with trying to survive on this other deal. I can tell you what happened. You can find out from the records if you want it what exact time. But I just answered that question for you, then the answer's not going to change. It's going to be the same
when they call 911.
every single time. Yep. That's the truth. That's how it happens. Rephrase it. Do whatever you want.
I'm not looking to rephrase anything. I'm just looking at
clarification. I know. I get it.
So I can understand you're upset and frustrated. I'd be upset and frustrated too.
I also know the process. You're going to take this back to your prosecutor, and they're going to look at it and see if I should be criminally liable for him cooking in the car. I get what you guys do. I've defended thousands of them, and at this point, I have no reason to trust any. I would want to, but after all of this stuff, I hope that you are out to serve and protect and are really just trying to get this done. If that's the case, we're all good. But I want to make sure that's what you're doing because it is part of a record now at this point in a big deal.
Yeah, I understand.
That's actually
I understand.
being written about in movies and books. Unbelievable.
And was he in his kennel in the car?
Yeah, and he's been in it a ton of times, and somehow he got out of it. And I'm going to look and find out how. But there's a hole in it that supposedly he chewed through. He would have chewed through it on any other number of occasions.
I saw the hole there. That's what I was
That's what I'm saying. That has never happened ever before. And if he couldn't get through it at all of those times, I don't know. Either he knew he was dying. I wasn't out there, so I don't know. Or I don't know how that... I will have to look at the hole more closely and do all that. I haven't even looked at that thing yet, except through the window like you did.
In your car...
Because I said, how did he get on the roof? How did he... He was on the top of his cage, dead. He died on the top of it. I left him in it.
And when you got out there, he was on top of his cage?
Like this, dead. And the other lady can give you exact times, because apparently he was barking when she went into her lawyer's. And when she came out, he was dead. And that's when she called you.
And your car was locked, all four doors?
Oh, yeah. I wish they would have broke the window. I can't believe that for a life they wouldn't do something like that. But I've learned people are so stupid and so worried about you guys charging them that they'll let heroin people drive knowing they're going to kill somebody, but they won't violate the cell phone law.
So then when you got Duke out...
He was already dead. I was screaming. It was the phone. You guys were still apparently, according to her, because I just got her contact information, she said when you were screaming, I was still on the phone with them. So you have a 911 of what my reaction was, when it was, what time it was.
No, I understand that. But the car was locked.
Yes.
So you had to unlock it to get him out?
I had to have, I'm sure of it. I don't know. I looked, I saw his dead body and freaked out. At that point, I'm a little bit stressed. So the only logical thing is, yes, I unlocked it.
God give you exactly what you deserve.
Is that a threat?
No. No,
Okay.
not at all. Do you
What-
think I have the power to summon
What
God?
is your name, ma'am?
Linda Eide, E-I-D-E.
Just throwing it right out in the universe and letting him do what he wants.
I'm sorry, ID.
It's E-I-D-E.
The only threat you're going to get from me is this is going to be litigated and you're going to be
Okay.
exposed.
And what's your title, or what's your...
I'm a lawyer. I'm taking Miss Hunt's deposition today.
Okay.
She's a lawyer from the Washington Bar Association that's investigating a claim from a judge that is BS. She's not just a lawyer doing a deposition. However, I'm sure she'd like the record to reflect that.
And what is your name, ma'am?
Tony Ziomas, Z-I-O-M-A-S.
C-I-O-M-A-S?
Correct.
Can't even process
And
it.
Tony, T-O-N-I?
Yes.
Okay.
You can't
And
get to
your
Edmonds and then all the way to
title?
Concrete.
I'm a court reporter.
I can't even breathe. I don't know what to do.
Okay.
We got confirmation.
And what is your name,
Get me
ma'am?
the facts. Jana just got confirmation. I want the facts before I leave.
Okay.
Yvonne Southworth.
Yvonne, Y-V-O-N-N-E,
Yes, sir?
and then last name?
Southworth.
S-O-U...
Oh my God.
S-O-U-T-H-W-O-R-T-H.
Okay. And your title?
Court reporter.
That's
also.
correct.
Reporter. Okay. Are we able to go out to your car so I can take photos?
We can do whatever we want
Okay.
after I take care of this other stuff that's going to go on forever and ever and ever. I'm making sure that this medical record gets through.
Okay.
What do you want from my car?
Just want to take photos of the kennel and then the car showing that there's no exterior damage.
Okay, so go get the exterior ones
Okay.
and I'll pull the kennel out for you in a minute.
Okay.
After I
Perfect.
get this other stuff.
Okay. Do you know how long you guys are gonna?
Well, we
be
were
still?
told not that long. Jana said that it's been confirmed, so your boss should have it. Got through wherever it was. Shouldn't be long, but
Okay. I'll go
nothing
do.
has been standard
I'll
about
do that, and I'll be back in a few minutes or so. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
So
go get the facts.
she thinks that your boss
Can
has...
we
No, I don't
go
think
off
she has it.
for a sec? I can't.
Yes, let's go off.
Okay.
Yes, let's go off.
Okay, well, she does have it, but the problem is that what can't come through to here.
Where is she at? In this building?
No.
Can't we walk there?
No, 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 no. This is, she's in San Juan Island. But that's what I'm saying, there may be somebody in this office that she could send it to if you're willing to
That
let
is the
your
hokeyest thing in the
medical.
world. You're telling me that the Bar Association employs people that can't get a fax at a deposition?
It just so happens that the HP thing is down. But if you're willing to let it go to someone
I have
else's office,
volunteered all of that. At this
do you
point,
want it to go to someone
it
else?
doesn't, she's the
If
one that
it's
does
okay, if
that.
it's okay with Miss Hunt, sure.
Is it okay with you? We can just stand there and grab it as it comes off the fax machine.
Does she have the technology to
Hi.
email it?
So, you said that maybe there's someone else that you can just email it or fax it to, and we can walk right there and go get it, because we... Well, no, that's not gonna be okay. Do you wanna call down there and ask, and I can just walk right down, I'll walk right down there now and see? Well, okay, and who are you gonna ask?
I don't even know how I'm going to breathe in a couple hours. Why did I go to it? You guys said that. crap all over me. Last brother we cooked. I should have been at home, and I should have been able to check on him with my security. Oh my God. You folks have taken everything from me now. From my health, to my money, to my home, to my bleeding ass dog. I was bleeding out my ass on December 12th or 13th too when Jana came. That's how I thought it was diarrhea and it was blood all coming out me. You want records of that? I'll get them for you. Your judge caused that. I'd never had that situation till then. To survive. Yep, what happened? There's a copy right beside me. I'll call when I can. It's costing me again. Checking out my Facebook instead of the case. People are going to be appalled. I'm going to hold you that public standard. That's the threat that you're getting. I'm going to show everybody what the system actually does to good people. You'll be prominently featured. Start thinking about who you want to play you. Been sick. I said to him, because I haven't been able to take him to the vet, that I would take him tomorrow, but I couldn't. I'm sick anyways. But you guys have had me reading through emails. Surviving.
So you don't know what was wrong with him? You weren't able to go to the vet?
No, he was going to go tomorrow after you guys got done with this.
But he hadn't been before?
For the last couple of weeks, he's been feeling icky. And I've seen a progression of him not feeling good. I actually told him yesterday, or the day before, I don't know, because my days have been blending into nights. Been lucky to get naps going through all this crap. I told him, I'm sorry, and I promised to take him tomorrow after I was done with this. So I don't know that he cooked. I know that he's hot. I don't know that's actually how he died, and I think I'm going to give myself I'm not going to have him tested. I'm going to have him cremated and give myself that little bit of mental hope that it wasn't me, by not going out there, that did it. Because I have to take personal responsibility for my part, and I got that. And I will beat myself up forever in that. But I also recognize the facts around it and the circumstances I was put in. And to not have the thing about
knowing you're dying and going to that spot is I had to get to a lot of spots in my head where I was okay to walk through those doors. And I have a clean slate, a fresh, clean slate. I don't have to beat myself up about anything that I've done bad or anything like that. Except you guys have totally up my slate really good. And now I'm going to have to live with forever knowing that I chose to defend myself here over letting him cook in the car. Or not get to the vet. I don't know. But 20 years from now, I'll still be beating myself up about that. Unless I do so, especially if I know for a fact. That's why I didn't get the 911 call on SWAT, because I am grown up enough to know that I will react poorly if I hear my daughter or Cassandra on a tape say I had a gun under those situations, so I avoided it. And walked away. Not enough.
You're going to see what that is.
Wow, they did pay attention.
Did you make another one?
Hold
No,
on.
I'll have to copy it up here.
I have not seen this document yet. Let me look at it. Try to rush me right now so you can get home.
No, I'm sorry, I thought that was another copy.
Oh, no, this is mine.
Oh.
This is mine.
If you're worried about traffic, you're going to have a problem. Thank you. Let me read this really quick, and then I'd be more than happy to do whatever you need.
Okay.
Well, I guess not more than happy,
Well,
but
yeah.
wow, good for her.
What we,
Oh, she discusses the November deal. There you go.
So this would be 10 if we make this happen.
This is obviously my big scope. My mom pulled up the family history, so physical findings. Look at all these tests. Dying.
do you think McDonald's coffee case got like that? Here, this is apparently one of my intakes, and it refers to my MS at the top and some other spots, but it also has a lot of those other tests that I told you about, all those.
Are you
other
ready?
ones.
Let's go back on the record, we'll finish this out. So can we mark that as the next number, Exhibit 10 to your deposition?
Yes, and I need a copy of it. Oh my God.
So we're going to mark as Exhibit 10 the fax you just received from Eastside Family Medical. And then I propose that at this point we... Okay. And then I propose at this point we adjourn, because obviously you have other things you need to deal with, and if we need to, we'll reconvene later. Is that acceptable? And I'll make a copy for you. Can I just leave it on top of your file? Okay. Thank you, ladies. We're done. Uh-oh, this is turned off.
Oh, I think it's just asleep. No, just,
If I don't get an apology after you guys all look at this, pursue it.
oh, is it? Okay.
Pursue it.
Yep, yep.
Pursue it. Each one of you has a hand in it, and is abusing the legal system to put me in this position. And you've taken everything. You need to do a serious gut check before you call me back in. I'll do whatever. I have nothing to hide. But you talk to those people you work with, and if you're out for justice, I'll help you with that. If you're out for a head-hunting deal, that's fine. But no, I've been doing my job. And I'm going to make sure the world knows how everything else is going on. If you can proceed after you've looked at this and talked to me, you have enough in front of you to know the truth, if that's what you're searching for. Dangerous lawyer. I got nothing to lose. Smell his shit on my hands from his last breath. Serve and protect. Sure, we're doing our job. Not wait to tell everybody. Make me continue. Smell his shit. I'll let the jury smell his Jersey shit. Just about hard. Not quite cool.
There's your original. Let me just check the page. There's a copy.
Bible that's guided me. So I haven't lied since. I became an ordained minister on November 6th, 2006. I don't know why. It came in my packet of stuff, but as we were talking, that's the date.
Can I staple those for you?
Trying to be helpful?
I am.
Why, thank you.
There you go.
And my curse, apparently my blessing. I'll find out later.
We have to run. I've got a in-progress burglary going on right now, so.
Thank you for prioritizing and not being here to
Here's-
enjoy this guy.
Okay, here's a statement if you choose to fill it out. This is me, Officer Johnston. Case number's on the back side of the card, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, yep, take care, okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Nothing but good. Reward is everything dead, including my brain, and you are fucking coming after me.
Do you want me to help you carry those out?
I gotta figure out what I'm doing with him, because I can't, hold on a second, I won't be there, and I cannot physically drive that far and feel okay, because I'm gonna break down. I'm gonna break down. And that is their point.
Where is it?
If they can't kill me medically, that's their point.
Where is it, honey?
In Barronville, Edmonds.
You want me to drive you to Edmonds?
And then bring me back here?
I've got a lot of driving to do tonight.
We're talking hours, though. Oh my God. Why didn't I go out? But you guys said that. I told her it would be okay. Oh my God. After I get done processing this, there's going to be problems. When I first started, I kept records, naughty police officer database. They know about that. My daughter did it. There are files and files of corrupt people that they're worried about.
Thank you very much.